The young man grit his teeth. But he calmed himself and smiled instead, ignoring the snickering of the surrounding rankers. It seems that you won this beauty over with nothing but flowery words considering that sharp tongue of yours. She's young, after all. A pretty face and some poetry was probably all it took. She'll discard you when she realizes there's more she should want in a man. Suddenly, Ri giggled, her anger dissipating under how ridiculous she knew this Yuta character's words were. More to a man than her Dian? How? Dian pouted. What are you laughing for? Don't tell me you're actually planning to replace me. Ri flicked Dian's forehead playfully, continuing to laugh. Yuta felt the limits of his patience being played with. They were practically treating him like a joke. How pathetic, Yuta said in anger. Suddenly, Dian's eyes flashed, causing him to stand up so quickly that Yuta almost lost his balance. In that instant, Dian's playful demeanor had completely changed. It was as though they were looking at the devil incarnate. A red gold dripped from him as his eyes trained on the arena below him, landing on a young boy scarred and bloodied almost beyond recognition. He stumbled into the arena, gripping a short sword as he faced off against another young boy. However, they both shared one thing, the distinctive scar that ran from one side of their face to the other, slanting down their features diagonally. Dian didn't care about hiding or pacing himself anymore. All he saw was red. Ri didn't know who Dian was looking at specifically, but she had a pretty good idea. So, she remained silent. This was something that Dian would want to handle alone. But it was clear he was having trouble controlling himself right now. His demonic will was leaking so potently that the rankers completely forgot about questioning Dian's credentials and immediately put him on a list of people to watch. A young man, still many weeks from his 16th birthday, having already reached the peak level of a will as rare as demonic will, and the fact his path was so domineering, Dian couldn't be ignored anymore. Almost immediately, the leading geniuses of every planet turned to their subordinates with one goal in mind: find out who this kid was. Dian's breathing was erratic. He was aware that he was being much too emotional to act rationally, but the idea that this was his fault was weighing on him heavily right now. He had to fix this. He had to. Suddenly, Dian felt a soft hand slip into his, causing him to look down to find Ri looking up at him with a worried smile. "It's okay," she said softly. A calming ice purity will circulated within Dian, causing him to slowly calm down and retract his will. Yuta suddenly became aware of how far back he had stumbled due to Dian's abrupt actions. And even then, what made it worse was that he hadn't begun to breathe again until Dian calmed down. Why was he feeling so much pressure from someone with no cultivation? It didn't make sense. "Wait for me a while?" Dian tightened his grip on Ri's hand, looking at her apologetically. Ri nodded. "I'll be fine." Was calling him pathetic all it took? Some wondered about this. What was with the drastic change in personality? Something else must have happened. But there were just too many fights going on at once for any of them to have any idea what had set Dian off. "You said you wanted to fight, right?" Dian took off his long coat, handing it to Ri before he took off his turtleneck as well, revealing his striking tattoos and rippling torso. The beauties couldn't help but allow flashes of interest to sparkle their eyes, much to Ri's displeasure. But Dian leaned forward and kissed her forehead, easily appeasing her. Seeing Ri smile, Dian felt content. "Let's go then. I'm sure you'll handle it, right, old man?" Not waiting for a response, Dian's feet flashed as he disappeared. The eyes of the geniuses couldn't help but narrow again. Just how could someone with no cultivation be so fast? Before anyone could blink, Dian was falling through the hollow center of the Chaos Tower at breakneck speeds. Even as he did so, the voice of the announcer sounded. "Ladies and gentlemen, the warm-up rounds are over and done with. We know none of you care about the endings of these petty fights, so how about we move on to the main events? Today we have something special in store for you all. A battle between worlds. The will of men will clash. Planet Deimos, highly lauded for its domineering cultivators, have brought along with it 2 god clans and a single royal god clan, prepared to fight with our warriors to name the best of our younger generation. Warrior Utageb, ranked 29th among his peers and top 200 within our universe. A highly respected warrior to say the least. And his opponent? One of our very own. The husband to an unprecedented genius. The prince consort of the Elven Kingdom. A man who is a genius in his own right. The slayer of scaled elephants. The warder of king god clans. Dian Sacharo. Dian feet slammed into the arena below, cracking it nearly in half. Go, Yuta. And don't shame the Geb god clan. The beauty spoke lightly and quite beautifully, and yet her words held an unconcealed threat. Yuta had no choice but to dive downward as well, soon landed in crater much larger than Dian's impact. The crowd raged with excitement. Cheers rang out unceasingly as Dian and Yuta's faces were projected onto large screens for everyone to see. However, not everyone in the crowd had the same reaction. Big brother? Isn't that brother-in-law? Pertinacis Sapientia sat next to Oliver Sapientia, Jessica Noton, some big sect elders as well as his mother, and a Sapientia god clan member. Pertinacis' mother looked at him curiously. Brother-in-law? Are you telling me this boy is Madeline's fiancé? But they just introduced him as the prince consort of the Elven Kingdom. The Sapientia elder turned a questioning gaze toward her son. Although she was an elder of an upper branch, her cultivation was still within the Meridian Formation realm. Elder ranks in the Sapientia family had less to do with power and more about research contribution, especially in the lower branches. This only changed once you reached main branches on the level of a god clan. In the end, this was why she had married Madeline's father to be his second wife. He was handsome and she wanted a child. Because he was from a lower branch, that just made the entire process even easier. With her desire sated, she could once again focus on her research. However, hearing that Madeline had promised herself to this young man she had never heard of, and not only her at that, but also the princess of the Elven Kingdom, it made her extremely curious. Our first-in-line genius has no fiancé. It's best you drop this nonsense. The elder spoke curtly, cutting off the conversation immediately. He was only here to scout Pertinacis at the recommendation of his mother. Normally he would ignore such a request, but knowing that Pertinacis was Madeline's younger brother and the fact that they had almost let Madeline's talent fall through, he decided on taking this chance. As a thank you, Pertinacis' mother had brought them to the Chaos Arena, something the elder was quite interested in studying the philosophy of. But hearing what he thought of as slander to their first-in-line genius didn't make him happy. Hearing the elder's words, Pertinacis said nothing more. To this very day, Pertinacis was still logical to a fault. Before, he had wanted Dian to prove that he was strong enough for his sister first, taking a calculating approach as opposed to Oliver's more emotional one. But, to Pertinacis, it was impossible for Dian to be strong enough now. However, the idea of his being the fiancé to the princess of the Elven Kingdom was new information for him to add to his calculations. The Elven Kingdom was no weaker, in theory, than the Sapientia god clan, and yet he was clearly already accepted by them. So, were the Sapientia only being stubborn? Wasn't the princess to the Elven Kingdom what Madeline was to the Sapientia? Despite his thoughts, Pertinacis kept it all to himself, instead focusing on Dian's figure. Oliver and Jessica, though, had many complex emotions running through their minds. To them, it was no coincidence that Dian had come down as soon as they had seen a familiar bloodied figure. Pertinacis didn't spend much time interacting with the outside world, but Jessica and Oliver knew exactly what that bloodied figure meant to Dian. And if Dian had gotten as powerful as they knew, things were about to get stirred up. Can you save her? Thought Oliver quietly. Dian was oblivious to all of this. All he could see was Eli's tired figure being dragged to a side tunnel. He had probably gotten so used to tuning out the arena's announcements that he hadn't even heard Dian's name. But that just made the pang of guilt in Dian's heart grow even more. You picked an unfortunate day to piss me off, Dian said faintly, turning his gaze to the Yuta that towers more than a meter taller than him. Yuta said nothing. He had no words left. He could only crouch into a fighting stance, trying to steady the wild beating of his heart as he stared into the black flames crackling in Dian's eyes. The loud cheering slowly calmed until only silence remained in the Chaos Arena. Begin. I am Yuta. I am a warrior from planet Deimos and am of the Geb god clan. I have no intention of bowing out. Dian said nothing, instead beginning to walk forward. Was there a need for any more speaking? The announcer had already introduced him. Why was he wasting him? Wasn't I pathetic? Didn't we choose wrong? Weren't you sent to probe me? Fight then. Immediately noticing Diane's intention to not play his stalling game, Yuta leaped backwards, slamming his fists together. Geb's gauntlets, coverings of stone, bloomed into existence, coating Yuta's arms and hands before hardening. The members of Planet Deimos watched this silently. They were quite familiar with the Geb family techniques, and this was merely a first step. In fact, it was the weakest stone Yuta could forge for himself. Everyone immediately realized that this was not in Yuta's personality at all. He was one who wanted to crush his opponents with his ultimate strength from the beginning, and yet he was holding back. He's trying to use tricks to win, thought the beautiful Egyptian queen-like young lady. A faint snicker came from her side. Look at that, Ebony. Your Geb family is always biting off more than they can chew, and now he's regretting it. The girl who spoke also came from Planet Deimos. But she was of the Horus god clan. With the Horus family finding their roots in the sky and the Geb family finding their roots in the earth, clashes between these families were quite frequent. They only maintained the semblance of camaraderie in order to not be picked apart by the other planets. That said, they all shared the same disdain for planet Earth. Despite the best efforts of the receptionist, any person who thought for even an instant would immediately realize that Earth's geniuses were avoiding confrontation. After all, Chaos Arena was owned by a god clan. How could they not know that they were here? And yet Diane and Ri had shown up. If they somehow now lost to a person who wasn't even listed on the rankings despite using one of their best, it would be truly embarrassing for Planet Deimos. But when they saw Diane's demeanor, it was suddenly becoming a more and more real possibility that a loss was inevitable. Ode, if you spent less time being jealous about not being among this universe's beauties, maybe you'd be as powerful as I am. Ebony replied lightly, taking a sip of spiritual wine as she trained her gaze to the arena below. Ode's brows twitched. In reality, she was quite attractive in her own right. Long silver hair, striking eyes, and a loose white gown that somehow still clung to her figure. And yet, she fell just shy of the other beauties. However, what pissed Ode off was that Ebony should know quite well that their hatred had nothing to do with such a petty jealousy. It was rooted very deeply in the history of their families and even permeated throughout this generation. And yet Ebony continued to make such remarks because she knew it would get to Ode. This isn't the time to be fighting. A quiet young man spoke out, but the effect of his reprimand was powerful. Ebony Geb, top 30 cumulative ranker. Ode Horus, top 30 cumulative ranker. And yet neither dared to go against the words of this young man. On planet Deimos, there were many powerful clans. However, within the last 100 years, 3 had risen to prominence. The Geb, the Horus, but none more powerful than the Amun. The young man was of normal stature, being about 1.9 meters tall. But he seemed to glow with his every movement. His skin constantly gave off a heat that made it hard to sit anywhere near him, and his hair seemed to be a bed of gold flames constantly flickering in the air. This was without a doubt the strongest planet Deimos had to offer. Tao Amun. Below, atop the arena, Diane was still approaching the cautious Yuta. He felt no need to size such a character up. Yuta was too weak. Since you insist on cowering, I'll come to you. Diane's words sent a roar through the crowd. They couldn't see Yuta's subtle movements or slight trembling. All they saw was a warrior prepared to fight, and another arrogantly approaching him with no semblance of technique. This is a young man Madeline fell for? Pertinace's mother raised an eyebrow. Although Madeline wasn't close with her, she still saw Madeline as her stepdaughter. So, seeing how arrogant this young man was with seemingly no proof to back up his bold statements, she felt as though Madeline had made a poor decision in her young age. She could only begin to lean with the claims of the main branch elder even more so. Pertinacis said nothing. He was faintly aware that he was the same age as Diane, and yet, he hadn't done anything comparable to what Diane had accomplished. But, was Diane really comparable to a top 30 planet Deimos ranker? Even if Yuta wasn't in the cumulative rankings, being the top 30 of a planet was a big deal. Especially when Diane's name was nowhere to be found in Earth's top 30. However, in what seemed like an instant, there was nothing but silence. Diane's feet flashed forward, causing him to appear mere inches away from Yuta's large figure. The beating of Yuta's heart quickened. When he looked down at Diane's blackened and flaming eyes, it was almost as though he was the 1 meter shorter. He felt like an ant, like his life didn't matter. He even wanted to kneel down, but his knees seemed locked into place. He flailed out his arms, trying to make use of his earth gauntlets while scrambling to harden them even further. Geb's gauntlets Stage 2. The cracks in Geb's gauntlets hardened, darkening in the process as Yuta cemented his feet to the ground. Dian seemed oblivious to the massive stone arm heading for his head. He was pissed off about a lot of things right now, and this Yuta character was just going to have to be his vent. Dian's center of gravity dropped, his legs spreading as his right arm tightened itself against his torso. His muscles rippled and bulged, reddening under the strain of being pushed so far. Demon Emperor's Will, Dian said faintly. Act 1, Stage 1. Perfection. A stream of heat jetted from Dian's pores as a red-gold aura caused nearly everyone in attendance to tremble violently. There was no noise. Even Yuta's swinging fist seemed like a feather fluttering in wind. A fist that could crush almost any Meridian Formation expert. A fist of a top 30 ranker. A fist that was reduced to nothing. Dian's arm finally released all his built-up tension, his fist flying forward and cutting through the air like a meteor through the atmosphere. Yuta stood not a single chance. Dian's fist collided with his torso, tearing through his skin and bone and searing his flesh in black. Ugh. Yuta's voice was faint. Even as he flew backward with a flaming hole in his chest, he lost consciousness. And yet, Dian didn't let him go as his feet flashed forward once again, immediately appearing next to Yuta's flying figure and grabbing onto his thick neck. The sickening sound of Yuta's cracking spine reverberated through the quiet arena. Dian had stopped his momentum so abruptly that Yuta's neck had nearly disconnected from his body. In the end, Dian stood there quietly, his lean torso rippling under the blinding arena lights. He firmly gripped Yuta's neck, ignoring his foaming mouth and rolled back eyes. Pathetic. Ri watched Dian win quietly from the VIP area. She was well aware of Dian's strength and could see through Yuta completely. Maybe the only bit of surprise was that Dian had showed Yuta mercy, if you could call crippling someone an act of mercy. Dian stood there silently for a while, trying to calm his nerves before he blanketed the area with his sixth sense to find out just how far away Eli was. But just as he was doing so, he picked up on a very familiar aura. Turning his gaze toward a row of sub-VIP seats, Dian's gaze landed on Oliver, Pertinacis and the Sapientia and big sect members that were with them. However, that was all. He only spared them a glance. He didn't have a good impression of Madeline's family, and while he wouldn't go out of his way to punish them, he wouldn't go out of his way to greet them either. This act seemed to snap the Sapientia elders out of their surprise. Under normal circumstances, a glance like that wouldn't have meant much. But now, knowing that Dian had a deep relationship with Madeline, they found it nothing short of rude to disregard them as he had. Powerful or not, this is unacceptable. Pertinacis' mother didn't seem pleased. It was clear she had no context for the relationship between Dian and the Sapientia family, but it seemed like even if she had, she wouldn't care. She had completely forgotten her disregard for Dian just moments ago. Suddenly, Dian's arm cocked backward before he launched Yuta's unconscious body into the VIP area 5 stories above, having him land perfectly at the feet of planet Deimos' table. Victor. Dian Sacharo of Earth. The loud booming of the receptionist awoke the crowd. Replays of Dian's victory rewinded and played forward again and again as Dian made his way to the side tunnel. On the VIP floor, Ri smiled to herself. You provoke people too well, Mr. Jaws. Ri couldn't have been more correct. Ebony's beautiful face twitched with anger as she saw one of her own lying face down before her. Maybe the worst part was that Dian's wind will had deposited him gently, as though that was meant to be an act of mercy on his part. Ebony wanted nothing more than to rip Dian to shreds and make him bow at her feet. Ode wanted to snicker and laugh, yet she wasn't the first to grasp an opportunity to do so. Planet Deimos, HM? When your ranker loses to a no-name, are we meant to still take you seriously? A warrior of Planet Nyx chuckled amongst his peers. Even his supposed wife is a joke. The young man had skin as dark as the night, but his eyes had a sharp hazel to them that was only a few shades from gold. Everything about him and his surrounding clan members made them seem like panthers prowling in the night. It was as though the light had no effect on their darkness. Ri's blue-silver eyes flashed with anger. But she didn't get a chance to say anything as the warrior continued. Oh? Did I make you mad? I'm only speaking the truth. You're supposedly an elven princess and yet even your own planet didn't know about you until a few weeks ago? Makes me think about how real your rank really is. We're here to compete, are we not? Ree's blue-silver eyes shifted as her pupils morphed into slits and her canines elongated. Let's compete then. I'm tired of people who only talk big just to lose in epic fashion. There was a pregnant pause as Ree's words. Her purity had all but disappeared as a feral beast took her place. If it wasn't for the fact she still wore her dress, many would have forgotten that she was once the very definition of elegance. However, no one felt the impact of Ree's shift as much as the warriors of Planet Mino. Their beast blood roared to life under Ree's suppression. It was the very first time they felt their bloodlines being challenged. That said, if you looked closely, some seemed completely unperturbed. If Dian had been here, he would have taken note of this immediately. To shrug off the suppression of a kitsune could only mean one thing. You two were a supreme beast. The problem? This universe hadn't had any records of supreme beasts in centuries. Young Mistress Saru, a young man with brown skin reminiscent of India, spoke quietly to a beauty of that could only match Ree and Ebony. Her brown skin was soft and delicate. Her black hair was a jet black that still shimmered healthily under the arena's lights, and she wore what Dian would recognize as a traditional sari dress. It was long and flowing and was made of a rich blue that complemented her eyes. This was Saru Shruti, top ranker, member of Planet Mino and the 6 beauties of the universe. I know, she responded faintly in a voice sweet as honey. She can't be from this universe either. It's impossible. The conversation was brief, but the ripple effects its importance would have was unprecedented. It was clear that the Nyx warrior hadn't expected Ree to react the way she had. Judging by her interactions with Dian, she seemed like a calm and gentle person. But to reveal this bestial side like she had, it made the Nyx warriors think to themselves again. Maybe she really is that powerful. However, the young man didn't allow himself to show his surprise. What a joke. Compete? If your husband's prowess means anything at all, it would be a waste of our time. He's a follower of the demonic path, and yet he allows his woman to calm him instead of losing himself in the power. He's nothing short of weak and pathetic, and beating a lowly ranker of a lowly planet hardly changes any of that. Hearing his words, Ree stood calmly, her dress fluttering lightly as a dense black aura began to emit from her. The members of Planet Nyx began to laugh. Or, more accurately, the members of the Nuru God clan. My name is Chaik Nuru, and I have to say, this is the first time someone has dared use such weak darkness will before me. Let me tell you very clearly, princess. The reason why I know your husband is weak is the very reason I know you're weak. The Nuru were born in darkness. Our hearts have been charred black and our wills have been tempered in the night. Your will means nothing before me, and your supposed beauty is nothing before the young mistress of our planet. Ree only continued to step forward. The dark aura that fogged around her began to form ethereal tails, whipping wildly behind her. At this sight, the eyes of Saru Shruti narrowed as she thought a singular thing. Kitsune. Let me tell you something, then. Ree replied faintly. Chaik Nuru, barely top 100, clearly willing to throw away his life for a woman who will never care for him. An idiot who somehow thinks my will is as simple as just darkness. The Nuru were taken aback by Ree's words. Not darkness? Then, what was it? Ree flashed forward, not bothering to fully transform. Ree had no movement techniques. However, did she really need them at this level? With her void will, a small space like this was nothing to her. Chaik stood abruptly to Ree's charge, slightly panicking as he lost sight of her. I don't remember consenting to this match. The faint voice of a dark-skinned beauty rang out. She had been the picture of absolute elegance until now, not speaking a word. But with Ree's attack, her demeanor suddenly changed that of an underworld queen. Her hair was done in a tight and delicately crafted bun, embroidered with gold jewels. Her dress was form-fitting, clinging its dense black to her immaculate curves. But the most striking part about her was the pitch-black array being etched into the air at the wave of her small hand. Ree barely had time to react. Her sole focus had been on Chaik, not expecting that someone would use the guise of consent to excuse a sneak attack. If that had been the true reason, why had she waited until she knew Chaik was clearly outmatched to act? It was a clear ploy. However, seeing that Ri was about to react to their queen's attack, the other members of Planet Nyx reacted. It was the first time in the history of world tournaments that there had been such unity displayed among a universe. In fact, if one paid close attention, you would realize that something unprecedented had happened. A member of the Nyx planet stood abruptly, sending a stream of silver wool toward Ri that made her feel as though her every move was slowed by half her normal speed. Time will. Ri's brows furrowed as the beauty's array breezed toward completion. An anger built up in her heart as she thought of how many people were attacking her right now. What was the goal here? To provoke her into a disadvantaged situation? But Ri wasn't worried. Her void will tore through the time will, sending it into an endless abyss of nothing. And yet, it was too late. In the background, Ebony had still been brooding over her clan's defeat, and she wanted nothing more than to pay Diane back. But he wasn't here. So, when she saw that Ri was slowed considerably, she smirked to herself and flicked a finger toward Ri's twisting figure. The moment Ri broke out of the time will, she tried to maneuver herself away from the array's blast, but suddenly found that her feet were stuck to the ground. The beauty smiled to herself lightly, knowing Ri could no longer dodge. This is the price for attacking my people. Your beauty? I could take it away. But I don't think that's enough. Instead, you'll never again be able to perform your wifely duties. The black array charged into Ri, causing her to convulse and puke up black blood. Ugh, Ri's feet were still rooted to the ground, surrounded by a tough crystal earth wool that she couldn't accumulate enough energy to break. It was at that time she finally realized that what the beauty had drawn wasn't an array, it was a seal. Ri suddenly felt empty. Tears fell from her eyes as she raised a small hand to her belly, suddenly feeling a dense shadow looming over what should have been filled with vibrance and hope. It took but a moment for Ri to understand exactly what she meant by never being able to perform wifely duties. The members of Planet Nyx chuckled to themselves, knowing exactly how powerful their queen's seals were. Serves you right, sneered Chike, trying to wash over his previous panic with pointed remarks as he strolled to Ri's side. Don't worry. This only makes it more convenient for when I bend you over and fuck you. At least then I won't have to worry about birthing inferior children from a beast. Behind them, Ebony felt pretty content with herself. Do you think that you've done something great? Tao Amen spoke nonchalantly, staring off into the distance as the golden flames of his hair crackled. Young Master Amen, what do you mean? Ebony asked in confusion. She had just restored the dignity of her clan and trampled over the future hope of her enemies. What could be more fulfilling than that? When you're weak, you shouldn't poke at something you have no understanding of. Poke? Ebony's confusion only deepened. But she didn't get much of a chance to think about it, because the doors of the VIP area opened to reveal a smiling Diane. Clearly, he had accomplished something important to him. However, that smile didn't last long. Diane froze as he saw Ri's delicate figure. Her face was pale and her body was trembling. She didn't even react to Chike's hand holding up her chin. All Diane saw was red. Black, crystal-coated scales tore through his skin for the first time in months. His body immediately expanded to over 5 meters tall. In but an instant, before anyone could react, Chike's head was being crushed in Diane's one hand. Chike wiggled and struggled, thrashing about wildly as he tried to turn his head toward his queen to ask for help. But the situation was entirely different now. A receptionist couldn't tell the difference, but the genius rankers of this universe could. They had seen enough meridian formation and essence gathering experts to know the difference, and Diane was without a doubt a meridian formation expert. Which meant, for his cultivation to be so dense, there was only one explanation. First-grade martial warrior. Ebony suddenly understood exactly what Tao meant. Whether their uppermost rankers could match Diane was irrelevant. If she met Diane in the tournament, she would only have herself to rely on. Diane's hand squeezed tighter as he watched Chike's head turn purple. But he paused as he suddenly felt a small hand touch his enlarged arm. What he saw only made his heart break. It was clear in an instant that no amount of rampaging or revenge would be the solution to this. Diane! Ri's hand trembled on her belly as she looked up with teary eyes. I can't feel anything. It feels empty. Diane stood there, looking down at Ri's fragile figure. Everything seemed frozen in time and no one was willing to make the first move. Devour, Diane whispered faintly. Ag, Chike writhed in agony. His soul was being torn apart so slowly that it felt as though every portion of his body was being broken down and grinded into the finest of pieces. Help! Help me! The members of Planet Nyx wanted to move forward, but their queen stopped them with a wave of her hand. A small smile played her features as though this was exactly what she had wanted to happen. Everything was but a puppet on her strings, and she was a master. The veins of Chike's face bulged and burst, streaking his dark features with a dense and boiling blood. His arms and legs shriveled inwards, cracking and deforming under the pressure of Diane's suction. Soon he couldn't even scream anymore. Yet Diane constantly used his aurora to maintain his nerves, making sure that to the very end he was fully aware of every bone snapping, of every bit of flesh tearing, of every bit of his life being drained away from him. In the end, he was nothing but a lifeless carcass that barely represented what he used to be, and Diane now knew everything that had transpired. Diane shrunk down, striking Rhee's footholds away with celestial will as he picked her up. Hey, don't cry. Diane's voice was so gentle that the warriors of the surrounding 4 planets had almost forgotten the murderous intent he had just once held. The truth was that Rhee wanted to be angry. She wanted to tear through everything in her path and make them pay for taking something so precious away from her. But the seal wasn't allowing her to accumulate any strength, and the emotional pain wasn't letting her think straight. I find this soul technique of yours quite interesting. I want it. The Queen of the Nyx spoke softly as though she had absolutely nothing to do with the current events. Although she hadn't been sure at first, it was clear that Diane had used a soul-type technique to kill her subject. On planet Nyx, there were 3 clans united as one, each with their own specialties. The truth was that this queen of theirs was only called as such because she was among the 6 beauties of the universe. In reality, she was no queen. She was Ulu Lebna, a member of the Lebna god clan, a clan having a strong branch specializing in seals, but mostly being known for the soul and spirit techniques. Here are the facts. Your wife is quite rude and needed to be punished. You were quite rude and needed to be punished. And now you've killed a member of our clans outside of an arena, so let me tell you one more fact. I can kill your wife with a wave of my hand. Bow down and kowtow until I'm satisfied. Then you'll be a servant of the Nuru and Lebna god clans under the banner of the Jafari royal god clan. Although my husband is not here today, I'm sure he would take a liking to your ex-wife as a toy. You two will never be together again. This is the price you pay for killing one of us. Ulu smiled to herself, content. The truth was that this had been her goal all along, and she decided to sacrifice Chike to achieve it. The moment Diane walked in, everyone was checking for his energy cultivation level. But Ulu was different. The first thing she checked when it came to anyone was the soul cultivation level. Diane had learned long ago that checking someone's soul level was a breach of etiquette. However, when he felt Ulu check his, he hadn't bothered with it. Reason being, her soul wasn't powerful enough to read his level accurately. Diane was someone with the soul of a peak essence gathering expert at full throttle. Even when he didn't complete his soul by unleashing his manifestation, he was still a mid-level essence gathering expert. However, from very long ago, Diane had had the habit of hiding his soul power. When he fought Seeklam and killed him at the Legacy World opening, it was that strategy that had saved his life. The problem was that since Diane never checked the soul strength of others due to etiquette, he had no concept of what an average soul strength would be for someone his age. So, when Ulu scanned his soul and saw an 18-year-old with the soul strength of a peak Meridian Formation warrior, she had immediately decided to draw in Diane's talent to their side and make him serve them. Ulu had originally wanted to use a slave seal on Diane, but she knew that her soul simply wasn't powerful enough to force any kind of soul technique onto Diane, which meant she needed to find a way to force him, and Rhee provided the perfect opportunity. Ebony finally couldn't hold in her laughter anymore. She bent over, trying to maintain her former elegance as her cheeks reddened. You heard the queen, go on and kowtow. In fact, take this useless one with you. A crystal pillar appeared below the unconscious Yuta, sending his large body flying toward Diane, who was still lovingly caring for Rhee. Before, they had been apprehensive about Diane's retaliation. Many hadn't made the connection between Diane and a mysteriously named demon sage that had an unprecedented rank. However, when Dian made his first-grade cultivation clear, they began to remember something very important. Although no one knew who the demon sage was, he still had a clear affiliation. Planet Earth. Elven Kingdom. Previously, people had assumed that the demon sage was one of the peak essence gathering elves that had left to campaign elsewhere. After all, a 18-year-old? Having that rank? It didn't make sense. But now, none of that mattered. Ulu had made it clear that Ri's life was in the palm of her hands. If Dian didn't want his love to die, retaliation wasn't an option. That said, there was yet another reason Ulu decided on provoking planet Earth like this. The name Demon Sage meant something completely different to the more powerful planets. And if she was right, Dian didn't even glance at the flying body. His eyes flashed with gold as a brilliant defensive array appeared in the air, stopping all of Yuta's momentum in an instant and crushing even more of his bones. Silence. Many months ago, on a far-off and neutral asteroid, an auction of unprecedented importance had taken place. The headlining item? An Earth Constitution pill named Queen Fairy. The God and Royal God clans were in an uproar. The idea of a ready-made, fully awakened bodily constitution was a concept that was so rare that an all-out war nearly broke out. However, there was another reason this pill made a mark the likes of which few had ever seen. The study of alchemy had stalled in this universe for many years. Although the Sapientia did their due diligence in researching, there weren't many expert alchemists among them. In the end, much of their findings were only cheap theories that no one had the skill to put into use. But this pill was an opportunity to shift all of that. If they could study it and reverse engineer it, then maybe the universe would have the rebirth of alchemy they were looking for. This was even more important because they were only steadily becoming weaker and weaker. Alchemy was the best way to make up for the lack of energy density in the universe. In the end, the pill had been won by the Sapientia family for further research. Unfortunately for the other god clans, the Sapientia family was just too rich. Maybe the most important reason, though, was their non-confrontational style. For the sake of avoiding war, the families could only allow the Sapientia to win. However, that was only until the name Demon Sage came up once again. And this time on the ranking list. No one knew what that meant. Could the Demon Sage they had been looking for really be so young as to be on that list? Or maybe he was just weak enough to have a low enough cultivation to be. But neither made much sense. Or, rather, people chose to believe that it didn't make sense. It had to be a coincidence. No one could be so talented, they thought. And on the other hand, no one could be so great at alchemy, yet have such poor cultivation. Unfortunately, Dian was oblivious to all of this. When he had sent in the pill through the Elven Guilds anonymously, he, much like what Prince Belmont had said during his visit to the Elven Kingdom, already knew that there were other Earth Constitution-giving items. However, what Dian hadn't taken into account was that while Prince Belmont's phoenix feathers were irredeemable, the Queen Fairy pill could be made in an unlimited quantity. Their values simply couldn't be compared. "I'm sorry," Ri mumbled again and again, still absent-mindedly staring at the small hand she placed on her belly. She felt like it was her fault. And worst yet, although she had been burying a deep apprehension at the idea of meeting Madeline, this was the first time all of those thoughts were completely casted away. If she couldn't birth Dian's children, at least there was someone who could. She had jumped into the fight herself, and she felt like she should have won. She had the obligation to win. How could she feel worthy of Dian if she lost? Dian forced a smile, wiping the tears from Ri's soft cheeks. "There's nothing to worry about. I promise." Many months ago, seals were something Dian couldn't make heads of tails of. However, there was a reason they looked identical to arrays. The queen didn't give you a grace period. Slaves don't deserve such a thing. A member of the Nuru clan sneered in anger. It had been his brother that Dian just killed, and since he couldn't take his rage out on the queen, especially considering who her husband was, it would have to be Dian. He walked over slowly. "It's clear you don't understand how your statuses have changed. If I wanted your woman to strip naked and hang from the ceiling, she would. If I wanted you to cut your own manhood off and eat it raw, you would. In fact, if I wanted to pull out my cock and have your woman suck it right here, I could." Dian raised his hand, his eyes flashing in gold as gently covered Ri's quivering hand. "Ri, I said there was nothing to worry about. Okay? Ri finally looked up at Diane. She found gentle eyes, glowing in a bright gold with purple hues coloring its edges, looking back at her. Maybe months ago, Diane would be helpless in this situation, forced to watch Ri be disrespected and being enslaved himself. However, he hadn't spent months refining his array fundamentals to give up so easily in the face of a challenge. But suddenly, Diane froze as he heard the unzipping of pants. Ah! The Nuru warrior made his way to their side. To suck the cock of a Nuru warrior should be your honor. Release the bitch and back away. She's got work to do. Ulu and Ebony watched on with a smile playing their features. Diane looked up to find a truly disgusting sight. The anger he had buried in order to tend to resurfaced, causing dense black flames to color his eyes. Ah, none of that. I mean, unless you want her to die. The Nuru warrior sneered, tapping his limp cock. Hey, this isn't going to harden itself. It's hard enough for me already knowing I'm dealing with nothing but a beast. You're going to have to put some effort in. Suddenly, Ulu spoke up. I'm quite tired of waiting. You have 3 seconds to begin kowtowing or I'll begin to torture her. Diane said nothing for a long while before he finally spoke. Since you like to speak of doling out punishment, I think it's time I do the same, he said faintly. Stop speaking nonsense. You heard my queen. Leave the woman here, I'll take good Xie. The eyes of the Nuru warrior widened as he suddenly felt something warm and wet cut off his words. An odd and sickening gurgling sound was all that filled the VIP area as the Nuru warrior fell back, gripping the large gash in his neck. You dare! Ulu's rage peaked at this. He actually dared to kill yet another of their members, even with the death and torture of his woman looming over his head. Ha 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 ha. I've never met such an idiot. Ebony couldn't get enough of it. It was as though this was movie and she had bought front row tickets. Even Ode couldn't help but roll her eyes at Ebony, as if you would respond to provocation any better. Cheap slut. Ulu's eyes steeled. Since you wanted it this way and couldn't accept a simple punishment, you can watch helplessly as your woman writhes in pain. Diane completely ignored Ulu, looking down at Ri. Just focus on me, okay? Ulu's face twisted menacingly, her small hand lifting into the air. A dense black fog coated it as she slowly clenched her fist. However, the screeching agony she had expected never came. Smiling gently, Diane's eyes once again began to glow, and it suddenly dawned on everyone. Diane hadn't used an array plate. Innate aurora. Saru Shrudi's eyes narrowed. There were just too many surprises between this couple. This Diane that they had looked down on had too much to him that they couldn't fathom. Diane diligently coated the seal with his aurora, surrounding it in an array perfectly fused with celestial will. He wafted a comfortable feeling into Ri until her eyes closed into a deep sleep. Then, barely caring for the exposure of his ring, he drew a concealment array around Ri before sending her in. Diane knew what he had to do, but that needed more time than he had now. He could only induce a sleep in Ri for now. You did all of this just to try and pull me to your side? Diane didn't seem to be talking to anyone in particular as he glanced at Yuta's unconscious figure. It was clear he was about to die at any moment, and yet Planet Deimos warriors weren't making any effort to help him. Ulu frowned at Diane's words. How did he know that? It made sense that Ulu was confused. She had no idea that the technique she had been coveting from Diane could absorb memories. Right now, Diane had a full understanding of what Ulu had wanted to do. Unfortunately for her, Diane's skill with arrays had increased far too much. But all he had done for now was sever Ulu's ability to control the seal by cutting it off from the outside world. There was a reason the Sijbrit family seals and Ulu's seal looked almost indistinguishable from arrays. Seals were the antithesis of arrays. While arrays wrote in universal laws, the goal of a seal was to erase those laws. That's why the Sijbrit family could seal away the death chi to stop the cyclones. They had locked away the will by writing an anti-will. The reason Diane hadn't been able to understand seals before was because he was essentially used to doing math questions without showing his work. He could cut through the calculations to reach the answer but hadn't understood properly until he solidified his fundamentals. Understanding seals without first fully understanding arrays was like trying to understand integrals without first understanding how derivatives worked. I want you to know that the only reason I'm not killing you all today is because this is a fight for my wife. However, you still deserve a punishment, don't you think? Ulu remained silent. She couldn't understand where Diane's confidence was coming from. Did he think she was as easy to deal with as the Nuru brothers? One was barely in the top 100 and the other wasn't even on the list. You must think you're very powerful, Ulu smiled. If no one had seen her malicious deeds just moments before, all they would have seen was an otherworldly beauty. But now that smile had a venom no one could ignore. The dead one said something about stripping my woman naked and hanging her from the ceiling, right? I wonder what you'd look like hanging from the ceiling like that. I'm sure your manservants would love that. Diane's face remained expressionless as he shifted his gaze to the ceiling. But his words caused a palpable anger to grow within the Nyx warriors. Their most elite warriors had remained with Ulu's husband, thinking that only Ulu was necessary. It was now their job to protect the dignity of their queen. And yet, here was this boy saying whatever he pleased. You! The warriors of planet Nyx stormed toward Diane. But he ignored them, his foot slowly raising in the air before dropping. Diane's figure flashed, ripples of space and celestial while sending booming circles of raging winds flying out in his wake. Ugh! Ulu's face paled as Diane's strong hand wrapped around her delicate neck. Ulu Lebna, ranked 30th, supposed member of the 6 beauties of this universe. Know today that you made a mistake in opposing me. You wanted my wife to never give birth, right? Diane's eyes bore into Ulu, flames of black coloring his once hazel-green eyes. Diane's manifestation bloomed into existence, boosting his soul to the peak of the essence level. Ulu's eyes bulged, her voice struggling to push past Diane's grip. Why your soul strength? And no, the Nyx warriors tried to charge toward Diane, but purple-gold defensive formation formed, stacking again and again. It was complete overkill. Each was of the peak master level, and the heavens chimes that rang through the air shook even Chaos Tower itself. Ebony trembled at this sight. Was this really the man she thought she could beat? She wasn't that much more powerful than Ulu. In fact, their ranks were so close that strength couldn't be decided from it at all. And yet, she was nothing in front of Diane. It was suddenly very clear to everyone that Diane hadn't been even remotely trying when he fought Yuta. He hadn't used any energy cultivation. But even worse, he hadn't even used his utmost strength, his soul. For the first time that night, Tao Amin and Saru Shruti smiled. They were both thinking the same thing. They wanted nothing more than to fight Diane and see how they measured up. Aside from them, though, there had been one other planet that hadn't said a single word during this entire exchange. Planet Nayad. If Delia had been there, she would have immediately recognized her mortal enemies, the Clight God Clan, or now, more accurately, the Clight Royal God Clan. And maybe, had Diane paid more attention, he would have noticed that among their allies included those who were boring holes into his back. The Kami God Clan. However, Diane didn't care about any of that now. All he cared about was making Ulu pay. Unlike my wife, Diane said faintly, there's no one in this universe that will be able to help you after this. Never think of enjoying sex again. Never think of conceiving. You will never have a child in this lifetime. A dense black array began to form on the tips of Diane's fingers. Ulu could only think one thing. Despite the hand clamped over her throat, despite the stretching of her spine, despite the burning of her lungs as she begged for air, the only thing she saw was that dense black. All she could think of was death. Stop. Suddenly, gazes turned to the doorway as the receptionist burst in, looking down at Diane as he tried to stop him. Diane's fingers paused as he looked over to the receptionist. He had known from the very beginning that this man was powerful, or else they wouldn't have allowed him to guard this area. Why? Diane asked faintly. He didn't really care about this answer, he just wanted to confirm something. The receptionist cleared his throat. Fighting must be done in the arena. This is not a sanctioned match and thus only increases the tension between planets. If the match isn't organized, it shouldn't happen. The eyes of the surrounding warriors flashed in realization. Did such a powerful warrior not have the backing of his own planet? What was going on? Diane's eyes glowed in a gold as he looked down at a ring on his finger. Before he looked back up. Interesting. So, where were you before? The lips of the receptionist twitched. Is he an idiot? He should know that this is deliberate. Why is he asking questions? The receptionist cleared his throat again. As the Nyx planet Mrs. said, your wife attacked first. For breaking the rules, it was a suitable punishment. And if I insist on punishing this woman? The receptionist sneered. Are you powerful enough to act against me? Why are you asking such ridiculous questions? Ulu couldn't help but laugh. She had no idea why people of Earth were helping her. But this was truly comedic. Unfortunately, your threats mean nothing to me. Diane's hand pierced forward, stopping Ulu mid-laugh. Enjoy, Diane said faintly, anchoring down the death array directly into Ulu's womb. Know that there is not a single expert in this universe that can help you now. Ulu strained her neck to stare down at Diane's fingers. She couldn't believe what had just happened. Did he really not care about the threat of a saint-level expert? Why had it ended up like this? A dull pain throbbed just below Ulu's belly button. Diane's fingers hadn't pierced her skin, and yet it somehow felt much worse than if he had. Diane released Ulu, letting her drop to her knees. The receptionist trembled in anger. As a man talented enough to become a saint-level expert, he too had once ranked highly on the cumulative rankings. He didn't see himself as any inferior than these so-called geniuses, and yet Diane had disregarded his existence completely. How could he stand for this? Taking a deep breath, the receptionist calmed himself. The truth was that he had made a move to stop Ri from attacking initially. But the young master of the Cavasitas God clan had told him to stop, seemingly knowing that Ri would be ganged up on. And yet, that very same young master had told him stop the proceedings now. The goal was clear. Use this moral high ground to teach Diane a lesson. But Diane's next words were completely unexpected. What are you so mad about? A light smile played Diane's features as he turned to walk to he and Ri's sitting area to pick up his turtleneck and jacket. I let her go like you wanted me to, didn't I? Who are you trying to fool? You clearly did something. The members of Planet Nyx raged from behind Diane's defensive formations. Oh? Did I? Prove it. Diane waved his hand, removing the defensive barriers. The warriors were much too scared to attack Diane now. They settled for glaring at him before running toward their queen. The receptionist watched this silently. After he heard Diane's response to the situation, he understood exactly how Diane wanted to end this. If he wanted the moral high ground, he had to be able to prove that Diane had done something. But could he? There was a reason why Diane had said there wasn't a single person in this universe who could help Ulu. He was confident that his array alchemy had touched an unreachable level for those here. Even his soul strength was nearing the best this universe had to offer. Even a peak saint expert might not have a soul strength at the peak of the essence stage. In order to help Ulu, you'd not only need to have a soul strength above the essence stage, you'd also have to be a grandmaster array alchemist. And even then, you'd need to find a way to counter a death-infused array. And that was all after detecting and seeing through the concealment array Diane placed around it. Diane leisurely put on his clothes as the Planet Nyx warriors tended to Ulu. The truth was that Diane could have infused enough death within his array to make it act as a slave seal as he had for Aladar. But he chose not to for very specific reasons. For one, if Ulu couldn't plot against him, then Ri would never have a proper rematch against her. Diane saw firsthand how broken Ri was after this loss. She felt as though it was her duty to win, and yet she had failed. Diane didn't want to do this for her, so he had to Ulu the ability to act against him and by proxy act against Ri. It would be easy to just tell Ri that it wasn't her fault so many had attacked her at once. But he knew Ri didn't need flowery words. She needed goals and motivation. The second reason would be the evidence. Something like infertility would never be able to be directly tied to Diane. But suddenly having to follow Diane's every word? That would give the receptionist the exact thing he was looking for to justify his attack. Sure, Ulu would always know that Diane was the culprit. But the important part was that Diane was working in the same grays as the receptionist. Because Diane couldn't prove that the receptionist was being biased. Despite how obvious it was, Diane lost the moral high ground. And because the receptionist couldn't detect Diane's array, No matter how obvious it was that Diane had planted one, he would lose moral high ground if he chose to attack Diane. It was a simple move. Diane had adapted to the game the Cavacita's God clan wanted to play perfectly. However, when Diane turned to walk out of the exit, he found the receptionist blocking his way. This was a man of the Saint stage, and almost fittingly, he was about a head taller than Diane. He had black hair and eyes matching that of the Cavacita's clan, and despite his clear older age, he had a vibrant youth to him that made it feel as though he had hundreds of years left to live. Diane smiled. "Something you need?" "Nothing in particular. Only wondering about a couple disappearances. 2, to be exact." "Oh? And what disappearances are those?" The receptionist tilted his head, a clever glint lighting his eyes as though he had seen through Diane. "One is very important to you, and the other is quite important to me." "Important to me, you say?" Diane chuckled, completely unperturbed by the saint energy emanating off of the receptionist. "Do you have any real concept of what it means to be a saint?" "Well, I'd assume to be a saint means having better things to do than being a doorman for children and harassing a meridian formation expert." "No." The brow of the receptionist twitched at Diane's subtle dig, but he kept his composure. One would think. But saint energy itself is quite interesting. Please enlighten me, Elder." A polite smile pasted itself onto Diane's features. He was quite interested in finding out just what this man thinks he knows. He mentions 2 disappearances, and yet now he wants to speak on the prowess of a saint? How did this connect? One with mind, one with heart, one with body, one with soul, one with will, one with intent, one with law, one with world, one with Tao. What it means to be a saint is to have mastered an intent. What it means to have mastered an intent is to have a view of the world few others have. Too many are quick to ignore the namesakes of the 9 intent stages for overly simplified numberings, but those names mean something. What the receptionist said was true. Often, the levels of intent were broken into stages of 1 to 9, when, in reality, each had their own name. And, in fact, that name gave insight into how to master or come to understand that will to that level. In addition, the name also often gave clues as to the scope the intent would reach. When Madeline improved her celestial will to a celestial intent, it was because she had received a calming reassurance at a moment where her connection with her surroundings was deep enough to take the next step. This connection was provided by her essence-gathering cultivation, while the peace of mind had been given to her by Diane's message of reassurance and encouragement. All of these culminated in Madeline reaching a state of one with mind, thus stepping into an all-new level of power that only a rare few could match at the essence-gathering level. In fact, the only reason the 3rd daughter of the Weta King God clan had beaten Madeline so easily was because Madeline had spent weeks fighting and protecting her fellow clansmen. Couple that with the fact that she had higher cultivation than Madeline and the ability to fuse wills, and Madeline simply did not stand a chance. "So, what's your meaning?" Diane asked, a smile still on his face. "Like I said, 2 are missing, and there's little you can hide from a saint expert. You may have released the planet Nyx Queen, however, you've taken something from us that you should be giving back, don't you think?" At this point, it was clear to Diane that the receptionist was referring to Eli. He was using his explanation as a saint to show Diane that he wasn't just making a guess. The connection that saints gained with their surroundings far surpassed that of essence-gathering experts, and without a doubt surpassed meridian formation experts. Since he realized that he had lost the moral high ground in one instance, he had decided to gain it another way. The truth was that the reason it had taken Diane so long to come back, even to the point that Ree ended up being taken advantage of, was because he was doing his due diligence in saving Eli. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to find any others of the Veridi family. But it was likely that Eli knew where the rest were and could thus direct Diane. The problem was that Eli had passed out due to blood loss and was thrown into a cage filled with other warriors, seemingly with their only hope being death. Diane had wanted to save them all, but that simply was not realistic. The movement of one slave might fly under the radar, but all of them? It was too much to maneuver. It would have to be a plan saved for another day. However, Diane had exercised the utmost caution. He used a clone to replace himself so that he never disappeared from view, and used the best concealment array he had in his disposal. But therein lied a problem even as Diane saved the unconscious Eli. Even though the saint didn't have any specialization in array alchemy, what he did have was a soul comparable to Dian. This meant that his sensitivity to Dian's concealment array, even if it was a peak master level array, would be there. And the worst problem was, to avoid detection, Dian hadn't used his peak most array because that would require releasing his manifestation. Therefore, he had only used a mid-level master array. The receptionist was a mid-level saint. This was simply the scale of a god clan. They could afford to use warriors so powerful as doormen because mid-level saints simply weren't powerful enough to be elders. And, considering how old the receptionist was already, he was unlikely to ever reach that level. That aside, despite the receptionist's cultivation, his soul strength still rested at the lower essence gathering level. But that was enough to catch that something was off when faced with Dian's concealment array. And now he was acting on his hunch. I believe one you're speaking of is my wife. But where she is has nothing to do with you. The second, the one who is important to you, I have no idea about. Because I don't know what you're talking about. Dian smiled calmly because the saint's words had already revealed his own lack of understanding. When the receptionist had said there were two missing things, one of which was important to him, Dian had been confused. But when he made the connection between the receptionist's soul strength and the possibility of it being enough to see through his mid-level master array, things clicked. The receptionist didn't know that Ri had been put into a spatial ring. He thought that Ri was still in this very room, hidden by Dian. Essentially, the receptionist was threatening Dian. He was saying that because he was a saint, he could use his intent mastery, and the connection it gave him to the environment, to see through Dian's array and find Ri. And, because he could do that, Dian should give back the prisoner he took and accept punishment. However, Dian found this all very funny because the receptionist couldn't be more wrong. Not only was Ri in no danger whatsoever, even if she was in the room under the influence of a concealment formation right now, Dian still wouldn't be scared of this so-called saint-level expert because he had two trump cards he had yet to use. The brows of the receptionist furrowed at Dian's response. He didn't know who he was talking about? Was this kid really willing to put his wife's life at risk on his gamble? The truth was that the receptionist had no idea whether Dian took a prisoner or not. What he did know was that Dian had acted weirdly right before his fight, and his eyes were seemingly trained on one of the fighting stages. Then, after confirmation from his young master, he found out that there were indeed some Dian cared about that had been sold into slavery. Couple that with the fact that there was only one exit from the arena, and Dian would have been in perfect position to save someone. But what the receptionist could not understand was where Dian's confidence came from. After all, how could he know that Dian held a ring that couldn't even be properly scaled amongst treasures? To him, both Eli and Ri were floating around in this room somewhere, he just couldn't detect it properly. However, the more and more the receptionist searched, the more he realized there was nothing to be found. Looking past the receptionist, Dian's eyes landed on the planet Nyx warriors. They had lifted up their deadpan queen to sit her in a chair. But it was clear that a fire was being slowly lit in her eyes. Good. Get angry. I want my little faux glacé to beat you at your best. With that last thought, Dian turned back to scan over the rest of the planets, his eyes faintly lingering on Ebony, which caused her to involuntarily shiver. Despite what mistakes my fellow kinsmen have made, I hope you don't assume that I'll allow you to seek revenge as easily as you did against the Nyx. Shifting away from Nyx, Dian's eyes landed on Tao Alman, steadily taking in his glowing hair and fierce features. With Tao's words, Ebony seemed to have gained her fire back, staring back at Dian arrogantly. But anger could only build up within her as she noticed Dian completely ignoring her gaze. She felt insignificant. Weak. Dian had not a care even for her beauty. And I hope you don't assume that the reason she hasn't died is because of you. Dian's emotions showed no signs of fluctuation. He meant his every word. Ebony was only alive because he was leaving her for Ri. Nothing more. Nothing less. Ode sneered. You're so arrogant. Did you think a handsome face meant strength? Our young master is in the top 10 for a reason. Don't assume that beating Ulu makes you anything significant in his eyes. Dian had already begun to walk away before Ode spoke, brushing past the receptionist who was still searching. Your ranks mean nothing to me. The name at the top in the end will be mine. With those last words, Dian left. After Diane's disappearance, silence reigned in the VIP room. The receptionist had disappeared in a puff of embarrassment. Although he tried to follow Diane, he had lost him. It was clear Diane had used another concealment array, a much more powerful one. However, this only made the receptionist sure that he had been correct. But that led to another problem. Just how powerful was Diane's array alchemy to be able to hide from a saint expert? The Nyx warriors were still tending to their queen. In reality, she wasn't hurt at all. The grip on her throat had long since healed, and the robustness of a martial body made the effects of hanging she had suffered severely below what a normal human would suffer. The only real wound was her pride. "I'll kill them," she shrieked, grinding her teeth in anger. When had the Nyx ever been disrespected like this? They were 3 clans united under a single banner. They should have been much more powerful than the norm. They had the Nuru family and their dark arts. They had the Jafari family and their robust time control. And they had the Lebna Ulu's clan, which specialized in the soul, specifically sealing. They were meant to be perfect. And yet, even in under a united banner, some no-name had done this to them. Ulu breathed deeply, trying to calm herself. She had to accept that Diane wasn't a no-name. If she was right, this teenage boy was an unprecedented array alchemy expert coveted by the whole of the universe. But this wasn't something she could disseminate to the public. If others knew, it would only increase competition for the Nyx. However, there was something good about Diane being the demon sage. This meant that Ulu could stop worrying about his ranking, because she was almost certain Diane had cheated now. "Queen, should we inform King?" Ulu shook her head. "Not yet. King and the elites of Nyx are off on a mission right now and will join us on this planet soon. However, if we tell my husband what has occurred too soon, given his hot head, he'll act without thinking and kill our pawn. We need to first wait until just before the tournament begins, that way King won't be tempted to act before the fact. Then we'll inform him of the importance of this pawn. After we do that, we can explain how he's disrespected the Nyx and me. This child has no concept of the true strength of the warriors in the top 10. He thinks that just because he can manipulate arrays and forge points for himself that he's among them? No. The top 10 of the cumulative rankings are nothing short of gods. Ulu's eyes sparkled as she thought of her husband before a dense anger formed in her eyes as she touched her belly. Or maybe I should say top 11, considering you're a fraud. After you find that you have no choice to be a slave, your so-called seal on me will be removed by your own hands. Ulu sneered in disgust as she thought back to Diane's rank. At first, she had been scared of this new ranker. But when she met Diane and connected his ability to the array alchemist, everything made sense. Diane hadn't earned his rank. He cheated, manipulating the rankings to manufacture his results. After all, nothing else made sense to Ulu. Why? Because Diane's rank wasn't just in the top 10. In fact, it wasn't just in the top 5. Demon Sage, rank 1. Hours later, Diane was in an entirely new inn. In order to avoid being annoyed, he had moved. He doubted that the Cavasitas would do anything out in the open, or else it would mean losing moral high ground with the elves. The truth was that despite the disappearance of the Elven King, his power was still a looming influence. After all, 10 years was a blink of an eye to a celestial expert. And this was even more true for an elf. Assuming that he would never show up again was something many weren't willing to risk on. So, openly killing the man he'd know as his son-in-law was not a good idea. This was the kind of unknown the elves wanted to continue to foster. To the upper echelons of the elves, their king had disappeared without a trace or even a word of goodbye. But, to the upper echelons of Earth and the other planets, the Elven King was gone. But the elves were aware of why and that he'd be back. This was a subtle but very important lie. That said, the elves still had other celestial experts to maintain God Clan rank, including the Grand Elders and Head Seigebrit. In fact, Head Seigebrit was still known as a genius to many. And no one forgot Uncle Acacia in all of this. He had been exposed as a peak-level saint with the attack of the Dayu on the Elven Kingdom. It was suddenly clear to everyone that maybe his talent wasn't too inferior to his brother. In the end, the elves were able to make up for their lack of quality with quantity. Their status could not be ignored. Without their king, they were among the peak god clans. And with him, they rivaled any royal god clan. This wasn't the sort of existence that could be so easily ignored, and Diane was more than aware of this. So he took advantage. After treating Eli, Diane let him sleep. In fact, he went as far as forging a coma-inducing pill set to allow Eli to wake up once his body was healed and his fatigue was gone. After what must have been years of a poor diet and no rest, Eli needed this rest the most. Diane knew that if he allowed Eli to wake up now, he'd be too worried about the rest of his family to get a proper rest. Flashing into his spatial ring, Diane walked toward the collection of tents he had created for the demon generals and let Eli rest in his. Afterwards, he let the demon know about Eli and that they should explain things to him should he wake up without Diane's knowledge. Arios had gone to see his father with Ava after the gate closed, so he wasn't here. But there were thousands of other demon generals to help out. Oftentimes, Diane felt bad about having them stay here, but there was really no other place for them. In addition, they seemed to enjoy spending their days in relaxation and cultivation. Many of them had even once been trapped within a gate during its recovery time. Compared to days like that, the demon generals saw this place as a paradise. With everything settled, Diane left the ring to appear within the hotel room. Looking down at Ree's sleeping figure, he couldn't help but feel saddened. To Ree, Ebony and Ulu were people she should have been able to beat. But the martial world didn't have a place for fairness. In fact, in all this time, even as Ree tossed and turned in her sleep, clearly agitated, she had never once said anything about fairness. To her, victory should have been a foregone conclusion. At first, Diane blamed himself. He didn't expect words as simple as "Sacharos don't lose" to have such a profound effect on Ree. But he had to check himself after that. He had a huge effect on Ree's life, yes, but not enough to cause a fundamental change to her personality. Ree was a person who had started raising an army as barely a teenager with the goal of taking over the Elven Kingdom in her father's stead. She was a person that spent her entire life forcing herself down a path of wills that was never her forte. She was a person that loved array alchemy and studied it just for her fascination, despite having weak soul talent. Ree was competitive to her very core. She did things because she wanted to and followed through with them to the end. Her hate of losing may have had something to do with Diane, but it was definitely not the entire reason. Alexandria Acacia. She had goals of her own, a purpose she wanted to achieve. Whether that be being worthy of standing by Diane's side, or finding her parents, each was important to her and each required her to win. Then win again, and then win yet again. Taking credit for her reaction, or more accurately, blame, would be nothing short of hubris on Diane's part. In a lot of ways, Ree was still that little girl who lost her parents. Still that little girl that lost her best friend. Still that little girl who was training day and night to rebuild the things she had lost. And now Diane was yet another thing she wanted to hold onto to. No matter what Diane said or did, Ree still felt like she had to earn his love. It was just that this loss had caused all of these emotions to surface. But even thinking of all of this, nothing hit Diane as much as when he heard Ree said something that made him tremble. Something that made him think back to his trials with the old man. "I'm happy you have big sister, Madeline. I'm truly happy this time." Ree mumbled in her sleep, an uncomfortable sweat coating her delicate features. "I can't be jealous anymore. I'm too useless to be jealous." All of this time, Diane had been trying to ignore the facts. Ree was someone who had spent much of her life being made fun of for her looks. Then, when she fell for someone, she found out that this same man who looked past the way she looked had a fiancé who was a matchless beauty. To make things worse, Diane hadn't met Ree with Madeline by his side. He had met Ree after having been separated from Madeline for more than a year. No matter how competitive or confident Ree was, how could she help but not think she was only a temporary replacement? How could someone who had to deal with people constantly disappearing from her life not worry that the first man she had ever loved leaving too? With all of these feelings mounting and the meeting with Madeline looming, Ree was trying her best to hide how she truly felt from Diane, struggling to be the woman Diane couldn't find flaw in. And then, things instantly got worse. Diane had gone and disappeared, falling into a crack permeating with death chi and seemingly dying. Despite his words of promise before those events, how could Ree put stock into his survival? Yet another person gone. Ree wasn't willing to believe it or think about it, so she buried those feelings, throwing herself into the battle until a ray of hope came in the form of Diane's spatial ring. But then, Diane didn't show up for months. Ree didn't know how he was faring, if he was safe or what he was doing. She was completely cut off and in a constantly troubling emotional state as she fought for endless days in a row. In the end, Diane came back, but even then, it was like a dream to her. She didn't even fully realize Diane was really back until she woke up in the hotel room. However, even when she was finally back in Diane's arm, it was time for her to pretend again. Pretend as though she hadn't been bothered by the past few months. Pretend as though these new shifts in her body weren't confusing and scaring to her. Pretend as though she wasn't scared about meeting Madeline. The truth was she didn't know how she felt. She had known Diane had a fiancé from the very beginning and had already promised herself to him. She had decided right from the moment she gave her virginity to Diane that even if she had to spend the rest of her life in a jealous state, it was worth it if she could be with this man. But that didn't stop her from feeling the fear that was building up. How would she feel about having to share Diane with someone else? How would she feel seeing Diane worry over someone else like he did her? How would she feel when Diane looked at Madeline in a way that, up until now, had been reserved for her? She just didn't know. So, when all of these feelings mounted, and she finally wanted to take out some frustration, everything had come crashing down. She had lost. She felt useless. And worse yet, even till now she thought she had forever lost her ability to birth Diane's child. Why would he want me now? Ree didn't know how many times she had thought this, but it ran through her mind again and again. Ree, Diane say on the edge of the bed, lightly gripping Ree's small hand. This wasn't something he could help her with, but what he could do was be here for her. Ree rolled, opening her eyes to find Diane looking at her with a gaze filled with concern. Diane wanted to say that he would never leave Ree, that he loved her as much as he loved Madeline and that he couldn't live without either of them. But words just weren't enough. Ree might have heard that her parents loved her millions of times, and yet hadn't they left as well? To Ree, that was what people did. As long as they had enough reason to, they would leave. Even if they had no intention to now, they might still do it later. Seeing Diane's concern, Ree's eye watered as she looked down at her belly. I'm sorry, she whispered softly. Ree, stop that. I only need some time to undo it. Soon, you'll be my health little feu glacé, okay? Diane gently wiped the tears from Ree's cheek, then we can train together. We still have weeks until the tournament. You have all this built-up cultivation you haven't tapped into yet. How could you not have improved after months of fighting, right? Ree nodded slowly. Despite her cultivation not having progressed in months, after that much time fighting, she was bound to be ready for quite a few consecutive breakthroughs. A beast could cultivate by almost solely eating and sleeping. Right now, that was exactly what Ree needed. Much like muscle training where strength only grew after muscles tore and rebuilt themselves, Ree's cultivation had been theoretically torn, but she had yet to rebuild it. Sliding to the top of the bed, Diane dressed down before helping Ree into something more comfortable. Ree was quiet and frail. It was clear the seal was still not allowing her to gather her strength, and she needed Diane's help to do something as simple as changing her clothes. Although Diane was trying to help, the fact she needed it for something so easy only made Ree even more frustrated with herself. Despite seeing Ree's flawless naked body in front of him, Diane couldn't think about anything other than how he could fix this as his eyes flashed with gold to cover Ree in a comfortable set of sweats. Nope. Diane shook his head, causing Ree to struggle to give him a look of confusion. You're my woman. I'm not allowing this. Come here. I'm telling you a story. Ree's heart warmed at Diane's words even as she felt like a feather in the wind being swung up to Diane's lap. This story from the human world is exactly what you need right now, Diane said faintly. Diane held Ree tightly against himself. He was so large, and she seemed so small, that he nearly engulfed her as he rested his chin on her head. Ree felt safe in Diane's arms, especially when she felt his hand rest on her belly protectively, streaming in his aurora and celestial will as he began to speak. Can you imagine what it would feel like to love someone with your everything, to have your whole world be their smile, and yet having their smile never be the one you once knew? How would you feel if the eyes I look at you with suddenly became the very same eyes I looked at everyone with? If the gaze I gave you was as nonchalant as the gaze I gave to any other stranger? What if I no longer called you my little feu glacé, not because I didn't want to, but simply because I forgot? Listened quietly, trying to understand the meaning behind Diane's words. To me and you, that hopefully feels like a distant dream. Something that would never happen. Diane slid his chin down from the top of Ree's head to rest his cheek against hers, silently enjoying the sound of her breathing, slowly calming as he streamed more celestial will into her. But sometimes people aren't so lucky. In the human world, there's a story of a woman who was once diagnosed with acute amnesia. Because of this, she could never again form new memories that lasted through a night of sleep. She was forever stuck, having lost the last few years of her life while never being able to forge a new life for herself. Diane tightened his grip on Ree's small figure as though he too was scared she'd disappear. However, maybe the truly sad part is that the part of her memory that she lost included the love of her life. She would walk around her house, seeing pictures of a man she thought of as nothing more than a stranger. His voice was new to her. His smile was foreign. Even his jokes no longer made her laugh the same way. The emptiness in her life hadn't just affected her. The man she had once loved had to watch her no longer look at him with the same eyes, no longer smile at him the same way. He had to watch any progress he made be completely washed away with a single night of rest. Ree trembled. That sounded absolutely horrible. Not only would this man never again feel like warmth of the woman he loved, he had to live knowing that she'd forever feel empty, as though something was missing that she'd never be able to replace. Eventually, the woman one day reached a breaking point. She could no longer stand being in a house with a stranger, so she made him leave, casting him out of her life entirely. And the worst part? The next day, she didn't remember what she had done. She went on not knowing what she was missing. Diane sighed. However, what the woman didn't know was that the man visited her every day. Despite having the past few years of her memory erased, the woman remembered her childhood and teenage years very well. And in that period of her life, she loved going to a cafe that was nearby. So, every day without fail, she left to go to this cafe. Sometimes it was in the morning, sometimes it was in the afternoon, and sometimes it was in the evening. But without fail, every day she would go. And every day, the man she used to love would go to that cafe and wait. Without the pressure of him being her husband looming over her, the woman was a lot more relaxed. Without knowing it, this woman spoke with this man every day. And every day, she would fall in love with him again. The man proved every day, again and again, that he was perfect for her. And every night, she would fall asleep thinking of him, hoping that she would remember who he was tomorrow. But without fail, she would forget him every morning. Diane's cheeks twitched as he felt a stream of tears from Ree. His heart was saddened, but he had to continue with the story. This was how they spent the rest of their lives. The woman never recovered from her disease. She never woke up remembering the man that had loved her with his everything. And yet, because of this disease, she died not even 10 years later, leaving the man alone to live the rest of his life. On the man's deathbed, he wrote into his will to publish a book. And in that book, he wrote about what he had said the day he vowed to spend his life with this woman. On the day of their wedding, before her family and friends, and before his own as well, he had sworn to remind her why she loved him each and every day till death do them part. And when he wrote about what he was most proud of in his life, it was the fact that he had kept that promise to her very last breath. You idiot! Ree wiped tears from her eyes, hitting Diane's thigh with her small fist. I want you to know, Ree, I can't prove it to you now, but to your last breath. Even if you don't know that I'm here, I will be. My loyalty to you will never be something you have to worry about. How much I love you is never something you have to worry about. Even if I have to deal with you kicking me out of our house. Even if I have to deal with sitting in a cafe for hours waiting to catch a glimpse of your smile. Even if I have to make you fall in love with me again every day for the rest of your life. I'll do it. Diane's hand made a final movement of Ree's belly, pulling out a dense blackness and crushing it in his hand before turning Ree around to face him. This is my promise to you. Diane sat cross-legged with the bed's headboard to his back. Ree's knees rested on his calves as she faced him. But her head was lowered, with her forehead rested gently on Diane's chest, seemingly trying to stop crying. Little feu glacé, Diane smiled, pulling in Ree tightly. If you have things you're worried about, don't bury them. The same way you want to help me carry my burden, I want to help you. Ree nodded. wiping her tears away on her sleeve before touching her belly. "It all seems so silly now," she said softly. "How'd you do it?" Diane chuckled. "Your husband is a genius, that's how." Ree rolled her eyes, pulling away to flick Diane's forehead. "Tell me." Seeing that Ree was back to her normal self, Diane felt much better as he began to explain. Ree had always loved array alchemy. In fact, that was basically how they first met. It had been too long since they had to talk about it. "I'm actually surprised that there's nothing about seals in my master's memories, but they're actually quite interesting." Ree nodded. "The celestial deer sect and the elves were in an alliance, so your master should have known about the Seigebert and their manifestation. Might be another clue." I think so too. Not knowing about a counter to arrays despite being so powerful doesn't add up. In terms of the seal placed on you, though, I may have been worried if it was put in place by an elder of the Lebna god clan that woman is from, but Ulu, I think her name was, isn't a match for experts on that level. Also, her seal was meant to counter and lock away Urine and the life chi tied to it. But Ulu wasn't skilled enough to use life will's opposite. Instead, she used darkness will as a substitute for death will, which weakened the seal from what it could be at its peak level. Ree pondered on that a bit before thinking of something. If seals are making use of wills to form their counters, how is that any different from an array? Remember during our first talk about arrays? And how we spoke about how lower-level arrays simulate wills while higher-level arrays become them. Ree nodded. So low-level seals simulate high-level ones by simply being arrays that counter something. They're still fundamentally arrays but have elements of seals. Exactly. A true seal requires minimal adjustments and can do a wide range of things. From what I can see, the Seigebert family manifestation is a high-level seal. When they stopped the death chi from fueling the cyclones, they didn't have to understand life chi. All they had to do was lock onto a target, analyze, and output their seal. However, a low-level seal, while they may still use seal-like elements such as targeting and analysis, they need to manufacture their seals from scratch. Targeting and analysis? Yeah. Although my master's memories have locked the information, the Celestial Deersect's library still has information on seals I looked at after treating Eli and while you were unconscious. That was also how Diane got his hands on the unique type manifestation technique despite it not being in his master's memories. The 25th White Mother had purposefully not destroyed the books within the disarrayed library, even though she locked her memories, because she wanted Diane to find her trail of clues. Clues she wanted him to learn slowly, and not all at once because he was too weak to know everything now. Targeting is a method in sealing that locks down what is meant to be sealed, while analysis decides what it takes to do the sealing. These two steps are really flexible if you have access to a high-level sealing legacy like the Seigebert do. But it seems Ulu didn't have that, or more accurately, the Lebna sealing legacy works differently from the Seigebert's. Differently? You absorbed that guy's memories to learn that, right? What planet Nyx like? I got rid of most of the useless stuff. But there was something quite interesting that I saw, though. Ree used Diane's thighs as leverage to life herself up and sit in his lap again, before listening. There are actually two interesting things of note. For one, Planet Nyx is probably the most united planet in this universe. Here, the Royal God Clan exists, but it's fairly hands-off, even to the point where the Ragnar and the Pakel constantly war with each other and the Belmont never step in. But on Planet Nyx, the Lebna and Nuru God clans both reside peacefully under the rule of the Jafari Royal God Clan. That said, that isn't the most interesting thing. Honestly speaking, Diane was a bit apprehensive about this tidbit, even to the point where he was worried that he had given Ulu enough clues to assume that his technique absorbed memories. In the heat of the moment, Diane hadn't had the time to sift through all of Chike's memories. All he had time to do was check on exactly what happened while he was gone and find a motive. Unfortunately, after he did that, he asked Ulu if she had really done all of this just to pull him to her side. Ulu had immediately responded with, "How did you know that?" Which was a logical ask considering the circumstances. If Ulu thought deeply enough about it, she might be able to connect Diane's devour technique to how he knew something he shouldn't have. And if Ulu knew that Diane now had memories of a Nyx warrior, and Diane's speculations about Chike's memories were right, then there was more trouble than just the Nyx revenge to worry about. Taking a deep breath, Diane continued. From the memories, Planet Nyx has no history with the Lebna, Nuru or Jafari dating more than 100 years before now. Wait, what? Ree's brows scrunched in confusion. The impact of such a statement was much more profound than it seemed. But, Diane sighed. Exactly right. No one has conquered a gate in millennia. So if their history in the universe is so short, where did they come from? There's also, if they weren't here 100 years ago, then what happened to the warriors that represented Nyx at the last World Tournament? Diane shook his head. He had no idea. It was likely the upper echelons of the god clans knew, and that would include the Elven Elders as well. But that wasn't the main issue. Who the other clan was irrelevant. In fact, it was likely that the god clans of Earth were already aware that there was a change but couldn't be bothered to care about the changed political landscape of another planet. For the World Tournament, each planet sent their best representatives. In the end, for Planet Naiad, Nyx, Deimos, and Mino, they each sent 2 god clans and 1 royal god clan. If they had been hosting, they would have likely sent more, but the expense of interplanetary travel didn't allow that to be worth it. The interesting part was that although each planet had their own Sapientia god clan, none of them had brought any members. It was likely that the planets assumed the Sapientia would afford the expense themselves. However, that aside, there was another thing of note. Something that Diane had no clue about because Chaik and the members of Planet Nyx also did not know. The members of Planet Mino, including Saru Shruti of the Shruti Royal God Clan, had also not been here just 100 years ago. And now? They were suddenly very interested in Ree's origins. Diane sighed. Nothing can ever be simple, huh? After a pause, Ree asked a question that had been grating on her. Do you think how those clans appeared without a gate conquering being noted is the same way my parents left too? I thought of that possibility as well. If we pay enough attention, we might find some clues. I think I should have a good relationship with at least one set of in-laws. Diane laughed to himself bitterly. Ree giggled. Maybe if you weren't so arrogant, you would have approached them by now. Diane pouted in disagreement. The first time I met Madeline's father, he was part of a group of people trying to kick me out of their school. The second time was after he tried to end my and Madeline's relationship. According to Madeline, Oliver had acted on his own. But I still never got an apology for that, despite the sword through my chest. I guess I've never had any interactions with Madeline's mother, but if I'm to take what Madeline says about her seriously, her goals are always in lockstep with her father's. The only time they even remotely disagreed was when Madeline seemed to be on her deathbed. It's moments like these that I appreciate Uncle Acacia. It seems Uncle might have his own in-laws to deal with soon. Reese said teasingly. He might not be in a good enough mood to deal with your antics anymore. Diane sighed. In all seriousness, though, something is converging, and it's converging on this universe. In the past, this universe was the best in the quadrant. It had peak Tao formation experts, and I'm not certain, but it's like that also included half-step transcendence. This is why the epistemic tower was originally placed right here, in a bridge between this universe and the next one over, with the Ragnar and then the Pakel, but now planet Nyx. And even before that there was likely the Kitsune who came too. Too many clans, much too powerful to be here, are coming here. Diane, Ree said softly, we should probably talk about when it is you was to enter the epistemic tower to start training toward transcendence. Diane shook his head. When we go, it'll be all of us. The old man said he had a limited supply of resources, but he never said I wasn't allowed to let other in with me. If that was the case, then Aladar wouldn't have been able to bring in his sister. But, you said the old man teleported the basilisks Aladar had brought with him out when they tried to take the trials. That's true. But that was only because they weren't talented enough. My fiancées are the most talented women in this universe. Grand Teacher will of course accept you too. You have a faith seed and a god-level constitution, and I have a feeling that Madeline just got a faith seed of her own. With Diane's words, Ree finally sighed in relief. She had been worried that she would be separated from Diane, but there had been a reason for that. Diane's ultimate goal was to make his name spread far and wide, and the best way to do that was with the help of the epistemic tower. If he went in, there was no telling when he'd be able to come out. I want to take you, Madeline, little Lila, little Black, the demon generals, and likely Aladar and his little sister with me. I also have a few others in mind, like Kedlam Pakel and Thor Ragnar. Ree looked back at Diane in confusion. Why Aladar and his little sister? It's not that I trust him or that I'm putting any stock or hope in him. It's only that he'll be useful. This will essentially be a quadrant versus quadrant battle, and our universe is lacking in talent. Also, unless his soul strength becomes stronger than mine, he'll never break his slave seal without my say-so. At the moment, Dian had no intention on ever letting Aladar surpass him. When Dian completed his soul, his strength was at the peak essence stage. In fact, he was mere days away from breaking through and having his incomplete soul be at the lower essence stage, while his completed soul would be able to enter the lower saint stage. A saint-level soul. It will be dangerous, though, Dian's face steeled. The epistemic tower isn't just about the trials to receive the greatest techniques of that old man. It's also a competition. And it's a competition that involves everyone who was talented enough to forge their way into the tower. Maybe the worst part is that this quadrant, according to Grand Teacher, is likely among the minority when it comes to accumulated knowledge on the epistemic tower. No one here remembers the importance the epistemic tower is meant to have, but that doesn't mean other places have forgotten. The epistemic tower in our quadrant was ignored because our universe became too weak to bother with. Dian continued. Eventually, the cultivation cap of the gate fell so far that many forgot entirely. With all of the once powerful clans gone, new ones had to build up to the power of the former. But the information that the destroyed powerful clans had weren't available to the weaker. Which meant that even though this quadrant now has clans that are as powerful as the Celestial Deer sect used to be, they have no idea about the epistemic tower because that information was never passed to them. Are you saying that those powerful clans are converging to look for something? But they don't know what they're looking for is the epistemic tower. Taking a deep breath, Dian answered. That's likely at least a part of the truth. The fact that the Pakal and Ragnar clan geniuses essentially ignore the epistemic tower is evidence that they don't know of it. But there are a few reasons why that might not be all there is to it. For one, there's the human world. If the reason the clans were converging had nothing to do with the seal placed on my home, I would be very surprised. In fact, maybe the only thing I'm certain about is the fact that seal has something to do with it. Secondly, there's the expansion of Earth by thousands of times its original size. That seems far too out of place and random to be by coincidence. Scientifically speaking, there's no non-martial world-related laws I can use to explain that. At least, none that I can use that don't include the Earth becoming uninhabitable. Then there's the Dayu clan. They were, for all intents and purposes, a powerful clan from back then. By right, they should have information on the epistemic tower. And yet, it doesn't seem to be their focus at all. As though there's something more important. Maybe that's because they haven't birthed anyone who is capable of conquering the tower? Remember how Qinglei seemed stifled by their lack of resources, and he didn't seem to have the talent to open the tower either. And from what it seems, he's now the best genius they have. That's a possibility. They might be ignoring the tower because they know they can't open it. Maybe they're making all of these moves to find another way to open it? After all, if they went to the tower without a plan and failed, they'd only draw attention to it. Something they likely don't want. Dian had been lucky in terms of the way he approached the tower. Unlike Aladar, he hadn't had the ability to teleport throughout the gate at the time. So, he would have had to travel there manually had he not fallen into the spatial tear. But, if he had done that, his movements would have been noticed by scouting personnel at some point. Even if the Ragnar had pulled away the Seeklim clan, the Weta universe had their own scouts too. In a way, Dian almost dying was a blessing in disguise. However, the problem was that the Weta still found out because of Aladar's seeking out Faith Seed. Also, I don't believe that Qinglei is so weak. Dian thought back to his fight with Qinglei and he wondered if he would have won had it not been for Devour. When we fought, Qinglei had reset his cultivation. Which means that we were essentially on an even playing field and it still took everything I had. As of right now, I believe I've left him far behind. The Dayu don't have the means to even awaken his god constitution fully, let alone temper his meridians with Gamma. But I can't underestimate his talent. I had access to so many wills, I had such a powerful soul, and my body cultivation was doing well, and yet it still took a perfectly tailored technique to win. Next time I meet him, I'll still need to be careful, because this time, I have to kill him. After a moment of silence, an evil grin appeared on Dian's face, as his hands creeped up Ree's nightgown to find two soft bundles of flesh before kneading them gently. Ree giggled. slapping his hands away. Pervert. We have work to do. Help me with my cultivation. Smiling gently and bowing to his wife's needs, Diane nodded. All right. With that, Diane began to meditate with Ri. Because Ri was only half a beast, her intuition when it came to choosing paths and the legacies that were ingrained into her wasn't as intuitive as it was for Little Black. This meant that she needed to analyze her body slowly to fully understand it. So that was what they did. Facing each other, they held hands to mold their auroras and peek out their sixth sense. Then, they began to slowly tease apart the legacies of the kitsune. And more specifically, the legacy of the void kitsune, Kukin. A few kilometers away and still within Arena City, another gathering was taking place. This time, though, it wasn't so youthful as it had been in Chaos Arena. In fact, it was quite the opposite. Powerful masters of the 5 planets converged on a single building ready to hold their own conference. After all, the other 4 planets would never send their best and brightest without protection. However, interestingly enough, this wasn't going to be a meeting about just the World Tournament. Maybe just as importantly, another event was taking place to take advantage of the rare convening of the planet's elites. This would be the first meeting of its kind. Spurred on by the appearance of a never-before-seen phenomena, the array alchemists of the universe would meet for the first time. Before, the guild headquarters had been but a figurehead, only stepping in when rules were broken. However, something significant enough had happened for them to finally make a move on this scale. It was time for a change, and that change revolved around one person. So, fittingly, as they made their way to Arena City's Alchemy Guild, they were all thinking just one thing. Will the demon sage come? Do you feel that? Diane asked, eyes still closed in meditation with Ri. Ri felt like an entirely new world was being opened up to her. When Diane had first met his master and she led him to the corpse of her and her husband, the most striking thing about the demon Qilin was the tattoos etched into his horns. They were dark and dense and seemed to hold laws unfathomable to Diane at the time, and even now. They're written into me? Let's try pouring your consciousness into one of the shallower ones. The truth was that this was a ridiculously intimate process. Even Diane's master and her husband had never done such a thing. The legacies of a supreme beast clan were personal and highly guarded. Even in death, it was impossible for Diane to study the etchings of his master's husband because he didn't have a key to understanding them. However, Ri was her own key, and because she trusted Diane with her everything, she didn't second-guess having him help her navigate. That said, what was required of Ri and Diane was an essential perfect union between their minds, to the point where who was who would become nothing but a blurred line. Had they tried this just hours ago, things may not have worked out so well. Although Diane and Ri had melded their auroras before, it was always for the sake of powering their array alchemy to a greater height. However, the purpose of this was much different. In order for Diane to help Ri, he needed a full understanding of exactly what they were trying to delve into. And for that to happen, he needed to essentially be in Ri's shoes and observe things from her perspective. The melding of their auroras in a situation like this wasn't for power, but for better and intimate control. If it had been earlier in the day, before Ri and Diane had spoken about everything weighing on their minds, it would be likely that Ri would still be barred off from Diane. Because of that, their auroras wouldn't have melded perfectly and the process would have been more detrimental than anything else. But now, Diane could feel everything Ri could feel, and he couldn't help but sigh in relief. All of his worries were gone, and it seemed the relationship between he and Ri had reached a new level. Ri, if this is right. Ri nodded, determination flashing on her features. I want to start from scratch. I don't have another high-level cultivation cleansing pill, but I should definitely be able to make one capable of cleansing you. Diane immediately began thinking of a course of action. The cleansing pills he had once condensed from the Celestial Deer sect were potent enough to erase even a peak Celestial expert's cultivation. However, even if he didn't have one of those now, it would be overkill to use it anyway. Right now, he could without a doubt make a pill capable of erasing the cultivation of a peak essence gathering expert. Taking Ri's legacies into account, or the ones she had the power to see through right now, the Void Affinity Kitsune had their own special paths to take. To Diane, it was truly fascinating, although completely useless to him. Over the course of history, it had always been difficult to reach the peak 12th stage of meridian formation. In fact, the peak of the 12th stage had always been reserved for those peak geniuses and was known as the perfect foundation. However, the difficulty never stopped top-tier clans from trying to find ways to circumvent those difficulties and forge new paths of cultivation. One such example of this would be the Celestial Deer sect. Using their purity path, they were able to cleanse the impurities of energy to make the path toward perfection easier. Because of the nature of celestial will, it ended up being the most effective at this approach, but that didn't mean others didn't try the same as well. Fire path users tried to burn away impurities. Water path users tried to heal their way to perfection. And so on and so forth. The only issue with these paths that tried to copy what the Celestial Deers did was that none of them were as good at purification when compared to celestial will. In fact, despite not being as domineering as a supreme will, celestial will likely boasted the best purification among all wills in existence except for one. That said, purification wasn't the only path. Actually, that made sense. To say that the Celestial Deer were the only in existence to find a way to reach perfection would be ridiculous. If they had been, who would have ever challenged their role as a peak-level clan? Their reign would have lasted indefinitely despite who their enemies turned out to be. So, understanding this now, Diane was quite intrigued with the solution the Kitsune managed to forge for themselves. Or, more accurately, the solution the Void Affinity Kitsune forged. The first thing Diane had to wrap his head around was that void will was a supreme law. It was domineering and all-encompassing, and quite frankly, quite scary when he thought about it. The void was an abyss incarnate. There was nothing it couldn't swallow, and there was nothing that couldn't escape its grasp. Knowing this, it would dawn on anyone why Void Kitsune were so rare. And worst yet, for Ri to have been born with the Void Faith seed, nature almost couldn't allow such an imbalance of power. Why? When the void does its job well, nothing escapes it. Not light, not wills, and most importantly, not energy. So, what happens when you apply a concept like that to the energy containers of the universe? What happens when your meridians become able to absorb energy without end? Wouldn't the end result be a near-perfect cultivation system, one that might even surpass what the Celestial Deer had come up with? This was exactly what the solution of the Kitsune was. To have an affinity with a supreme law was so rare, it would almost be a shame if they didn't take full advantage of it. The Void Kitsune completely did away with the purification system of normal energy cultivation. In fact, it could be argued that they did away with the normal meridian formation system entirely. If it wasn't for the meridians being the perfect framework for their system, it would be likely that it wouldn't be of use to them at all. Diane could only chuckle bitterly as he thoroughly studied the concept. This talent. It's not even fair, you know? Ri giggled, coming to understand the same thing Diane was. She no longer had a need for the stock meridian formation system. Instead of tempering and opening her meridians, she would slowly flood each one with void will. She didn't need gamma energy, nor did she need to bother with any other wills. In fact, if she used those other wills, it would be as a detriment to her instead of a help. The general idea was to use Ri's meridians as scaffolding to contain miniature voids within each one. This framework of voids would then act as beds to absorb energy in later levels of cultivation and completely ignored the need to purify meridian paths. In fact, the end of the cultivation technique called for a severing of all meridian paths lest the voids combine and lose stability. This method was ingenious for numerous reasons. For one, each of Ri's meridians would now hold almost 5 times the normal level of energy. In fact, the truth of the matter was that as Ri became more powerful and her void will became an intent, and then continued on into a Tao, this number would only multiply further. This meant that when Ri entered the essence gathering stage and began accumulating energy, she'd have access to more than practically any other expert of the same level. Secondly, and maybe most scary, this method didn't slow her cultivation despite needing more energy to move on in levels. Ri's meridians would basically act as miniature black holes, sucking up energy greedily and at a pace a normal expert couldn't compare to unless they used supplementary techniques like Diane's Tree of Life and Death. Thirdly, Ri's stamina would be exhaustive. Something like fighting for months as she had before would be hundreds of times easier because her meridians would essentially absorb energy from the atmosphere without her having to do much of anything. In the end, The only drawback of this technique was that usually Kitsune wouldn't be able to sustain all 108 voids and reach perfection. The amount you reached heavily depended on your talent. However, even this wasn't a problem for Ri because she wasn't a normal void affinity Kitsune. She was the void affinity Kitsune, the Kitsune that started down this lineage in the first place. The faith-seated void Kitsune, Cookin. Aside from this, the only problem was Ri's foundation stage cultivation. Because of the strain of literally accumulating black holes within yourself, Ri's foundation stage needed to be as solid as just about any in existence. So she had to restart. I can create an environment about a third as effective as the one epistemic tower for you. I just need to set up a few arrays and use the Acacia family technique to purify and process essence gathering energy into an easily digestible form. With your talent, you'll probably reach the peak of the foundation stage by day 3. Diane smiled, already having finished preparing Ri's cleansing pill. Nodding, Ri bit back her thanks. Having just been one with Diane's mind, she already knew exactly how he'd respond to her trying to say thank you. Instead, she prepared herself to work hard so that she could stand by his side proudly. However, she couldn't help but smile even as she took the pill to wash away her cultivation. When she had been in Diane's mind, she had found unequivocal proof that he loved her just the same as Madeline. There was no need for her to be troubled anymore, and she threw herself in cultivating. Having finished helping Ri, Diane prepared himself to begin cultivating as well. He needed more time to feel ready to move on to the essence gathering level, because he still felt like something was missing, as though there was a piece he hadn't fully grasped yet. After all, he had only spent just a few weeks with any real concept of what energy cultivating meant at all. Although he had spent a month cultivating to the peak of the foundation stage, before leaping to the peak of the meridian formation stage, he hadn't truly opened the door to energy cultivation until he got his meridians. But, even then, he hadn't had any time to study himself and what that door truly meant. He had gone from fighting Aladar to fighting a war to taking care of Ri. He hadn't had the time. But now, his main focus was reaching the higher essence soul stage. He had been stalled at the middle essence stage for too long, and it was about time he proceeded forward. The truth was that he had a feeling he would need to forge Grandmaster level arrays soon, and he wouldn't be able to do that unless his soul reached Saint level through his manifestations boost. It felt as though there were enemies all around him and that a single moment of weakness could cause everything to collapse around him. He had to not only be powerful, but he had to quickly keep improving. Only in that way would be able to become the man he wanted to be. There were too many odd occurrences going on, and with his identity as the demon sage apparently becoming a looming problem he hadn't though it would become, he needed a solution for it. That said, the first solution to any problem was power. Diane's skin reddened under the strain, but his face was completely serene. He had been quite serious when he said he didn't feel pain the same way anymore. It wasn't that he didn't know that he was in pain, or that he didn't know that it hurt. It was more so that his pain tolerance had increased to astronomical levels. After having his body sheared apart and reformed just to be sheared apart again, it was hard for anything to compare, even if that comparison was the tearing of your soul. Although Diane hadn't thought about it much, the truth was that what his grand teacher had done for him wasn't as simple. Meridians were an organ system, but not an organ that was simple to replace. For example, transplanting a heart might be difficult, but it was still an acute process and confined to a small work area. However, the circulatory system as a whole is different. One can't expect to be able to switch in a completely new set of veins and arteries for a person. That would require creating new infinitesimally small connections between the bronchioles of the lungs and the ciliary bodies of the brain and digestive system. It would even require replacement of the small vesicles that brought resources to and from something as sensitive as your eyes. In a way, meridians were exactly like the circulatory system. On the surface, they were like veins and arteries, but they also had the job of feeding energy to the smallest crevasses of the body. The only way to do this properly was to reconstruct Diane's entire body piece by piece. That said, although the process had been painful, it had the added benefit of allowing Diane to better focus on his soul cultivation. Without being distracted by pain as much as before, he could diligently work on deconstructing his soul to its finest pieces and reforming it into stronger and stronger wholes. Suddenly, Diane felt something snap. The room threatened to fold under the pressure of his soul's breakthrough. It was nothing like he had ever felt before. Shit! Diane had made a mistake. He had thought that since his soul was still within the essence-gathering realm, he wouldn't have to deal with any breakthrough phenomena. But he failed to properly understand how his soul worked. When Diane called upon his manifestation, he wasn't using a technique like Qing Lei had. It was his actual soul going toward completion, which meant that the reason breaking through to the higher essence stage had taken so long was because he was never really breaking through to the higher essence stage. This whole time, he had been knocking down the barrier toward a saint-level soul. I can't do this here. Can the ring withstand a phenomenon? No time. Diane's eyes snapped open as he grit his teeth to try and suppress his breakthrough. Seeing Ri's meditating figure surrounded by an array that worked to lock in a dense air of energy, Diane sent her into the ring, not wanting her to cultivate without protection before he too dove into the ring after hiding it in some floorboards. Just in time, Diane appeared in the new world. Ag! Diane roared in relief, his clothes bursting from him as his soul was baptized with a new energy. Diane immediately realized something was wrong. In energy cultivation, the first 3 stages were reserved for essence energy. All of the foundation stage, the meridian formation stage, and the essence gathering stage only differed, in terms of energy, by the density you were accepting into yourself. However, when crossing over into the realm of the saints, the energy changed completely. For energy cultivation, as long as you mastered an intent, you would learn to sense and accumulate saint energy. But there was no such restriction for the soul. Many ignored this because of the rarity of a soul cultivator. In many cases, if not nearly all, energy cultivation surpasses one's soul strength. Therefore, to many, the only way to sense saint energy is to first learn an intent. That said, there's another way. For the truly talented, if one's soul talent reaches unprecedented levels and crosses into the level of a saint, then this very same person will learn the way of the saint. Even Diane's grand teacher had never heard of this. There had never been anyone in the history of the martial world to reach the level of a saint's soul without first becoming a saint, because there had never before been anyone in history with as much accumulated soul talent as Diane. As Diane had learned from his grand teacher, his soul talent wasn't just his own. It was the accumulated soul talent for billions of people over thousands of years. With the seal of the human world in place, no one had had the ability to cultivate at all until Diane broke through the soul seal. And now he was an anomaly of the world. A meridian formation expert who would sense saint energy. But there was a price being paid. This wasn't the way things were supposed to be. Energy slowly accumulated and improved in density over time because the body couldn't take high densities of energy all at once. There was a reason you needed to temper your body before you could temper your meridians, all before you could fill them with energy. Without this steady progression, the body would never be ready for saint energy. In fact, attempting to fill yourself with saint energy before you were ready only meant death. There was a reason why Diane had warned Madeline to never try and cultivate with the Tao stones. There was a reason why he, himself, had never tried to cultivate with them either, let alone the celestial or saint stones. There was only death that awaited those who tried to skip into levels they weren't ready for. But what could Diane do now? He had stumbled into something no one in the history of the world had dealt with before, and he only had himself to rely on. His fiancée was cultivating. His demon generals were of no help in an unprecedented situation like this. His grand teacher didn't have unlimited reach, so he could only stand there in horror as his roar of relief slowly became that of pain. A level of pain he thought he would never experience again. Diane immediately steeled himself. This was not a time to panic. Deviations in cultivation where one would essentially go berserk were things he had read about. But those materials weren't helpful here. Normal occurrences usually involved overtempering meridians that could result in scarring or shearing, and maybe even them completely bursting apart. There had also been documented occurrences of people dying by trying to absorb higher-level energies too soon, but that type of cultivation deviation would normally have to be fixed by an expert of that level taking the energy, all while the person in question stopped absorbing it. But how could Diane stop absorbing saint energy right now? It just wasn't possible. This was a breakthrough, and as such, his soul wouldn't be satisfied until it was filled to the brim. The only saving grace was that this universe had such a poor concentration of saint energy that Diane had some time to think before he completely blasted apart. Okay, Think. Dian stood oddly like a statue. All of his muscle tightened to their peak degree. He couldn't move even an inch, and he felt as though he was becoming a slowly inflated balloon. The worst part was that his soul was still threatening to become too powerful for his body to handle, and although the bulge wasn't obvious now, he could feel his soul pushing against the barriers of his body. Dian didn't even have time to think about the benefits of something like this, although he was sure there would be. After all, if he was dead, how would he enjoy anything? I can't panic. Panicking will only slow me down. I have to think about things from their simplest forms and work my way up. The first thing Dian remembered was a seemingly useless piece of conversation he had had with the old man. He remembered very clearly that his grand teacher had said that he would never be able to sense saint energy because his body would never be able to withstand mastering an intent unless he reached the essence-gathering stage. Something that was obviously impossible for him at the time because he had had a seal on his energy cultivation. This let Dian know a few things. For one, the old man had no idea that sensing saint energy would be possible for Dian as soon as his soul broke into the saint stages. That meant that this had never happened before, or else Dian had no doubt that the old man would have known. And if the old man had known, he would have without a doubt told Dian and warned him, because he should have been aware that Dian was only a single small leap from reaching a saint's soul. Although this information was seemingly damning, to Dian it was really important. That let him know that there was no need to waste time looking for solutions that others had come up with, because no one in history had dealt with what he was dealing with right now. The second thing that Dian thought of was energy. What was it about and what made it different? Then his thoughts shifted to gamma. That was an amalgamation of wills and energy, if Dian remembered correctly. The old man spoke about how gamma was split into levels, but each level was the same in that they held every will in existence in combination with a comparable level of energy. Then Dian thought of chi and wills. Will outputs were known as chi because willpower was dependent on a level of energy output, was it not? This was the mind of an innate aurora wielder. The way they thought of and connected things reached levels a normal person couldn't hope to reach, and Dian's mind only seemed to be thinking even faster with his life on the line. But there was one thing grating on Dian. In orthodox cultivation, you had to temper your meridians with wills to open them up to accept energy. However, it was also commonly understood that the more wills you used, the more powerful you were. This was why the best of clans didn't bother with tempering with wills one by one, but instead used gamma energy to floor the meridians with every will. However, how did those things connect? Why did using more wills allow for more energy acceptance? Couldn't you just understand a single will incredibly well and then use that to open your meridians to their fullest extent? What was it about wills and their connection with meridians that made you more powerful if you used more? And how did that connect with energy? Every avenue of thought brought Dian more questions, and they were all seemingly dead ends. Then Dian thought of something else. His aurora. He used a form of energy to draw a rays to then change the laws of his surrounding, right? But what kind of energy was that? What exactly was his aurora and what was it made of? It was clearly not a normal flame, and yet at the same time it was its own eye. The aurora, or mind's eye, seemed to contain a flame. That flame was of course the special energy that was used to either draw a rays or produce an alchemic flame. At the same time, that flame was among the best for manipulating energies. This was why Dian was so good at dual cultivating. His ability to manipulate energy flows within others was unprecedented. How ironic, to be able to control energy flow in others so well, and yet be so lost when it came to himself. His ability to control energies within himself was completely useless to him right now. The problem wasn't energy control. It was the fact that the energy itself was too pure for him to handle. Its flow into himself wasn't something he could stop. But that didn't mean that he had lost control of the energy itself. It was only that his soul was a massive hole at the bottom of a lake, and the saint energy was the water in that lake. And that water was killing him. Fucking hell. No more thoughts of death. Focus. Dian immediately continued his train of thought, refocusing on his aurora. The aurora flame within his mind's eye had its power dictated by his soul. At the same time, the power that the flame gained from the soul was used to power the eye and decide things like his sixth sense and the like. But what exactly was that flame? Was it converting the energy to something else? Or was it maintaining the same energy? In fact, what exactly was the soul made of? What did reaching a new soul stage really mean? In energy cultivation, it was simple. You reached a certain accumulation of energy, and as a result, you would reach a new stage. Each meridian could hold a finite amount of energy. However, that amount changed depending on a person's body composition. For example, one of the main defining characteristics of what divided normal, earth, heaven, God, and faith seed-level bodies was the size of their meridians. However, what exactly was improved during soul cultivation? Dian knew that each time he cultivated his soul, he had to tear it apart before building it up. In the end, this was a lot like normal muscle training from the human world. That said, when muscles built themselves back up in thicker and larger sections, they didn't do so with nothing. There was a reason why proper diet and rest was needed for muscles to grow. Why? Because they needed energy. That means that when my soul is reforming, it's using energy too. And this time, it needs a higher quality level of energy, which is why it's absorbing saint energy. Great. Now I know why it's killing me. I just need to know how to stop it. Dian could help but roll his eyes and berate his own self with his personal brand of sarcasm. That said, this was still an important thing to understand. Dian's soul was undergoing a new transformation and thus needed this energy. This meant that some possible solutions had to be ignored. For one, Dian immediately crossed off the Florence family technique from his list of solutions. At first, he had thought that maybe if wills were technically forms of energy too, then the Florence family technique would be able to absorb saint energy. However, therein lied a problem with that solution. If he took away the energy his soul needed to properly mend itself, then he'd be left with a broken soul. His array alchemy would suffer and he might die anyway. He couldn't afford that. Suddenly a thought flashed in Dian's mind. I'm such an idiot. If anyone heard Dian, there would be a line going across universes to strangle him. The truth was that every single thing Dian had thought of had brought him to this solution. This solution was unorthodox and convoluted. The fact he had even thought up to this point with the pain he was in currently was a miracle unto itself. The first thing Dian had crossed of his list was the use of a saint expert to take the energy away from him. The truth was that there were 1,000 demon generals with lower saint-level cultivation in this very world. Although Dian couldn't move right now, if he sent a signal large enough, they would converge on his location. In fact, considering the commotion being caused by his breakthrough and the vibrating of the world, it was likely that they were already headed here. However, not even 5 seconds had passed since Dian began thinking. If it had been any more time than that, he would have likely already died despite the low density of saint energy. That aside, the main problem with that first solution was that this wasn't cultivation deviation. His soul needed this saint energy to mend itself properly to the next level. Which mean no matter how much saint energy his demon generals diverted from him, only more saint energy would flood in to replace it. The second solution that Dian had shot down was using his Florence family technique to create a saint energy humanoid. And the reason was for the same reason. No matter how much he absorbed, his soul would only need more. And that wasn't even mentioning the fact that the technique wasn't meant to absorb that kind of energy, although it would theoretically be possible. So, after all of this, Dian knew that the only solutions were to either somehow break his soul into a state where it was no longer on the verge of a breakthrough, or to find a way for his body to be able to withstand saint energy. Knowing those were his only two options, Dian immediately chose to ignore the first. He refused to ruin his soul in such a way, especially since it would likely result in either death or a death-like state. If he was going to die, it would be while trying to reach perfection. And that was when Dian had thought of a solution. In energy cultivation, in order to reach the essence gathering level, you had to first reach the level of a 7th grade expert, or a lower 6th stage. But to reach the saint level, you had to be at least a 6th grade expert, or a lower 7th stage expert. That gave Dian a ray of hope to grasp on. He didn't have to reach the peak level of essence gathering to withstand saint energy. He just needed to be the equivalent of whatever a lower 6th grade peak essence gathering expert was. Dian was already a peak 1st grade peak meridian formation expert. The distance he had to travel was shorter. Now, the question was how to travel that distance. Just as Dian was thinking this, flashes of figures began appearing before him. He couldn't move his head, but those he could see were his demon generals. Dian. Hearing the familiar voice, Dian immediately knew it was Ri. Dian, what's wrong?
How can we help? Eli?
He's awake. Dian chuckled bitterly. Sorry, buddy. I can't greet you right now. Successor, why do I sense saint energy around you? You shouldn't be able to. Feanor asked nervously. She would normally be teasing Dian about being naked right now, but this situation seemed far too serious for that. The inner world of the ring seemed to be crumbling under the strain. Something wanted to come in, but it wasn't being allowed. It suddenly dawned on Dian that maybe coming into the ring was a bad idea. It was too important for him to allow it to break. Damn it. I don't have time to explain right now. Dian's voice was strained. It had only been 10 seconds since this whole process began. He had intentionally sent Ri far from himself, but everyone had ended up converging on him anyway. Although he couldn't move, he remembered that he had given Ri partial ownership of the ring. Something she had needed when he was in a coma for 4 months. Ri, take me out of this world along with 10 saint-level demon generals. I need protectors. Dian hadn't given Ri ownership of the ring containing his celestial-level puppets. If the situation called for it, he would have to first stabilize himself before he could call out for them. Dian had obviously never experienced a saint-level event. But if his manifestation's appearance was any useful gauge, then he would need space, and a lot of it. His manifestation had torn through the inner world that held Acacia Academy. He didn't trust this ring to hold up. Ri immediately nodded, her slim figure immediately appearing beside Dian along with 10 saint demon generals. Dian had the utmost confidence in his demon generals. The saints of Earth couldn't possibly be a match for them. Although Ri didn't know what grade experts they were, Dian was fully aware. No demon general was below a peak second grade expert. And the best among them, the ones surrounding Dian now, were at least mid-first grade experts. The 12 of them immediately flashed out of the ring under Ri's guidance, appearing in the hotel room and bursting out of the floorboards. Outside, Dian grit his teeth, struggling for the last of his sanity. Ri wrapped her arm around Dian's solid torso, immediately stepping into a void and appearing outside. With their sudden appearance in the air, the demon generals immediately followed, standing in the air with their long white hair flapping dangerously in the wind. Their previously cheery demeanor had completely changed. Dian was a leader they put their trust in, and his protection was their top priority. It was early morning on the 3rd day from Dian and Ri's stint in the Chaos Arena. Ri had tore through Dian's expectations and had already reached the 2nd level of the Meridian Formation stage. But she still had a long way to go to reach the peak, at least another week or 2. Sorry, Ri. Give me some space, I don't want you to get hurt. Keep away all those pesky people who want to catch a peek at your husband's naked figure. Ri rolled her eyes, but still looked worriedly at Dian as they stood on the hotel's roof. Would he really be all right? But she had no choice but to let go and move away, leaping to an adjacent building as clouds began to roll in the skies. The trembling of the earth and the shaking of the skies had caught the attention of the citizens of Arena City. But maybe the most interested were those gathering experts of the planets. Why? Because they could very clearly sense that someone was breaking into the Saint Realms. And yet, this was among the most powerful they had ever felt. Who needed this much Saint energy to break into the next level? In normal circumstances, the breakthrough into the Saint stage would only require enough Saint energy to fill a single meridian. The more talented you were, the more meridians you could fill in that one go. However, there was a cap at the peak of the first stage, or the equivalent of 9 filled meridians. But this amount of Saint energy was far more than was necessary to fill 9 meridians. Even if this person had a faith seed, it was just too much. That said, there was a group of people even more interested than the norm. The array alchemists of the planets who had converged days ago were still having a heated debate on how to deal with this demon sage. And tensions were only rising because it was clear to them that this demon sage had ignored their invite. However, when they felt the blanket of soul pressure cover the city, they couldn't help but shiver. The soul, it was too powerful. Royal God Clan Head Jafari, Royal God Clan Head Shruti, Royal God Clan Head Clyte, Royal God Clan Head Amun, Royal God Clan Head Belmont, the most powerful figures this universe had to offer. And yet all of their attentions were focused on a singular point. Their celestial cultivation bloomed as they blanketed the city to see just what was going on. Which of their planets was birthing such a genius? And since they were only just breaking into the Saint Realm, didn't that mean that they should be on the rankings? Was it? The demon sage. Dian stood as stiff as a statue, taking deep breaths as he continued to suppress his breakthrough. Giving Ree's figure one last wink, he steeled himself and roared into skies. His voice tore through everything, creating a vortex of black clouds as Dian strained to move. Slowly, but surely, he brought his arms together and focused his senses into a meditation stance. And then, he did something absolutely ridiculous. Anyone looking at him thought only one thing. He has a death wish. The tree of life and death bloomed into existence, its branches spreading so far and wide that the vortex forming in the skies was nearly swallowed by it. Thunder and lightning tore through the surroundings, large cumulonimbus clouds forming in rolling waves. Despite the height of the sun in the sky, the city was plunged into darkness, an endless shroud accumulating overhead beneath the shocked gazes of those watching on. It was exactly at that moment that Dian did something completely unexpected. Something so mind-numbingly idiotic that even his demon generals were shocked speechless. His rings flashed as pile after pile of saint stones appeared around him. He wasn't satisfied until he had thousands laying across the room of the hotel. And then, he began to absorb them. The eyes of the demon generals and Ree couldn't help but widen. What was he doing? Dian! Ree wanted to reach out and stop him, but a demon general named Thaddeus gently pulled her back. Mistress Sacharo, the successor, isn't stupid. He must be doing this for a reason. Ree could only nod and pull back, trying to focus her attention on nosy incomers as opposed to her worry. The truth was that they could all tell that Dian's cultivation hadn't even stepped into the essence-gathering realm yet. And another thing that was clear was that he wasn't circulating an energy cultivation technique. This all meant that whatever was pulling Saint energy to Dian had nothing to do with a cultivation deviation. It was a phenomenon that none of them had seen before, and it was likely that even the successor hadn't planned for this. However, this was only becoming a bigger and bigger problem. Dian's breakthrough was sending waves through the entire city, and there were very few who weren't doing their utmost to find out just what was going on. Breakthroughs into the Saint Realm were rare enough, but a breakthrough done out in the open? No one could understand how this cultivator hadn't been prepared for this. And considering how powerful the breakthrough was, it didn't seem like this was the type of cultivator to make such mistakes. In a normal setting, a breakthrough into the Saint Realm would not only be highly guarded, but it would also involve copious amounts of array formations in an attempt to temper the impact and reduce the amount who sensed it. Why? Because breakthroughs were an incredibly sensitive time period. The only question that was left was why Dian wasn't prepared. The simple answer was that he just didn't know. For one, he had seen the boost in his soul as separate from himself, instead of the part of him that it was. So, instead of being aware that he was breaking into the saint stage, he assumed that he was still in the essence-gathering soul stages. This couldn't be blamed on Dian. After all, a perfect innate aurora was the stuff of legends. And a soul talent mighty enough to allow an 18, soon-to-be 19-year-old to host a saint soul was too fanciful even for fiction. To anyone else, the thought of hosting anything even remotely similar to sainthood should take hundreds of years. And that number was still counted in decade amounts even for the best of geniuses. And yet, Dian had only cultivated for less than a year if one ignores the times he was incapacitated. Then there was the fact that Dian simply hadn't been aware of what it took for his soul to mend itself. To say his energy cultivation talent was poor before he met his grand teacher would have been an understatement. The more accurate comment would be that his energy cultivation was completely non-existent, even to the point where he himself couldn't tell that he had no meridians to speak of. So, knowing that, how would Dian have sensed the essence energy his soul was taking in to mend itself? He didn't know his soul needed energy because he couldn't sense it. There was no way for him to grasp exactly what was going on. But now that the seal on his energy cultivation was gone, it was suddenly very clear to him exactly what happened when his soul reached a new stage. Another roar tore through Diane's throat as patches of his skin burst apart. Streaks of blood dripped down Diane's torso as his body seemed to expand to another size. However, this didn't seem to be a tear associated with his soul burst from him. Just what was going on? The first to arrive on the scene were members of the Cavasitas God clan. Chaos Arena was a mere few hundred meters from this inn, because Diane had felt it was best to get Eli and Ri treated as quickly as possible. But it seemed that that decision had come back to bite him. The tiles of the inn's roof shattered and burst, flinging off into the air and down toward shrieking civilians. Diane tried his best to aim his surge of energy upward, but there was only so much control to be had in a situation like this. In the air, the receptionist stood behind the young masters that had dictated his actions just a few days ago. Ace and his elder brother Voron Cavasitas. But they weren't alone. Vidar and Olaf Ragnar were both there as well. It was clear that the four of them had coordinated to conspire against Diane and Ree, and although they had failed, it seemed that they had just found a new opportunity. From their appearances, it was clear that they were still very much hobbled from the campaign, but not so much that they wouldn't be in peak health within the few weeks left to the tournament. Livy, Voron Cavasitas spoke out. Yes, young master? What exactly is going on here?
Is that who I think it is? And if so, how's this possible? Although Voron could tell that this person was likely Diane, especially by Ree's nervous nearby figure, he couldn't wrap his head around just what was going on. Was this truly cultivation deviation?
But what kind of deviation called for such a large influx of saint energy?
At most, the saint energy Diane had foolishly absorbed would have already killed him. There was no need for nature to practically act as a funnel for Diane. The receptionist, Livy, thought much the same thing. He couldn't bring himself to believe anything close to what the truth was. Just a few days ago he had been lecturing Diane on what a saint was. There was no way that Diane would now be becoming a saint. It didn't make sense. It's as you think, young master.
He's simply an idiot trying to touch a cultivation realm he was never meant to. Olaf and Ace couldn't help but snicker at the Livy's response. They had assumed much the same thing. They had no clue that the receptionist had only said this to make himself feel better.
But Voron and Vidar knew different. So they took their next step with caution. Bring a few more saint-level experts, Livy. We're going to detain him for causing a public disturbance. His immaturity and quite frankly irresponsible cultivation is causing casualties among our citizens, and we can't allow that. The aim was clear. Diane couldn't afford any distractions right now, but wasn't that good news for them? Since he couldn't afford them, they would be sure to give him as many of them as possible. They really wanted to see just how Diane could possibly survive this. A devious grin spread on Livy's features as he disappeared in a flash. He hadn't been paying attention to why his young master seemed to think more saints were needed. But if he had, he would have noticed 10 white-haired experts bearing down on Arena City. No, the term expert didn't suffice. These 10 were demons.
Diane's demon generals had immediately picked up on the appearance of the Cavasitas and Ragnar clansmen. But they had ignored them. Their top priority was to stay centered around Diane, lest others take this opportunity to do him harm. The dark clouds continued to roll in the skies, still viciously spinning around Diane's location. Mass earthquakes tore through the city, shaking the very foundation of everything that had been built. Even the Belmont family natural moat in the distance began to roll as waves threatened to cause large-scale tsunamis to topple everything in existence. And yet, right at the center, there was a boy a mere 18 years of age. There was a reason so few focused on soul cultivation. The truth was that no one had a clue about how much the soul impacted strength. Because in 100% of cases, until Diane's anomaly, soul strength was lower than energy or body cultivation. The soul always acted as a supplementary power-up. The Seeklam clan, the auxiliary clan of the Ragnar god clan, used their soul as a power source for divination because of its innate connection with the world, a connection seen much easier with the soul as opposed to the body. They also used it to attack, but this attack took time and was very susceptible to damaging the user if you misjudged who you were facing. This was why Diane had the habit of hiding his soul strength from very long ago. But then, there were clans like the Elven Kingdom families or the Celestial Deer sect that made use of manifestations. In fact, manifestations might be rare in this universe, mostly because it was a technique kept for top-flight clans and sects in the past, but in other universes, having a manifestation was a must. However, the question still remained.
Just how much more powerful did your soul make you?
Why was it that Dian's soul had been able to reach the peak of the essence-gathering stages, and yet he could only fight on par with peak meridian formation experts at that time? To many, the answer to this was that the soul was weak. In fact, many saw the soul's most useful function as a basis for learning wills and mastering formations and alchemy. But, although these things were important, was that really all there was to a soul?
Why was it that despite Dian's soul being so powerful, he was still so restricted in his ability?
These were answers even Dian himself didn't know. And his grand teacher likely didn't know as well. After all, just what was the use in using the soul in any other way?
No one had the talent Dian did to make it worth it.
He was blazing an unknown path, and that path was already trying to kill him. Dian grit his teeth, focusing himself as he absorbed more and more saint energy. He wouldn't allow himself to give in. This has to work. Even as Livy left to do Voron's bidding, more and more people began converging on Dian. Members of the Niveus sect appeared with Evelyn and a very old lady. She stood at maybe 5 feet tall and was hunched over while tightly gripping a white oak cane. Despite her age, Evelyn didn't help her at all as they walked through the skies. It seemed the old lady was still brimming with youth. Matriarch,
just what's going on? The old lady didn't respond to Evelyn's question, instead deciding to ask one of her own. Do you recognize this boy? Evelyn nodded. He is the one who took little sister Delia away. A flash of anger appeared on the old woman's features.
So he's the one who disrespected the Niveus sect? Good. Let his cultivation run awry. Also, find that little wench. Ungrateful child. The sinister flash disappeared as quickly as it had appeared, leaving behind an unassuming old lady. Soon, miscellaneous clans began to gather too. Even the Ragnar clan auxiliary clans that had once fought against Dian years ago came. In the distance, a very familiar face stood. A girl with long brunette hair and red ruby eyes stood alongside many other women with the same features.
However, it seemed like many of them had misshapen noses, due in thanks to the techniques they practiced. This girl was known to Dian as simply Ipsum. But she was a member of the Ipsum auxiliary clan for the Ragnar and had been among the 11 that fought Dian at the Focus Academy Legacy World opening. That said, she held a burning hatred for Dian that couldn't be compared to the others.
On that day, she had lost the love of her life and her future husband-to-be. And in her eyes, it was all Dian's fault. Big sister, he has to die. Ipsum trembled, staring daggers at Dian's familiar face.
Although she got a sick pleasure in watching his features twist in pain and his skin and bones crack under pressure, this wasn't enough to her. Little Rose, there's nothing to worry about. Rose's big sister wrapped her arms around her little sister. She was a genius of their clan and had long since mastered their technique to perfection, so her nose was in a perfect state. Even if he should survive this, his death is all but assured. Rose nodded, tears brimming at the edge of her eyes as she remembered the death of Seeklum. Ivan Seeklum. Once a genius, but now nothing but a corpse in the ground. But his and Rose's revenge was soon to come. Iris Ipsum. She hadn't interacted with Dian in the gates because she had been away on planet Naiad like many other peak essence-gathering geniuses, including many elves.
Planet Naiad was home to the Clyte Royal God Clan and the Kami God Clan. Their relationship with Earth was the strongest, which was why the Kami had many branch families here. And also how head Paishaniva, Delia's father, had come here from his home, planet Naiad. In fact, this was the very same planet Madeline had been sent to by her master. But this wasn't going to be a homecoming for Dian's wife.
No. Iris Ipsum wanted nothing more than to tear Dian apart for hurting her little sister. And her rank within the top 20 gave her the cash to dare to. Top 20 on the cumulative rankings. Just what did it mean to be there?
It meant being nothing short of a top 4 expert of your planet. The vortex of clouds only spun faster and faster as time went on. But maybe what was more ridiculous was that Dian had taken out even more saint stones. No one understood what he was doing. It was as though he was purposefully trying to make the situation worse. Eventually, even the geniuses of the other planets arrived. When they saw who was causing the commotion, they couldn't help but be surprised. Ebony chuckled to herself. He can't possibly be this much of an idiot, can he?
Cultivation deviation for something so stupid as absorbing saint energy too early? And look at him, absorbing even more as though that would help. Even with Ode and Ebony chuckled to themselves, the true geniuses were focused on something else entirely. For one, they could immediately tell that this influx of saint energy wasn't for energy cultivation. The feel was completely different. Secondly, although their souls hadn't been powerful enough to accurately gauge Diane's soul strength when he fully released it at the Chaos Arena, when Diane had done that, they felt a pressure like nothing they had ever felt from someone so close to them in age. A pressure that seemed only a sliver away from a breakthrough just like this one. Ulu stood in the skies along with her members of Planet Nyx, quite nervous. If Diane died, would she really have to be barren for the rest of her life? Her whole plot rested on his survival and her making use of him as her slave. No matter how much she liked watching Diane suffer, she was smart enough to know that he was more useful to her alive than not. But then, she calmed herself. She could always use the guise of Diane making her barren to save him, and then use the fact that he's the only one that can cure her as the excuse for why she did so. In that case, others might even help her enslave him, making everything all the easier on her. While everyone was speculating about just what was going on, there was a group of high-level soul specialists that were pulling their hair out watching the current events. Although others might not be aware of what was going on, they were. In fact, there was one among them that had undergone this exact thing, albeit at a much older age. The head of the guild headquarters, first stage celestial expert, and the only grandmaster alchemist in this entire universe. Connery Sapientia. He wasn't born of a royal god clan or even a god clan. In fact, the clan he was born into was an unknown and he hadn't had a name until he named himself at 12 years old. However, what he did have was a soul talent that was among the best in this universe and the luck to have stumbled into a legacy world with a peak heaven soul cultivation technique. Later in his life, he joined the Sapientia. By allowing them to make use of his talent, he gained near unlimited resources to improve and strengthen himself. As such, he had worked his way to being the head of not only the guild headquarters, but also the Earth branch of the Sapientia God clan. This doesn't make any sense. Connery Sapientia was a man with mostly bold black hair, but streaking of gray had begun adding color to his features. He was tall, almost 2.5 meters tall in fact, and wore long dark red robes. In his whole life, he had never seen such a scene, and it only made it worse that he knew exactly what was happening. It has to be him. It can't be anyone else. The members of the guilds around Connery looked at him in confusion, but all they got was the fiery light in his golden eyes lit. Head Sapientia. We've gotten news that first-in-line genius Madeline Sapientia will be arriving by the teleportation station at the Sapientia main branch soon. We can't wait here or else we'll be late. Connery completely ignored this. He was the head of the clan. He had no real obligation to attend the welcoming of a genius. He had already shifted his schedule once around this. It wasn't his fault that Madeline was late and didn't arrive on the predetermined date. Seeing the head's eyes remain trained on Diane's figure, the surrounding Sapientia elders could only sigh. Whenever their leader got engrossed in something, it was unlikely that he would forget it until he fully satisfied. Connery waved his hand. Let Esther handle the greeting. Madeline doesn't care for such things. Not thinking twice about pushing the responsibility onto Madeline's master. The faces of the elders couldn't help but twist at this statement. This was the same Connery Sapientia that had run Madeline away from the main branch because of her loss in talent, and now he was treating her as though he knew her like the back of his hand. There was something inherently off about his demeanor. From a young age, Connery had had it ingrained within him that only talent mattered. He had only been able to work his way up because his talent had been so overwhelming. So, when Madeline had ceased being useful, he had tossed her away just as easily. But he also didn't think twice about accepting her back with open arms. That was just the kind of person he was. Since he had been treated like a tool, that was just how he saw the world. In all of this wildness spinning around Diane, he couldn't spare a single ounce of attention toward it. His skin continued to split and bleed under the strain. But something was changing. A demonic aura was dripping from Diane. The color was such a rich red and gold that it was too real and mercurial to label a simple aura anymore. The clouds in the sky began to shift, being directly affected by this aura. Red painted the clouds, even the lightning striking down seemed to be drenched in blood. That was right. Dian's solution was something he had never been able to do before. Without the ability to energy cultivate, Dian had no control over such energies, and they were thus of little use to him. But now, with his energy cultivation fully restored, Dian had thought of a crazy idea. You could use Saint energy to energy cultivate. You could use Saint energy to soul cultivate. So, why not use Saint energy to body cultivate? Before unlocking his potential to energy cultivate, Dian had relied on spiritual fruit to body cultivate. The reason why was simple. Spiritual fruit were naturally occurring, pure forms of energy that were already processed. In comparison, energy stones were rawer. They required talent to both purify and guide, whereas spiritual fruit needed no such thing. This was a large part of why higher-ranking clans and universes had an easier time raising fine warriors. With enough money, cultivation could essentially be supplemented by using these spiritual fruits as opposed to the conventional and much more difficult to use energy stones. That said, as Dian's bill at Heaven's Wine would attest, this method was very expensive and very few could afford to do so. As such, to many spiritual fruits, whether that be due to a lack of talent or lack of resources, were the best option. However, they were only the best option given those conditions. If one had sufficient talent and money, spiritual fruits were best used as supplements to cultivation, while energy stones would be the main course. Although this may seem counterintuitive, the reasoning is sound. Spiritual fruits came into being by utilizing the very energy veins that energy stones themselves were mined from. As such, they were processed versions of energy, and although that made them easier to digest, it also made them less potent and efficient. In fact, this was seen on an even larger scale with intent fruits. These fruits were the very reason Focus Academy students were very willing to risk their lives in the Elven Forest. But, as Dian's master would attest to, they hindered future will development despite helping in the short term. Although this wasn't the case with other fruits, the truth was that there was always a point where the shortcut provided by spiritual fruits could no longer match up to that provided by the very reason for their existence in the first place. So, when Dian thought of how much his demon sage essence blood had stalled and how even saint fruits were no longer of help to his improvement, he came up with this solution. If saint fruits were of no help, what about saint energy? Dian had a goal. He knew his body would be on the verge of collapsing if he pushed the essence blood integration too far. But his pain tolerance had reached new heights. All he had to do was continue enough for his soul to comfortably break to the next stage. Knowing that a 6th grade peak essence gathering expert could withstand saint energy gave Dian a benchmark. However, it was likely that this benchmark wouldn't be enough. Why? Because the amount of saint energy a 6th grade expert would need to reach the saint stage was far less than the amount of saint energy Dian's soul was threatening to absorb. However, what Dian did have working in his favor was that his energy cultivation was much more robust than a 6th grade expert, considering he was a peak 1st grade expert. Even now, it was likely that Dian could fight with and defeat a mere 6th grade expert, even if they were well into their essence gathering cultivation. This meant that the fact Dian's body still couldn't withstand saint energy meant he was absorbing an amount that far surpassed the wildest dreams of a 6th grade expert. This was when Dian got the faint inkling that maybe it wasn't just energy cultivation that had graded experts. Maybe the soul did too, and it was likely that those grades depended on innate soul strength, which meant Dian's requirement for saint energy would be the peakmost among soul cultivators. Just how strong did his body need to be to accept that? Dian had no idea. So, everyone around him could only watch in awe as he continued to tear through saint stone after saint stone. His body reddening far more than a normal shade of blush or fatigue. It was as though he was becoming a true demon. 7%. Dian's demon sage essence burst into 7% integration. His body bulked to another size before collapsing in on itself and shrinking. The strain his bones and muscles were undergoing was unprecedented, and yet he kept pushing himself. His aurora raged, utilizing its keen energy controlling abilities to ram into the massive clumps of demon sage blood Dian hid deeply within him. The blood began to turn from its crimson red to a dense gold. It was so thick and viscous that it was like a melted metal. In fact, it felt just about as hot as such a thing too.
Diane's body felt as though it was searing itself from the inside out. Even with the brand new reconstructing of his body, the demon sage's blood was just too domineering and seemed set on reconstructing Diane yet again. 8% Diane's veins popped and reformed, his body's red-gold aura growing to a next level of sheen. Diane had finally torn through the meridian formation cap on his body cultivation and had stepped into the essence-gathering realm. The red clouds above responded in anger, growing to another size and spinning even more viciously as Diane continued to strain and hold back his soul from breaking through to the next level. His body glowed, healing itself in what seemed like an instant. Diane's cultivation breakthrough had gifted him with a new level of tolerance. But it didn't last long as his skin burst at its seams again. The lower essence gathering level just wasn't enough for his soul. Seeing Diane's breakthrough, the crowd got a new surprise. Even Ebony and Ode stopped laughing. Just what was happening? Why was he surviving? In fact, why did it seem like he was improving? This wasn't how cultivation deviation was supposed to go. Diane was supposed to be struggling with controlling the energy he wasn't ready to withstand, not using it to improve to the point where he could withstand it. However, Livy Cavasitas, the receptionist, wasn't planning on waiting for an answer. He immediately appeared in the sky with about 5 other Saint-level experts, intent on taking Diane out. Sneering, Livy's eye glanced over Ree, who wasn't even paying attention to him, but rather focused on Diane. His lip twitched in agitation. "We'll see how long you can ignore me, then." Suddenly, Livy's voice boomed through the commotion. "This disturbance is intolerable in civilized society. To protect the peace and safety of Arena City's civilians, this criminal will be detained and imprisoned." His voice dripped with arrogance and condescension as though he was slowly and surely twisting a knife. He seemed to take some sick personal pleasure in all of this. He still remembered the humiliation of his earlier interaction with Diane, and that scab wound seemed to have been festered by Ree's reaction. He would make sure to enjoy this. Hearing his words, many recovered from their surprise and laughed happily at Diane's misfortune. The Cavasitas family seemed intent on disrupting Diane's breakthrough and had even sent Saint-level experts. Even the slightest mistake in such a sensitive situation by Diane would only mean his death, and that was exactly what too many seemed to want. Seeing the Cavasitas family acting to do what essentially would amount to killing Diane, Connery Sapientia frowned. He didn't know who this child was, but he was very much interested in him. And it was likely that since he didn't know who Diane was, that he didn't have a god clan backing him, which made him think that there was a good chance that he could get him to join the Sapientia family. But just as Connery was going to move, one of his elders called out to him. "Head Sapientia, there's someone who would like to talk to you about this boy." Turning back, Connery looked on in interest. "Oh? Did you find the information about him I asked about?" The elder nodded toward the Sapientia branch elder that had been in attendance at Chaos Arena, and Pertinace's mother happened to be next to him as well. Shifting his gaze toward the two of them, Connery waited patiently for the two of them to begin to speak. After bowing respectfully, the elder turned toward Pertinace's mother, who seemed to be the best option for relaying this information. Clearing her throat, she began to speak. "This boy has a deep relationship with my stepdaughter, Madeline." Connery's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't really pay attention to the relationships between people too much. In fact, he had seen Madeline's parents on maybe a single occasion, let alone her stepmother. But maybe the more interesting part was this boy's relationship with Madeline. Wasn't this a good thing? He could easily use Madeline to have him become a Sapientia, no? So what was the problem? My son, Pertinaces, and his half-elder brother, and Madeline's full brother, Oliver, informed me that Madeline has already accepted this boy as her fiancé. Bowing her head, she continued. "That is all I know." Her fiancé? Connery was surprised, but then he thought that the story sounded familiar. Very familiar. His thoughts flashed back to a conversation he had had with Esther Sapientia, Madeline's master, about a fiancé. Diane Sacharo? Connery's facial features steeled. This situation wasn't as good as he had hoped. In his ideal world, he could just hand Madeline to Diane. No one else knew what was happening, but he knew very well. This kind of talent was just good for this universe. It was unprecedented in any universe. What bullshit prince or young master, even with a faith seed, could compare? But that wasn't the issue. Diane was from a very taboo place.
and his existence was too dangerous to tie to their futures so easily. It wasn't that he wanted to help out a love story, he could care less about such a thing. What he wanted was to use Diane to improve himself and the position of the Sapientia. The point while Diane still hadn't become a powerhouse was the best opportunity to do that, and yet everything was ruined by his origins. How is he cultivating right now? Connery thought to himself. Does he realize that this shouldn't be possible? How much does he know? What will they think when they find out about his existence? Do they already know? Since he stepped out of the human world, is the treaty even still in effect? Just what is going on? The people who knew of the history of this universe were limited. Very limited. In fact, those who knew weren't decided just by age, but specifically who had been present. With the Sapientia family's wide range, they of course knew what had transpired, and their elder experts were thus tethered to the treaty. However, the elves had clearly known not a thing about what had transpired. Although they had been surprised by where Diane was from, they hadn't reacted violently to it. They had only been caught off guard. But then they had become very happy about the fact Diane had no real connection to the human martial world, because that meant he would have no qualms about representing them. But then there was the Dayu. Their elders clearly knew just what was going on. Even if Diane had all the information about who knew and who didn't, he wouldn't be able to guess how they connected until he reached a sufficient level to be able to unlock his master's memories, a level he was slowly but steadily approaching. What do you want to do now, Head Sapientia? Connery was silent for a long while. He wasn't willing to give up on a talent like Diane so easily. After all, his philosophy heralded talent over everything. But the weight of the danger Diane presented was too looming and too vast. How could he be comfortable with allowing their, now most valuable genius to be tied to Diane? He would rather she never marry at all. In fact, Prince Belmont had approached the Sapientia with a very good offer that Connery had been thinking of accepting. The truth was that he was planning on completely ignoring this offer in favor of Diane after witnessing his talent, but the prospect of being allowed to write an in-depth history on the Belmont and investigate their tombs known to be highly connected with the past peak Supreme Beast, Amethyst, was too good to give up, knowing the cons of siding with Diane. Do nothing. We'll watch. Connery couldn't make a decision. The tombs of the Belmont family would put him in good standing with the Sapientia branches of other and more powerful universes, but Diane's knowledge and power would also do much of the same. In fact, it could be argued that an 18-year-old with soul power that was just about to break through to match his own would vastly outweigh whatever the Belmont tombs could provide. There was also the fact that with Diane's talent, it wouldn't even be 2 decades before he was the most powerful existence in this universe. This was a simple fact Connery couldn't ignore. He worked based on facts and logic. When new facts were presented, he formed new logical analyses. Something like Diane becoming the most powerful person here in less than 20 years was something only Connery would ever think. But he had no doubt that he was correct. But the problem was, even if he became the most powerful person from this universe, those that want to chain his people weren't from this universe. And they're much more powerful than what Diane could match, even with hundreds of years. Ree looked up into the skies, pissed off at Livy's accusations. He made it sound as though Diane was doing this on purpose. Wasn't it very clear that he couldn't control what was happening? Diane, however, couldn't be bothered with Livy's words. He had to focus his entire being on the task at hand. Not only did he need to divert part of his attention to suppressing his soul from breaking through too early, he also needed to body cultivate with the rest of the attention he had. This was slowing down the process, but there was little he could do. He couldn't even divert any more attention to create clones because he was already using the Acacia family technique to speed up his energy absorbing. There was just too much on his plate to worry about a busybody receptionist. Don't worry, Mistress Sacharo. This clown won't enter even 100-foot radius of the successor. Thaddeus spoke with a bold smile. Thaddeus' voice was booming. He hadn't bothered to hide his words at all. In fact, what he had said was so shocking that people didn't even harp on the fact Diane was a supposed successor of something. Livy's face twisted in anger. He understood being looked down upon in the Cavasitas God clan. After all, it was a God clan. But who was this person? And what right did they have to look down on him? Go ahead, Thaddeus. This doesn't need all of us to act. Only one is necessary. Thaddeus casted a lustful gaze back toward the curvaceous demon general who had spoken. That depends, River. Will you warm my bed tonight if I perform well? River rolled her eyes. Why don't you go and ask Ronica?
She seems to be more your cup of tea. Thaddeus cringed at this rebuttal, while Ronica chuckled before wrapping her delicate arms around Rhee's shoulders. Don't worry, little Rhee. Even though Thaddeus is pretty weak, this is no problem. Rhee giggled lightly at the interaction between the demon generals. They were always like this. They seemed like a cross between siblings and lovers. Rhee couldn't tell which was more accurate. It seemed as though every demon general had experienced something with the other. They were a close-knit family that Diane and Rhee tried their best to ingratiate themselves into. Diane because he was meant to be their leader, and Rhee because she saw it as her duty as Diane's wife. This was essentially her husband's kingdom, so she had to know his subjects. Livy stood in the skies trembling at this sight, but many took this differently. Just who were these people that looked down on the Cavasitas so easily?
And why were they following a kid who was supposed to have no backing? Just what was going on? Those who had been at the last campaign in Earth's Gate recognized the white hair as symbols of Diane's vice commanders, but those had obviously been essence-gathering experts. Did he have even more powerful ones he had chosen not to use?
Thaddeus winked at Rhee, trying to play off his embarrassing moment after giving an apologetic smile to River, who was still ignoring him. In the distance, Voron, Ace, Elof, and Vidar were among those who recognized the demon generals. But that didn't mean they were worried. After all, why would they think that Diane would have experts powerful enough to deal with Livy and the other saints under him? All the while, Diane remained focused on his task at hand, oblivious to the red and gold rolling clouds, the continuously cracking roof, and the viciously whipping winds. The atmosphere was becoming so dangerous that those with low cultivation have been immediately evacuated out of the area. 9% Diane's body buffed to a new level. His torso seemed to be bursting with muscles that no one had ever seen before, and they were so vascularized that everyone around could see the pumping of Diane's blood as it slowly became a more and more solid gold. 10% Diane roared into the skies, cutting through all of the discussion that had been taking place. His music had inadvertently torn through the intent barrier, shaking the entire city itself. In that instant, he wanted nothing more than to express his pain, and that had melded his mind perfectly with his music will. As such, Diane had stepped into a state of one with mind seamlessly, sending shock waves through those in attendance. The elders froze.
That's an intent. Vidar's face scrunched in anger. Livy, stop wasting time. Vidar Ragnar's voice snapped Livy out of his surprise. After all, how could he not be?
What kind of concept was a 18-year-old with an intent? No one had information on Madeline having mastered an intent yet, but wasn't Diane still another year younger than her? And hadn't he only been in the martial world for just under 2 years?
This didn't make any sense. How could they know that Diane had unprecedented soul talent?
This not only allowed his array alchemy to reach levels unreachable for those his age, it also allowed him a deeper connection with the things around him, making it possible to learn wills even quicker than the average person.
Livy waved his hand, causing the saints behind him to fan out and prepare their attack. But this was the moment that Thaddeus finally stopped messing around. His eyes reddened, seemingly dripping in blood as his body slowly expanded.
He was silent as a trident appeared in his large hand, and he stepped into the skies.
You have a lot of nerve thinking of attacking the successor with his protectors here. Thaddeus spoke faintly, but his voice had become such a deep and reverberating bass that it seemed to replace the rolling thunder in the skies. The saints froze.
They hadn't felt Thaddeus' cultivation before, but he had all of a sudden revealed it all at once. This pressure. A saint. Livy trembled. He was a saint himself, but he was only of the first stage. And those he had brought with him didn't even have 9 meridians filled with saint energy.
But this Thaddeus, he was a monster, an unfathomable beast they couldn't see the peak of. Come on. Thaddeus took a step forward, grinning a smile that looked like it came from the depths of hell. Don't back down now. Attack. Let me feel your so-called power. Thaddeus was emitting a thick red fog, and his trident seemed to be continuously expanding. It's too late for you to realize now, Thaddeus said faintly.
The skies shook violently as beams of demon chi tore through air and slammed the saints to the roof of a building. They struggled, but their faces remained firmly planted. Demonic will wasn't an attack on the physical, it was an attack on the psyche. And yet, the pressure was so strong that Livy and the Cavasitas saints felt their bones collapsing in on themselves. Before the successor, people like you only have the right to face the ground and kneel. Standing domineeringly in the skies with Dian protected to his back, Thaddeus faced the present experts, daring them to attack. Silence. The Ragnar and Cavasitas brothers had no idea what to do. Should they call more to attack? But that would require involving God clan elders. How embarrassing would it be to personally call out elders to deal with a teenage boy? Who were these people and why were they so powerful? River dearest? I did good, right? Thaddeus' domineering demeanor completely disappeared, instead being replaced what looked like an obedient stay-at-home husband. River couldn't help but snort. Only you would take credit for defeating such weak saints. I suppose you were shameless enough, though. Thaddeus pouted but couldn't say much. He had already stopped pouring his demonic intent into the saints, but they seemed to still be incapacitated. He didn't deem them worthy of any more of his effort, so he dropped back down to the roof, taking his place as Dian's protector as the clouds in the sky continued to roll. Not many had a real concept of what had just happened. It had been so quick that aside from the words Thaddeus spoke, few sensed anything else. But there were two celestial experts in the crowd, one being Connery Sapientia, and the other was the matriarch of the Niveus sect. And the both of them were stunned about the same exact thing. One with soul. This level of intent mastery was unprecedented for a saint in this universe. Even many of the celestial experts were capped at the second level of an intent, one with heart, let alone the fourth level of one with soul. The difficulty in progressing in intents reached all new levels when compared to wills. It was true that to sense saint energy, mastering an intent was necessary, but not many ever went past this level in this universe. It was just too hard. Why? If Dian had a guess, it would likely be because of lack of natural resources that allowed in-depth analysis of wills and intents such as abyssal cores, something this universe seemed to be severely lacking in. Couple that with their overall weak soul cultivation, and meditating on wills and intents had that added level of difficulty. The only exceptions were those born with affinities provided by God constitutions and faith seeds, and even heaven and earth constitutions to a smaller degree. However, lower-ranking constitutions only allowed advantages in lesser wills, and was usually limited to just one or two. Luckier experts like Madeline gained affinity in a general path. For example, Madeline was very good at any and everything related to purity and yin energy. As such, her level of progression in Celestial will rival Dian even after he utilized the Florence family technique to form a celestial deer humanoid manifestation. Delia was another example of a path generalization. Because of her infinite ice-hell constitution, she gained access to the absolute path. Such powerful and rare path affinities were what warranted the ranking of Delia and Madeline's constitutions. In addition to this, there were constitutions that only allowed affinity in single wills, but these wills were so domineering and wide-ranging, in terms of their abilities, that it made the narrowed scope negligible. Rhea was an example of this with her void affinity. Void will was a supreme law, and it was likely that Rhea could dominate nearly anyone at the same level simply by virtue of that. But that wasn't all. Because of a supreme law's versatility, Rhea even had the ability to use it in her energy cultivation to reach levels of power a normal expert would normally never be able to. It would be impossible for Dian to use the Void Kitsune's energy cultivation techniques because he simply didn't have the affinity necessary. However, in cases where experts didn't have these affinities, or in cases where those affinities had reached their max capacity, meaning they could no longer help progression without supplementary materials, those experts had no choice but to stall at those lower levels. Even celestial experts were stranded at low-level intents. Celestial energy didn't have an intent level requirement, instead it required mastery of a rudimentary domain or an aura. The problem was that these auras couldn't be said to be more powerful than upper levels of intents. Instead, they were quite comparable, which meant that an aura might not give a celestial expert an advantage over a high-level intent, depending on the level of the aura, of course. But this was a scary proposition, especially for the matriarch who had just been on her high horse. She wasn't afraid of fighting the demon generals because while her aura wouldn't give her advantage, celestial energy definitely would. However, what if she had to fight all 10 of them? What if this Dian had more saints of this level? Was that even possible?
How could a boy have such powerful subordinates?
Even Dian had underestimated the demon generals. Or, more accurately, he had overestimated the level this universe. He hadn't put into proper perspective just how important cultivation grades were and just how domineering even single-level differences between intents were. This was no longer the world or wills. It was very likely that out there, somewhere in a universe much more powerful than this one, there existed a lower-level saint that could toy with these so-called celestial experts. And judging by how Thaddeus was itching for the matriarch to attack, having sensed her animosity, it was likely he too wanted to try his luck. Even in his meditation, Dian couldn't help but laugh, although it sounded pained and strained. It seemed as though he was laughing at the Cavasitas, which only made the observers angrier, but in reality, he was laughing at his own inadequate view of things. He overestimated when he shouldn't.
He underestimated when he shouldn't.
Maybe the only thing he got right was his morality. But even then, that led to its own set of problems. He had once thought that his demon generals would lose out to the sheer number of saints the god clans had.
What he failed to realize was that one demon general was already worth 10,000 regular saints. 11% boom.
Veins filled with gold coursed through Dian's body, pumping him with a vitality that seemed to be able to wake even the dead. For the first time in what seemed like forever, Dian opened his eyes. It's time. Dian's skin began to glow so brightly that many averted their eyes.
The gold that coursed through his veins had reached an unprecedented level. In fact, the improvement in his body was so domineering that his skin was shearing apart and yet healing instantly to the visible eye. Suddenly, silence permeated everything.
The thunder stopped rumbling the skies, the earthquakes stopped cracking the roads, and the rolling tides had calmed. However, Dian's skin continued to glow brightly, and, if you looked closely at the tree of life and death that still hung in the air, crystal veins were cracking their way through its originally obsidian body, contrasting the shined black with a holy clarity. Against his will, Dian's humanoid manifestation appeared in the air. Its bare torso flexed, looking down at everything with disdain. Dian's wings tore out from his back, sending vicious hurricane force winds out from them as they arched menacingly in their pure white and deathly black. And then, Dian's weapons pagoda appeared. It had become a structure that dwarfed even Arena City's Chaos Arena. Dripping in a red-tinted black, it gave off a demonic presence that caused those around to shiver inadvertently. The surrounding experts stood in silence.
They knew exactly what these structures were, and yet they couldn't bring themselves to believe it. Could any one person sustain so many manifestations?
And why were they all so powerful? Just what was going on?
And yet, they could only watch in awe as more manifestations appeared. The Florence family technique bloomed into action, causing a pure white lily to appear at the feet of Dian's humanoid manifestation. Tattoos of gold, representing Dian's celestial deer humanoid, tore through its skin, radiating out a purity that few could match.
But then, tattoos of black etched in red intermingled with this gold, creating a staunch dichotomy of light and darkness, only for that balance to be completely overtaken by overbearing grays and blacks. Dian's death humanoid manifestation seemed to overpower the golds and reds, leaving anyone watching with only thoughts of an inevitable end. He needs to die. It wasn't clear who thought this first, but the answer was too many. With today's events, Dian only garnered more enemies, but his soul didn't care. It seemed to be venting for having been suppressed for so long and finally pushed even the Mathilde family technique into existence.
The peakmost flaming circle of Dian's manifestations 6 glowed faintly as the eye slowly changed. Flecks of red and purple colored it as it looked to see through everything. And then, it all changed. A blinding and unceasing light rocketed from Dian's body.
His wings expanded from their 3-meter length to 5 meters, tearing away the roof of the hotel he sat on. The tree of life and death shone viciously, its crystal veins solidifying and cracking through the obsidian, creating a tree that seemed like it was on the brink of another breakthrough.
Dian's weapons pagoda and humanoid manifestation tore through the skies, increasing to heights that Dian had never fathomed them being before.
And yet, maybe the most important thing was that a change had occurred in the 6 gold-black flaming rings. The peakmost ring housed Dian's eye techniques, his aurora and his Mathilde family technique. The right, just above his shining white wing, housed the figure of his black flames. A domineering fire that even Dian had yet to fully understand. But the left, just above his black wing, a new image had appeared. A pure white flame flickered, cascading a crystalline light over Dian's usually pitch-black wing. Now, only 3 circles remained untouched. Minutes passed as Dian continued to be baptized in saint energy. It seemed as though his soul could absorb a seemingly endless supply, but no matter how much people wanted to attack him now, they were weary of his demon generals. The only people who could say that they stood a 100% chance of beating them would be the Grand Elders and heads of the Royal God clans. And yet, what Royal God clan would lower themselves to interrupt the cultivation of a child? Slowly, the blinding pillar of light began to fade. But what was left was probably more shocking than anything that had been there before. Dian's body seemed to be carved out of the finest diamond in existence. His skin glowed and his muscles rippled in such perfect proportion that had Ri not been in the same daze as everyone else, she would have definitely rushed over to cover him up. His wings doubled from their previous 2, giving him 2 pairs and multiplying the tattoo etchings on his back. Even their slight movement threatened to send everything flying into the distance. Even Dian himself was surprised as he looked down at his hands as though they weren't his. He was wondering just how powerful he had become. He had never been able to make full use of his soul strength. Even when his soul had been at the peak of the essence gathering stage, he hadn't been able to output power comparable to someone with peak essence gathering energy cultivation. He could never tell why, but this had to be a problem with the techniques available to the soul. And it was up to Dian to figure out a way to make true use of his saint soul. "You idiot! Put on some clothes." Ri rushed over, barring Dian from view, not embarrassed in the slightest by how obvious her jealousy was. Dian couldn't help but think that she looked quite adorable right now. She had gone from being flustered over his potential life and death to worrying about such a small thing that hardly mattered. It didn't escape her notice how much larger a certain member had become, likely due to Dian's integration of the demon sage essence, so she couldn't help but mutter to herself for Dian's ears only. "If that thing becomes any bigger, you can forget getting it anywhere near me." Dian grinned, his eyes flashing a purple gold as sweatpants materialized for him. Gripping onto Ri's hand, Dian turned to his demon generals and smiled. "Thank you." Thaddeus waved his hand and clasped Dian's shoulder. "Thanks is unnecessary, successor. Look at that, you're almost as tall as me." Thaddeus' robust laughter filled the quiet atmosphere as the clouds dispersed. It was true, Dian had grown again from his 1.9-meter height to just over 2 meters. In fact, had he not suppressed the growth in his height, he would have likely shot to at least 2.5 meters tall. But he didn't like the idea of reaching the height of those giants. "All right, let's go." Dian didn't bother addressing the crowd. What would he do such a thing for? He only planned to compensate the hotel's owner and treat the injured before finding a new place to get used to his power. But unfortunately, it didn't seem like things would go so easily. "Wait right there." Turning back, Dian found a figure he had no impression of. He gazed this person up and down, seemingly unperturbed. He would soon come to know this man as Xianxia. The first thing Dian noticed about this man was his golden eyes and crystal-framed glasses. In fact, those crystal frames were tinted in a shade of green, much like Madeline's had been tinted in purple before they were destroyed. Yes. Dian turned back to fully face the man that landed just a few meters from him with a host of elders that seemed to also be from the Xianxia family. It didn't escape his notice that this man seemed quite interested in the fact he was also holding Ri's hand. As for why this was, Dian had no way of telling. But it was most definitely something that he slotted into the back of his mind, prepared to use it should it ever become useful. "Should I call you Dian Sicharo or should I call you Demon Sage?" A sly and clever smile spread across Connery's features. He had decided to test this boy's limits. It seemed as though he was trying to keep his Demon Sage identity a secret. And yet, Dian's response threw him completely off guard. "Sure, you can call me Demon Sage if you'd like. But more importantly, has my wife come back yet?" "Wife?" Connery turned his head toward Pertinace's mother. Had this Dian and Madeline already consummated a marriage he wasn't aware of? If that was the case, this was a problem. That said, it was still salvageable. As long as Diane stopped referring to Madeline as he did. However, even as Diane and Connery were speaking, those who heard Diane refer to himself as the Demon Sage were completely shaken. The Demon Sage? #1 on Earth's rankings?
#1 of the cumulative rankings? Just what was going on?
Even the guild headquarters had no idea how Diane had done it. The reason why Diane couldn't hack in and directly change scoring was because the arrays provided for tracking were past his level of understanding.
In fact, they were still past his level of understanding, and there was a very simple reason for this. The relay arrays used for the rankings weren't put in place by this current universe system. They had been in place long ago and created by the Celestial Deer sect of old. Much like the teleportation arrays between planets had been as well. Unless Diane surpassed those olden masters, something even he was far from doing, he would never be able to manipulate the rankings. But that didn't stop those with little understanding of true array alchemy to think otherwise.
So, when Ulu snorted and said, "Must be nice to be an array alchemist and manipulate the rankings at will," everyone immediately agreed. To them, it was much simpler to accept this than to accept that a 18-year-old boy really was their better. People took to what they could understand. It seemed they had completely forgotten about the display of domineering power Diane had just presented them. Hearing the murmuring accusations, Ree shook in anger. She knew very well what Diane had done to earn his ranking.
In fact, the elves and the Niveus sect had witnessed no small portion of it. And yet, they still slandered him for it. Considering how easily his wife lost to us, he probably manipulated her ranking too, Ebony sneered, relishing in the opportunity to take jabs at Diane and Ree whenever she could.
And yet, through all of this, Diane couldn't be bothered. Anyone with half a brain, even if they believe he manipulated his ranking, wouldn't use that as an excuse to look down on him. Because they'd know that thought of disdain might very well be the last thought Diane allowed them to have. So, he let it happen, instead focusing his attention on Connery. "Yes, wife, Madeline Sacharo." Diane's face remained neutral. He wasn't trying to antagonize anyone. He was simply asking a question that required a yes or no answer. Pertinacious mother scrunched her brows. "When did my stepdaughter become your wife? I don't remember attending any ceremony of the sort or accepting such a union." "Stepdaughter? You must be Pertinacious mother. Then, nice to meet you." Diane smiled faintly before turning his attention back to Connery, who seemed to be studying him. It seemed that both Connery and Diane were probing each other. But those who were witnessing this couldn't understand why the head of the Xianxia family main branch was accepting this. This wasn't another head probing him. It was a child.
Pertinacious mother shook in anger at Diane's dismissal of her. His supposed "nice to meet you" could barely count as a proper greeting. "How did you and Madeline meet?" Connery asked a seemingly useless question. But Diane answered anyway. "We met after your main branch tossed her away." Diane's response was quick and showed no hesitation. And yet, his words were sharp and to the point.
It made it clear that he didn't like the Xianxia family, and it wasn't up to him to convince them that he was worthy, but rather up to them to convince him that they were worthy. Connery was intelligent and immediately picked up on this.
Despite the outrage of his elders at Diane's disrespect, Connery was completely neutral. Antagonistic words weren't something he would easily fall for.
He was just quite interested in the fact that although he was half a meter taller than Diane, it somehow felt that they were eye level with one another. "Then what do you intend to do about that?" Connery asked, a light smile playing on his features.
"It would be advisable for you to be clear on the fact that it isn't me who has to do anything. Your response dictates my actions." Diane responded firmly, unperturbed by Connery treating him as though he was a child.
If this Connery character wanted to underestimate him, it would only lead to his death. Diane had never been a person who bowed to authority. It would be more likely for that authority to snap long before his back bowed.
Diane had the power to wipe the entire Xianxia family from existence in this universe should he choose to do so. In fact, even without using his puppets, if he used the epistemic tower key, he could take anyone he wished far away without the say-so of any of these so-called experts. So he meant what he said. Connery was becoming decidedly less amused the more he interacted with Diane. He was still an expert who had worked his way up from practically nothing. Who was this child to threaten him about anything?
The elders of the Sapientia family looked down on Dian with disdain. Nothing but a foul-mouthed boy, head Sapientia. Is there really a need to make a choice anymore? However, Dian had already begun to walk away. He had seen everything that needed to be seen and had said everything that needed to be said. For the Sapientia family, choose your actions wisely. The outcome will be the same whether you support Mai and Madeline's relationship. The only difference will be whether your family survives in the end or not. Dian said faintly, and as for those who seem to think my ranking is fake, I guess you'll find out in a few weeks. Now won't you? Seeing Dian's figure nonchalantly turn his back on the head of a god clan, and not only that, but also the head of the guild headquarters, sent the Sapientia elders into a fit of rage. Unfortunately, it wasn't only them that were angry. The heads of notable guilds around the universe that had been meeting to discuss the demon sage also couldn't understand the actions of this young man. Unfortunately, child, leaving here isn't so simple a task. Connery Sapientia spoke faintly, maintaining his superior air. He felt that he had an obligation to maintain his demeanor as Dian's elder, or else he would come off like a joke. Dian had already turned away and couldn't be bothered with these people anymore. He had things to do, namely helping refinish her training and also saving the Veridi family. Although he could use force to settle the second matter, Dian was still apprehensive about being the aggressor in this situation. He had too many enemies, and he didn't want to give the more troublesome characters a reason to begin to act against him. God clans? He believed he could handle. But he wasn't willing to deal with royal god clans just yet. Looking toward Thaddeus and the other 9 demon generals, Dian smiled, choosing to silently thank them this time. No matter how they felt, the truth was that they had known Dian for less than a year. For them to be so loyal was something that Dian was grateful for. What Dian didn't know was that to them he wasn't just the successor to their old master. Dian had saved them from millennia of and suffering and had given them the opportunity to take hold of their own minds again instead of remaining brainless zombies. They followed him so wholeheartedly because they could see the good in Dian. When Dian had saved them, he hadn't known that the demon generals would ever be of benefit to him or that they were even demon generals to begin with. He had just seen people who needed his help, so he saved them. They would always remember that. Seeing the guild head being ignored, Livy, who was still pressed firmly against a building's roof, struggled to transmit a message to Voron. After an initial surprise, Voron turned to Ace to confirm something. Slowly but surely, their smiles widened as their gazes once again focused on Dian's figure. Clearing his throat, Voron began to speak. Head Sapientia, I have to say that it is an honor to meet you. Connery turned his calm gaze toward Voron, who was immediately taken aback and struggled to regain his composure. Were these the same eyes he used to look at Dian? Why wasn't Dian affected? Despite the tranquility of Connery's features, it was clear that a rage was being stoked. If Voron didn't have a very good reason for calling to him, it was likely that the Cavasitas God clan would have to suffer the loss of one of its geniuses. Struggling to piece together his next words, Voron turned his focus to Dian. I remember that you just recently put in an order for pill servants, no? It just so happens that we have a family of former alchemists who would meet your requirements to perfection. Connery's brows subtly twitched. Just what was this boy getting at? Why was he bringing up such a thing now? The use of pill servants wasn't exactly a topic to be spoken about in the open. In fact, it was very close to a taboo. So why? But when Connery's senses caught a flaring of rage from a very familiar figure, he suddenly put 2 and 2 together. Did this family of former alchemists have something to do with this Dian child? Certain seemed so. The crowd, seeing this interaction, suddenly became very interested, especially toward Dian's reaction. The conversation itself seemed complete out of place, and yet for those intelligent enough, it was also pointed and deliberate. There was a purpose to this, and it just might be what they need to catch Dian unawares. However, pill servants, that was something even those who liked to watch people suffer wouldn't wish upon their worst enemy. The term seemed innocent. Maybe it was simply the act of being an assistant to an alchemist? Tending to gardens, securing materials, and fetching items? But no. The job of a pill servant was nothing short of hell. With the low level of alchemy available in this universe, usually research had to be done to move forward. In the human world, when research was conducted, there were codes of ethics to follow as guidelines. Animals were placed on an evolutionary scale for how closely related they were to humans, and the closer you were, the more justification a scientist had to provide for their usage in an experiment. In fact, in the human world, before potentially dangerous products were brought anywhere near a human, it would often go through extensive animal testing. However, the martial world had no such morality. Weak humans and slaves were seen as no different from animals. What was the need for the extra safety steps and codes of ethics if human lives meant nothing to these people?
Pill servants were nothing more than lab rats. They were endlessly force-fed pills and monitored for their reactions. Their meals consisted of little more than appetite-suppressing pills.
They lived in cages, barred from light for ridiculous lengths of time with no option to bath themselves, no option to relieve themselves, and no option to live a normal life. Whenever they consumed too many pills for the researchers to distinguish between results, they were cut open and purged. Their veins were flooded with a substance akin to rubbing alcohol. Their stomachs were pumped and emptied, and then they were sewn back up before the process was repeated all over again until their deaths. And maybe the worst part? Those that died from pill consumption may have been among the lucky ones. If the pill was quick, that is. Oh, Connery lightly smiled. Do tell me more. Seeing that Connery had picked up on his cues, Voron breathed a sigh of relief as the faint veil of pressure was lifted off of him. Then he turned to Vidar, signaling for him to take over. After all, the slave trade was a Ragnar family business, not a Cavasitas one. It's quite simple, guild head. Vidar continued while ignoring his sneering younger brother, Elof.
About 2 years ago, there was a family who had the audacity to sacrifice the lives of young experts in their charge, all for the sake of a depraved power. When their allies found out about this, they were both shocked and appalled. So they completely renounced them and their actions.
Luckily, at the time, my brother and his friend, Ace, were there. As you know, our family has been punishing those who should be punished for hundreds of years. In fact, you can think of us as the criminal justice system of the martial world. Vidar's words only seemed to grate on Diane more and more. It was as though he was right next to him, whispering into his ear. As such, we took it upon ourselves to punish this despicable family. They've already been working as pill servants for a good long while, as a matter of fact. Only a single one of them seemed to be too useless to even do that properly, so he was sent to fight in the Chaos Arena. At least this way, they can be of proper use to society instead of the bottom-feeding leeches they once were. Connery nodded in agreement, almost a bit too enthusiastically. I'll gladly take these pill servants off your hands, then. In fact, I don't mind signing a contract for them here and now. Vidar shook his head. Don't be ridiculous, Head Sapientia. With the work your family does, how could we make you pay for such a thing? Won't your research benefit us all in the end? Vidar's ring flashed as a few sets of 10 plates appeared in his hand. Each slave was assigned one of these. They were essentially a brand to not only track their existence, but to also kill on a whim. The scars that ran across their face was only a guise of their marks. The true marks were embedded within the scars. The scars themselves were more of a psychological chain and ball. The slaves would wake up every day knowing that they had a scar that would never heal. They were slaves for life. They'd never escape. When Voron had told him earlier today that these might come in handy, he almost hadn't believed him. But it seemed like it really would. Whether Diane truly cared about this family or not was already on full display, and having the opportunity to play with such an arrogant boy, in Vidar's eyes, was the greatest of pleasures. Connery happily accepted these plates into his ring. The guild headquarters thanks you. The truth was that the Veridi family had been being used as pill servants in Arena City for months. Although the Cavasitas weren't array alchemy specialists, that didn't mean that members of their and other families nearby weren't interested in the craft.
As such, many cities had guilds of their own. Arena City's alchemy guild had needed pill servants, so the Veridi family had become at the perfect time. As for Eli, he had been a truly odd case. Pills seemed to not be effective on him, no matter how many he took.
In fact, most of his deterioration in health had been due to watching helplessly as his family was ruthlessly used and abused. Seeing how pathetic Eli was, the guild elders had tossed him away to the streets. But he kept coming back, refusing to leave his family. In the end, Eli had been dragged down to the Chaos Arena to die. No one understood how he had survived so long. His cultivation couldn't even be considered to be at the middle of the foundation stages. There was no reason why he should have survived so long without proper food and water. And yet, he had. Connery watched Diane's back silently, his face maintaining a calm and ever so slightly mocking smile. He wanted to see how this Diane would react to this situation. Ree and the demon generals had immediately picked up on Diane's anger. Although the demon generals didn't know as much about the situation as Ree did, it was clear to them that this family was important to Diane and that Diane was struggling to rein in his temper. The irony of demonic will was that while it strengthened your body and allowed you to manipulate the emotions of others, it also slowly took away your ability to control your own. And in cases where the anger hit so close to home, Diane had to try his best to not crush Ree's small hand even as he held onto it tightly. But something seemed to have changed since the last time he experienced such a whirlwind of emotions. Even as flames of dense black danced in his eyes under the disdaining gazes of those who watched around him, and gentler and forgiving flame of white began gently trickle across Diane's bronzed skin. Skin so perfect it looked as though it had been cut out of crystal. Ree and the demon generals were the first to feel this white flame. In fact, they recognized it from Diane's humanoid manifestation. It had been the ability housed in one of the 6 black-gold flaming circles. And yet, they couldn't place just what it was, much like they couldn't understand the black flames. But what they did know is that Diane's once unstable emotions seemed to reset themselves. Diane's anger all but vanished, replaced with a calm and calculating gaze as he loosened his grip on Ree's small hand. "I'm sorry." He looked down at her apologetically. Ree flicked Diane's forehead. "Don't apologize about something so stupid. I barely felt anything." Diane could only smile at Ree's white lie. His body strength was at a completely new level, and Ree had reset her cultivation. How could she not have felt anything? But Diane appreciated her all the more in that instance. Seeing Diane suddenly look back at him, Connery was startled to find a calm and arrogant smile. "Since you all like to play games, we can play some games then?"
How about it? What do you mean exactly? Connery asked in puzzlement. I'm not really a fan of your politically correct talk. Manipulating the facts and fabricating tales is hardly something to care about.
Those who are intelligent enough know that the Ragnar have no moral ground to stand on. In fact, they're actually quite disgusting.
And those who are intelligent enough know that the only reason you're so willing to freely admit you do something so immoral is because you can't get over the fact a child, as you call me, isn't afraid of you. Diane's words seemed to sound like they were said in jest. In fact, despite his words about political correctness, it seemed like he himself was maintaining the boundaries of cordiality. And yet, if you focused on the actual words being said, it was clear that he was making no such attempt.
Not waiting for Connery to pick up on the fact he was being disrespected, Diane continued. "So, under the guise of those things, I asked in you if you would like to play a game. Let's find out who really is the most intelligent." "Ah, I think I'll start actually," Diane said with a smile, still not allowing Connery to speak. He had his demon generals around him. Even if Connery decided to forget all thoughts of face and attack Diane, he would definitely be stalled for long enough for Diane to pull out at least one of his puppets. "When I came here, you already knew who the demon sage was. Interesting. Even more interesting is the fact that you seemed intent on exposing me as him. That's fine, in all honesty, but you've made quite a few mistakes in that assessment. The first is the assumption that with me exposed, you could use the guise of providing protection to reel me in. The second assumption is that I'm somehow so gullible and pliable that I'd be perfectly all right with allowing myself to be manipulated so easily. And the third assumption you made is in thinking you actually had something to provide to me. Your Sapientia family can't protect me. Your family's research is outdated in this universe and nothing compared to my master. And quite frankly, I hate the thought of being used. In fact, I may very well rather die than do such a thing." Connery's brows furrowed. He had long since picked up on Diane's disrespect. But why was he doing such a thing? What was the purpose? "It seems the crowd is quite good at forgetting things. So how about I put things in perspective for you all?" Diane smiled. Ree couldn't help but feel her heart tingle at Diane's command of the situation. It always seemed like when Diane had his back against the wall, he would come out stronger.
Just before, when he had felt that overwhelming amount of anger, it wasn't that he hadn't already thought of a solution to the problem, it was that he was struggling with not choosing the path of destruction and just ending them all. Dian had to be more careful with his actions, and he knew that. Killing members of the Sapientia family might be fine for now, but what were the ripple effects? How many in this universe would be affected by such a thing? The Sapientia family were the backbones of progression. How could Dian feel okay with cutting that off unless the circumstances were extreme? And what about the Ragnar family? Dian now knew very clearly that they were a member of the 3 most powerful clans in the quadrant. And he also knew that they came to this universe for a purpose they had yet to fulfill. If Dian wiped them from this universe before they could fulfill the mission their main clan had set for them, wouldn't that bring the ire of a clan much too powerful for Dian to handle down upon him? He had to be cautious and real in his anger, but that didn't mean he couldn't make them pay. Those who had to die would die, but it would be in moderation. Those who didn't die, they'd be humiliated until they wished they would. As the demon sage, I'm without a doubt the most qualified to be head of the guild headquarters of this universe. Don't you think? Dian's words brought a stunned silence. An 18-year-old guild head? What kind of ridiculous concept was that? No one knew whether to laugh or if they should take such a statement seriously. Connery Sapientia was a man known for having had the best soul talent among humans in the past at least 10,000 years. He had snatched the head position at a young age himself, but even then, he was already hundreds of years old. Then, he had reigned nearly unmatched for millennia. Who was this boy who thought it was so easy to challenge him? Hearing laughter begin to spread through the crowd, Dian couldn't help but start laughing himself. In fact, he laughed so hard that his own outburst stopped that of others. Wiping tears from his eyes, Dian settled himself down. Sorry. I just find it funny that people who have no idea about what it means to be an array alchemist are making judgments about who should and shouldn't win. These are the same experts that pissed their pants and formed a meeting over a pill I created on a whim. In fact, just a few days ago, an entire planet was willing to use underhanded schemes just to pull me to their side. And yet you're laughing about my ability to beat this guy? Don't you think that makes you all look ridiculous? Maybe the funniest part is that the man you're so sure will win has the most serious face on out of all of you. Suddenly, Dian's demeanor completely changed from his carefree attitude. It's best you all shut your mouths and watch. That's all you're good for. Arrogance. Pure and unbridled arrogance. No matter how apprehensive Dian was about the effects of his actions, once he made a decision, it wasn't in his nature to second-guess it. If it happened to be a mistake, then he would learn from it and make a better move in the future. But right now? Crushing Connery's pride and saving the Veridi family could be done in one fell swoop, and Dian was going to grasp the opportunity. Connery immediately picked up on Dian's intentions. The guild headquarters not only had dominion over every guild in this universe, it also set rules and regulations. But, even more directly, didn't Vidar just give the Veridi family over as a gift to the guild headquarters? Then wasn't it a simple matter of heading the guild headquarters to gain ownership of their family? When Dian was still in the Elven Kingdom, he had challenged both the Formation and Alchemy guild heads. Then it had been a simple matter for him to win. But more importantly, it opened him up to the idea of guild wars. In the human world, in ancient times, there had been concepts such as challenging dojos for land, prestige, and things of the like. In the martial world, things were no different. Array alchemy was a study of the universe's laws, but as one might expect, that also came with it a myriad of interpretations, factions, and diverging thoughts. As such, it had become customary for experts to pit their philosophies against one another. By putting their guilds on the line, this meant that over time the more powerful philosophies would win out. Weaker branches of array alchemy would give way to stronger ones as time passed and stronger guilds' heads replaced them. It was a simple cycle of survival of the fittest. However, the very thought that this was prevalent in array alchemy culture raised some questions. If it was truly survival of the fittest, then how had array alchemy split into 2 factions to begin with? Why was it that formation guilds and alchemy guilds were kept separate? In fact, even weapons guilds and beast-taming guilds had once been one in the same, together under the array alchemy umbrella. But over time, logic would dictate that the separation of disciplines made the guilds stronger. But was that really the case? When Dian had fought against Elder Cormith,
He had seen a solution to a problem Elder Cormith couldn't have dreamed of seeing through. In fact, the solution that Diane came up with was for the equivalent of a half-step grandmaster, something Diane was definitely not at the time. And yet, he had been able to do it, and the reason why was because he had a great understanding of both formations and alchemy. In today's times, to form the Queen Fairy Constitution pill, it would have taken a saint-level soul and a half-step to grandmaster level of alchemy.
However, Diane completed it with a lower essence gathering level soul, a soul in just the lower essence stage, and an array alchemy mastery of just the lower master level. It would be clear to anyone that array alchemy was superior. So, the question remained. How then had array alchemy been ostracized?
Diane didn't know the answer, but that question loomed another over his head. If he forced Connery into this match, would it be safe to use his knowledge of array alchemy? Should he force himself to answer the question with just one discipline?
This was something Diane had to very seriously consider. After his talks with his grand teacher, Diane now had a good understanding of why array alchemy was being forcefully overwritten, although he didn't know how it had been done.
Those of the chaos path who sought total anarchy wouldn't prescribe to array alchemy. In fact, they would do their best to erase it from existence if they could. But the problem was that the old man's will was too strong and array alchemy had become too important to daily life. It was medicine and innovation, and oftentimes it provided solutions to problems other things just couldn't fix. So, not only did everyone have access to an aurora, those talented enough had every incentive to use it.
And unless those of the chaos path conquered every universe in existence, there would be no way to regulate its usage. As such, if in the end, one day there was birthed an array alchemist with enough talent to rewrite the universes themselves and solve the issue of heat death, then those of the chaos path would only be able to watch as they lost. That said, there was a solution to their plight.
What if they made it so that no one could ever reach the peak of array alchemy? What if they tore the very essence of array alchemy apart such that no one ever grasped the full picture?
Wouldn't it then eliminate their worry? Instead of policing everyone themselves, they could have people police themselves. Unfortunately, this worked all too well. Array alchemy was so difficult to grasp as a whole that it really did make it seem as though it was meant to be split into easier to digest portions.
Eventually, even those with the talent to pursue array alchemy in its truest form were born into societies where they were encouraged to focus on one. And maybe most depressingly, many simply didn't have the insight to notice that there were heights you would simply never reach unless you combine the two. So Diane had a decision to make. Was this Connery Sapientia part of the conspiracy to actively separate alchemy and formations? Or not? As the head of the most lofty position related to array alchemy, if he wasn't actively involved, then who would be?
Suddenly Diane's thoughts were cut off by Connery. I would love to, child. Unfortunately, to challenge the head of the guild headquarters, you must be the head of a noted guild yourself. After all, I can't exactly accept frivolous challenges, now can I? Diane nodded.
And are there any other requirements? Well, the only other requirement is that you be of at least master level in one of the main guild branches. That being either formations, alchemy, weapons, etc. There's also the matter of price. Connery Sapientia's eyes flashed sinisterly.
Since you're clearly challenging for the sake of people you deem to have lives worthy of saving, I'd say an equivalent price would be your own life. Don't you think? Connery silently sneered to himself.
He didn't think that Diane was already a guild head, but he knew that with Diane's soul strength, the matter of conquering a guild might not be too difficult at all. And as for becoming a master-level expert, although in Connery's experience, a person's array or alchemy expertise lagged behind their actual soul strength, since he had sensed Diane's soul break into the saint stage,
it was likely to Connery that Diane was already a master-level expert, as crazy as that sounded to him. But he immediately put down contingencies. The first was a stalling tactic.
Because of the guild conference they were holding, no guilds would be available for Diane to challenge in the near future because all of their guild heads were here. Although Diane could technically just call them out now, even Diane wouldn't know who was ahead and who wasn't, thus making challenging and holding people to challenges difficult. With this added time, Connery would slowly torture and kill the Veridi family to display them on the day of their competition. Regardless of how talented Diane was, he was still a child. And Connery had already made note of how easily he lost control over his emotions.
If Connery showed Diane such a scene before their competition, then Diane wouldn't be able to properly focus. The second plot was to make Diane bet his life. Connery had no intention of killing Diane, he was simply too powerful. But if he took Diane as a slave, then crippled his energy cultivation, then Diane would never become strong enough to retaliate, all while being forced to use his soul talent for Connery's bidding. After all, everyone knew that soul strength hardly translated to combat strength, right? At least to Connery, that is. However, Connery made multiple mistakes that Diane immediately caught on to, causing him to smirk. For one, Diane was already the head of a guild. In fact, he was the head of two. Secondly, Diane's soul talent and innate aurora were too overwhelming for his array alchemy to ever lag behind his soul strength. So, while Connery thought he was a mere master-level expert, Diane already understood enough to draw grandmaster-level arrays right now. The only thing that had held him back was his soul power, something that was obviously no longer holding him back. And lastly, Diane had no intention of becoming a slave to anyone. Noticing Diane's smirk, Connery was a bit off-put. Just what was so funny? But his thoughts were immediately cut off as Diane's ring flashed to reveal two new rings on his fingers. One denoting the Elven Formation Guild, and the other? The Elven Alchemy Guild. The last thing Diane took out was his master-level badge. He had earned this the very same day he challenged their guilds. And now, it was coming in handy. No one said a thing. Everyone's eyes were focused on the items in Diane's hand. With a last movement, Diane waved his hand and created a concealment array. Then, he covertly flashed Eli out of his ring to stand beside him. When Eli appeared, he was immediately confused and couldn't understand the situation. In the last 2 years, he had grown taller. Although he was lanky and clearly malnourished, he was barely a half centimeter shorter than Diane. In fact, he had been taller than Diane just a few hours ago if you thought about it. His hair was still at normal sandy blonde, and his light brown eyes matched that of his sister, Venus. Seeing this boy appear, Oliver, who was off in the distance and had come with Pertinacis and his step-mom, immediately felt an ache in his heart. He recognized who this boy was, and could see the pain his had gone through. Although Eli now wore clean and loose linens, his skin was still much too pale for what anyone would think would still be human. Noticing everyone's eyes on him, Eli's hand shot to his face, trying to cover a scar he knew had to be there. This scar had been his shame for the past 2 years, and although he had ignored it previously because he had been worried about Diane's well-being, he couldn't help but feel self-conscious about it now. Connery's brows creased at the appearance of this young man. It wasn't that he cared who Eli was, it was more so that he had no idea where he came from. If Eli had always been there, then this was a problem. Why? Because Connery, despite his expertise, had no idea. He had even awakened his aurora to 48%. There was no reason why he shouldn't be able to see through Diane's concealment array, or so he believed. And even if Eli had teleported here, and Diane had for some reason chosen to conceal the array for some reason or another, that didn't change the fact Connery still couldn't see through the concealment. This boy! A serious expression grew on Connery's features. If he had known that Diane hadn't done this to show off, but rather to hide the special nature of his ring, then maybe Connery would be spitting up blood now. Diane! Eli looked downward shyly after giving Ree a small smile. He had some impression of Ree after they ran toward Diane together. He was happy in his heart that his big brother had found such a beauty as a wife again. What's going on? Diane's heart ached when he saw how self-conscious Eli was about his scar. Still, Diane didn't make a move to remove Eli's hand from his face. Instead, he released Ree's hand and clasped both hands on Eli's shoulders. He gazed toward Eli seriously, his heart heavy. It was difficult for him to put into words just how he was feeling right this moment. But he eventually felt that actions would speak louder than words. "I've been a bad friend," Diane said sadly. "Let me do something for you." Eli shook his head furiously. "This wasn't your fault. Don't think that way. You did the right thing. Those students shouldn't have had to die without anyone knowing who was responsible." Diane sighed. No matter what Eli said, he just didn't feel right about it. If he had waited until he was powerful enough, then called the big sex out on their horrible deeds, wouldn't the result have been better? In fact, didn't he have the power to wipe the big sex out alone right now? He didn't need his puppets or his demon generals. Those low-level 6th-grade essence-gathering experts were nothing but fodder to Diane right now. This wouldn't be the Elven Kingdom declaring war on the Ragor God clan, now would it? Vidar Ragnar immediately recognized Eli for his scar. Rhys snorted. If you think your Ragnar clan can match up to us, have at it. Vidar's brow furrowed. It seems like the Elven princess doesn't know her history. Maybe I should enlighten you and your husband. Rhys smiled. There's no need. It was your main clan that helped up. You're nothing but the fodder they sent to this universe. Would you still like to take credit for that? Vidar and Olaf's lips twitched at Rhys' provocation. They had thought she was simply a side character, but who would have known that his tongue would be so sharp? We would, of course, never start a war over a single slave. If you'd like him, take him as a sign of goodwill. In fact, we've already done our due diligence in marking him for you. If you'd like, we can give him a second scarring too. Vidar sneered, unwilling to lose this war of words. Scar, Diane said faintly. You think such a weak family would be able to scar a brother of mine? Vidar's brows furrowed. What nonsense are you talking about? There's nothing capable of removing those. Diane's hand moved, ignoring Vidar's response to cover Eli's hand that was still on his face. You never need to worry about something like. Diane lightly gripped Eli's hand, nodding his head and asking Eli to trust him. Rhys smiled. She had seen Eli in full view just hours before. How could she not be aware that Diane had long since removed any ridiculous semblance of a scar? With a wave of her hand, a dense and circular piece of ice appeared as she circulated her ice will. Take a look, Eli. After reluctantly allowing Diane to remove his hand from his face, Eli shyly looked up only to find a scene he could hardly believe. He rushed up, nearly losing his footing on the ruined rooftop, but still gripping the sides of the ice and ignoring the cold that threatened to freeze his fingers off. Rhys giggled. Be careful. Watch your hands. When Vidar saw this scene, his face couldn't help but twist in disgust. Although others might not know, he knew fully well how difficult it was to remove those scars. Much like Rhys had when she fought Jade, the Ragnar poured copious amounts of will into the slave brands. The more power that was used to damage something, the more power it took to heal it. And that case was especially true when it came to purging a body part of wills. Something that Jade had learned the hard way. Tears threatened to spill over from Eli's eyes. Thank you. Thank you, Diane. Diane lightly smiled. Don't be ridiculous. Take this as only step one of my apology. There are many other things to come. Eli immediately composed himself, remembering that they had been in an odd situation before and suddenly realizing that a very tall and graying man was slowly losing his patience. Tell me, Eli, Diane continued, ignoring the angered Connery Sapientia. How many members of the Veridi family are there? 34. Not including me, 33. Eli didn't understand why Diane had asked, but he answered truthfully anyway. Turning his attention to Connery Sapientia, Diane continued. As you can see, your excuses and feigned attempts at buying time are useless. Diane didn't hold back in his words at all, letting Connery know that he had seen through them. I am the leader of not one, but 2 guilds. I am already a master-level practitioner. And since you want to make this a wager, let's make it a wager then. Diane smiled lightly as Connery was slowly losing control of his ability to keep his emotions in check. There are 33 Veridi family members. They're still alive regardless of the condition that they're in. Give me their slave plates right now, and I'll agree to wager my freedom. In fact, I'll even allow you to put a slave seal in me. Connery's eyes flashed at this. If Diane allowed a slave seal to be put in him, that was much different than it being forced. When there were 2 consenting parties to a seal, only death of one person would undo its effects. Diane was essentially wagering the rest of his life. Why should I give you the plates first? What kind of ridiculous deal works that way? It's simple, really. My only real obligation is to provide you with a Grandmaster-level weapon. It was you who brought up wagering my life. That was completely out of bounds. So, since you want to be so shameless, I thought I'd give you a handicap. After all, maybe if I'm worried about losing my life to you, I'll mess up and give you a chance to win. Diane smiled lightly. Silence. This level of arrogance was ridiculous. This was a 18-year-old boy challenging a Grandmaster formation expert as though he himself were already leagues beyond him.
In fact, I'll give you an even greater handicap. You get to choose the events. In fact, choose 3.
If I lose even one, you win. Suddenly, Connery began laughing as he flicked the ring that held the Verity family slave plates to Diane. This should be a grand event. Connery laughed. We'll do it as a close to the first day of the World Tournament.
That way, even my little Madeline can watch you become a slave for the rest of her days. Then you can watch as she marries off to someone worthy. Diane didn't say anything, instead choosing to leave under a chorus of laughter and sneers.
Whether it be Ebony and Ode, or the Niveus matriarch, or the young geniuses of Earth and the other planets, there wasn't a soul that believed Diane hadn't just agreed to sign his life away. Only Eli, Ree and the demon generals clearly understood why Diane had chosen this path.
And maybe only they believed he could do it. Along with Eli, Ree and the demon generals, Diane wasn't polite about rescuing the Verity family. He directly headed toward where he knew they were being held, the Arena City Alchemy Guild. Big brother, are we really going to let him take them away? Ace's face scrunched in disgust. He didn't care about the Verity family. In fact, until today he had forgotten about their existence. After the events of last year, he and Olaf had branded them, but they had ended up in Arena City, Cavasitas family territory.
Although Vidar Ragnar had had the array plates, that was only because it was his idea to use that family to pressure Diane, or more accurately, it had been Olaf, his younger brother's, idea. But now, the optics weren't as bad for the Ragnar family as they were for the Cavasitas family. Why? Because although slave trading was a rag or family trade, the slaves themselves belonged to Arena City, a city run by the Cavasitas. And now Diane was about to stroll into one of their guilds and take their property away. Hearing his younger brother's complaints, Voron sneered.
In a few weeks, he'll be a slave himself. What are you getting so worked up about? In the distance, there was at least one person happy with Diane's victory, although he too believed that it would be short-lived. Oliver had had Venus slavery weighing on his mind for years now. Although he was Madeline's elder brother, his sister's power wasn't his own. In fact, even if he had Madeline's power, that didn't guarantee the freeing of the Verity family. After all, although the Sapientia were highly respected, they weren't known for their combat prowess. It wasn't a secret to anyone that the Sapientia avoided mass conflicts so as to maintain their neutral ground and be allowed to thrive as they had been. This meant that the Cavasitas had no reason to listen to the demands of the Sapientia family. After brushing off his brother's worried, Voron set his gaze on Diane as everyone dispersed. The only thing I regret about this is that we'll never get a chance to show him the difference between him and us. Vidar stood in the air silently, listening to Voron's words. The truth was that even Vidar was too young to be among the top 4 of Earth. It wasn't that he wasn't powerful, it was that the top experts like Iris Ipsum had had almost a decade to accumulate points for their rankings. Regardless of his faith seed, this was only Vidar's 3rd campaign, and yet he had still managed to rank 25th, something that should have been praised among his peers. And yet, there was Diane. And then there was Ree. And even worse, there was Madeline. Each one had made it into the top 30, and each one had less campaigns than him. But now, he had come to find out that Diane had manipulated the rankings. There was nothing he wanted more than to tear Diane apart. If he could change the rankings for himself and Ree, why not for Madeline as well? It all made sense now. What maybe made all of this worse was the fact that Thor had placed higher on the rankings than he had after his first campaign. And so had Kedlum. Both had managed to make it into the top 50 cumulative rankings, and yet Vidar hadn't even been in the top 100 after his first campaign. Everything was coming together to reach a fever pitch, and Vidar wanting nothing more than to use Diane to vent. How could Vidar know that Diane, Ree and Madeline all deserved their rankings? And even if he did know, is that something he'd accept? Suddenly, Vidar was snapped out of his thoughts by his younger brother. Big brother, we should go. Father is likely waiting for you and Thor to come as we speak. Although Olaf was vague with his words, often by his own lack of information rather than by his design, Olaf knew exactly what the importance of this meeting was. The Ragnar family had been here for exactly as long as the elves had been. They entered as a low-level clan, back when the Celestial Deer sect were still the overlords of the quadrant. It wasn't that the Ragnar clan was weak. In fact, they weren't too far off in strength from the Celestial Deer sect even back then. It was just that the branch they sent here was This was why Rhee's words to Vidar had hit so close to home. This Ragnar branch was a nearly forgotten one. But what wasn't forgotten was the importance of the mission they had been sent on, a mission that was coming closer and closer to completion. There was a reason the groomed the Seeklam auxiliary clan to use the technique they coerced from the elves. There was a reason they took hold of the Ipsum auxiliary clan as well. And, maybe most importantly, there was a reason they warred with the Pakal God clan for their closely guarded technique. In fact, only a few knew that part of the reason that this Ragnar branch fled to this universe was to carry along with it the blood sacrifice technique they stole from the main Pakal branch. However, that was only part of the reason, and it seemed as though the second part was coming to a close soon too. It may have been lost on other more infantile god clans, but the Ragnar were very clear of the shift occurring on other planets. They were very clear on the movements into and out of this universe, movements that should have been impossible. And maybe what they were most clear on was the fact that their time was coming. Their mission would soon be complete, yes, but it was also the time for this small branch to rise up and take their place amongst the best the universes had to offer. Vidar was sure that his faith seed would play a large role. It was about time he awakened it. After finding a covert place to send the demon generals back into the ring, Diane walked along the streets as though nothing had happened with Rhee and Eli. "Have you met Rhee, Eli?" Diane asked with a bright smile. It was as though he was a kid again, excited to show off his girlfriend. Rhee found this to be quite adorable, but she was still a little shy. This was her first time meeting someone Diane truly called friend. Everyone else was either his subordinate or enemy. However, Rhee seemed to recover from this quickly. "We did meet while you were doing something reckless. You know you could have died, right? What were you thinking?" Eli giggled as he watched Diane awkwardly scratch the back of his head. It had been a long time since he had any time to truly relax, and he felt the best he had in years. He was happy to have a friend that remembered him after so long, despite the short time they had spent together. After she finished berating Diane for being stupid, Rhee switched sides to talk to Eli. For some reason, she felt comfortable enough to wrap her arms around his in a friendly way. Maybe it was Eli's shy appearance or his innocent features, but Rhee took a liking to him. "Tell me, Eli, how was Diane back then? How many bad things did he do?" Diane cringed at this question, trying to signal Eli with his eyes to remember the bro code. Unfortunately, it seemed the martial world had no concept of such a thing. Seeing that Rhee was taking the opportunity to get close to him, Eli's mouth began to pour out endless secrets. Well, maybe they weren't secrets, but they were definitely things he had glossed over in the past. In the past, Diane had already told Rhee about how he met Madeline in full detail. That would never be something he held from her. But there were other things he may or may not have ignored. Mortal world crush? Clara, flirting with anything that walked? Naked in front of Delia? Rhee's voice seemed to gain an octave with every new juicy piece of information. Diane could only pretend as though he wasn't there, instead focusing his gaze on the cobbled roads and shop-lined streets. In the end, Diane couldn't even find the tears to cry. "Eli, you traitor." Eli couldn't help but laugh, seemingly unaffected by Diane's cries. Seeing that no one was going to help him explain, Diane began to. "My first crush isn't even relevant. I was like 5 years old. That hardly counts for anything, right?" Our eyes, blue-silver eyes, blinked as her long hair bobbed in the wind. "It counted enough for you to remember to tell my best friend Eli about it." Best friend. Diane choked on air. This wasn't going well. All right. The truth was that Diane had been worried about more than just his parents showing up during the trials. He had also been worried about confronting a girl he had liked back when he was in the human world. It had never developed into love because Diane had cut it off. But that probably only made him feel all the guiltier. That said, it was likely because Diane had made the emotionally unselfish decision then that made the old man not deem it worthy to test him on. Clara. Diane hadn't seen her since he was about 10 years old. That was when, after the death of his father, he began taking his inventing seriously. He tossed everything for the sake of making his mark on the world. Actually, Diane had seen her again during the Focus Academy assessments, but he had done his best to avoid her entirely. To an adult, the decisions of a 10-year-old seem petty. Diane didn't even know what the word love meant. And it wasn't until Madeline that his brain had a eureka moment. Something that was then replicated by Ree.
In fact, if it wasn't for Clara, it would have been all the more likely for Diane to ignore his feelings for Madeline. But when you coupled those past feelings of guilt with the thought of Madeline's life being on the line, it had pushed him over the edge.
Diane's mother, before her death, had always told him to follow his feelings and act on them before it was too late. But it wasn't until Clara that Diane began taking that seriously. There was a time where Diane ignored his mother's advice much like he had his dad's. Many saw his lopsided agreement with his mother and wrote him off as a mama's boy, when in reality there was a story behind that too. Seeing Diane struggling with his answer, and not wanting to ruin the mood, Ree tactfully changed the subject. In reality, Diane had brought up Clara to Ree before.
It was just that it happened to be one of the things he glossed over. Forget the crush then, I'm not letting you off the hook. Ree playfully glared at Diane. What's this I hear about you flashing poor Delia?
And sexually harassing Ava. Diane nearly snorted out his laughter. I'm innocent. Delia just happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time, and I was only thanking Ava for saving me. So you want to blame poor Delia for seeing what she saw? It was her home.
How was she supposed to know some pervert was going to come flying in with his things hanging everywhere? Eli burst out into laughter. He didn't even notice when tears had started streaming down his face until Ree took out a cloth to help him wipe it with a concerned smile on her face.
It wasn't until then that Diane noticed that they had finally come to the Alchemy Guild. It was no wonder why Eli's emotions were a mess. Patting his shoulder, Diane smiled lightly. Let's go get them. Much later that day, Diane had found a place for everyone to stay. He had wanted to be low-key before, but since practically the whole city knew of his existence now, he decided to rent out an entire home. Many of the Veridi were in too bad of a state to walk out under their own power, so Diane had put them to sleep. It was likely even they hadn't been aware that they were saved. Surprisingly, after his family was saved, Eli stopped all thoughts of crying. He immediately moved to doing everything in his power to have them rest comfortably, impressing Diane with his knowledge of plants again. From the day Diane had met Eli, he had already noted his excellent gardening skills, but he was ashamed to say that back then, he hadn't truly grasped the scale Eli worked under. But now, with Diane's alchemy knowledge having increased manifold, it was quite shocking to see that Eli could still impress him like this. In fact, it seemed quite abnormal. As a wielder of an innate aurora, Diane usually picked up on things others didn't. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that oftentimes, those small things were what set Diane apart from those who plotted against him. So, when Diane realized just how impressive Eli's knowledge of alchemy was despite not having an innate aurora, he immediately thought of the words Voron had said. Voron had mentioned how Eli was seen as useless as a pill slave. He had no reaction to the pills given to him, and his deterioration in health had to do with his worry for his family as opposed to anything else. He was eventually released, but he kept coming back to the point where he was sent off to the Chaos Arena.
Although the connection seemed somewhat convoluted and flimsy, Diane immediately wanted to see if this somehow had some sort of connection with his sensitivity to plants. But now didn't seem like the time to find out.
Eli was much too focused on taking care of his family to worry about anything else. Diane sighed as his eyes scanned over Uncle Ale and Venus, two other members of the Veridi family he had good connections with. Uncle Ale's hair was decidedly less spherical. In fact, he ironically looked as young as he was meant to now, despite the fact his skin was pale and sunken. As for Venus, her lips were cracked, and her sandy blonde hair seemed to have grayed. She looked almost nothing like the teen she should. She should have at most been a few years older than Diane, and yet here she was struggling to hold onto her life. The first thing Diane had done for each and every one of the Veridi was purge their system of all pill effects. But maybe the harder part was to remove the pill impurities. In all of the pills Diane had ever created, he never worried about impurities. Because of his innate aurora, his process, within reason, could be seen as the peak of perfection. But other alchemists didn't have such a luxury and often had the effectiveness of their pills restricted by impurities. Unfortunately, these impurities were harder to deal with than even the pills themselves. The only saving grace was that the level of alchemy, and therefore the level of materials used were all low-grade. This made it easier to deal with. After Diane helped to the best of his abilities, he let Eli know that he should mind his rest, pointing out that there were tens of open rooms in this house for him to sleep in before leaving Eli in the large bed-filled room. On his way upstairs to where Ree was likely waiting, Diane once again thought of Madeline. He had been diligently checking his device, but there was still no message. That likely meant that Madeline hadn't arrived yet, unless she for some reason ran out of Dow stones again. Either way, Diane could only wait. Regardless, in just a few weeks, he should be able to see her, a thought that brought a smile to his face. It's been a long time, Diane thought to himself. Almost 2 years. In fact, the start of the World Tournament would make 2 years exactly. Diane didn't even care that his 19th birthday was coming up soon. He was more eager to see his first love. This time, she wouldn't be going anywhere without him by her side. This Connery Sapientia character seemed intent on marrying Madeline to someone else. As if, Diane snorted to himself, you won't even get as far as the ceremony planning, let alone the actual ceremony. I'm not letting my Madeline go through that again. Just as Diane was about to go up the stairs, his ears twitched with the sound of light footsteps approaching the door of the mansion. With his improved body constitution, all of his senses had been improved wildly such that he could immediately pick up on such things. Maybe, Diane smiled. He didn't think anyone else would come and bother him but one person. After all, with the display the demon generals had put on, any enemies would be foolhardy to even attempt it unless they bothered the heads of the royal god clans, something ridiculously unlikely. Diane walked toward the door. Or, more accurately, he did something that looked half like walking and half like running. His body seemed to flash from where it stood to the door. His soul was fatigued after spending so long curing the Viridi, but he did a quick sweep anyway. It was just one person, it had to be her, right? Diane's hand reached for the doorknob just as the chimes of the doorbell rang through the large and most hollow house. A bright grin spread across Diane's face as he saw a sight he hadn't seen in years. A girl with beauty beyond words. He almost didn't take note of her now purple hair and eyes. Madeline! Diane didn't let her respond. His arms immediately shot forward, pulling her into a tight hug and burying her head into his chest. Madeline's purple chi-pao clung tightly to her curves as she lay silently in Diane's arms. I missed you, Diane whispered. Thank you. Madeline's words were muffled with her head being held so tightly against Diane. He didn't even have the chance to register what she said before the feeling of a cold blade stabbed into his ribcage and toward his heart. For making this so easy, Diane was stunned to silence. He stumbled backward as he felt something slowly crystallizing inside of him. Short and shallow breaths escaped and retreated with Diane's pained movements. Confusion colored his features, but he couldn't divert his attention from what was going on inside of his body. Something was wrong. This wasn't a simple dagger, this was a technique. His senses were slipping from him, he had no time to think. His organs slowed, and the beating of his heart hardened. What's going on? Diane's body continued to harden uncontrollably as Madeline watched. She didn't seem to move an inch, as though she was waiting for something. Sure enough, the sounds of light footsteps coming from upstairs soon caught Diane's attention. But he couldn't turn around to warn Ree. The next best thing was to fall. He had to let her know something was wrong in case she didn't notice. Ree's eyes widened as she watched Diane fall. Who are you? Ree didn't think twice. She didn't know who this person was. But, to be powerful enough to hurt Diane in the time span it took for her to hear the doorbell and come to see what was going on, she had to be powerful. Diane had given her the ring while he was dealing with his saint energy influx, so she still had it. Ree immediately called upon Thaddeus, not having time to mind the fact he was half naked. But, before either had a chance to do anything, Madeline turned away, disappearing. Even Thaddeus' features furrowed at this sight. He didn't specialize in sensing techniques, and he definitely didn't have an innate aurora or talented soul. He simply couldn't find this disappearing girl. Diane's senses continued to dull even as Thaddeus and Ree rushed over to him. It seemed Eli was too preoccupied to come. But how could he be blamed for such a thing? It had only been a doorbell after all. Well, this isn't too good. Diane's brain was slowing down. The speed of thought his innate aurora gave him becoming useless. The more possible solutions he thought of, the slower the next thought came. Soon, he would be at a dead end. Dian's senses were rapidly fading. He couldn't seem to circulate his wills, and he was rapidly losing control over his aurora. Even as his organs slowed, there was one thing that was becoming clear. This wasn't meant to kill Dian. If that was the case, then why had the dagger purposefully stopped before his heart? If Dian's heart had been damaged, then this would have been a nearly unsalvageable situation. But Dian's death wasn't this person's only goal. They wanted him to suffer, not just physically but emotionally. Despite Dian's slowed thoughts, he could still think much faster than the average person. He had immediately picked up on the fact that this person seemed intent on having Rhys see that they were in Madeline's countenance before they disappeared. Dian never thought for even an instant that it was truly Madeline after he felt the dagger stab into him.
He wouldn't waste brain cells believing such a thing. But that didn't make the situation any less terrible. He knew he couldn't focus on anything other than reversing this situation. Although this person's goal wasn't to kill Dian, that was only in the short term. Dian had little doubt that if this technique was given enough time, he would surely die. He could feel what was meant to be a strong and probing pain, but at the moment it wasn't enough to cause Dian discomfort. But he could feel that it was steadily increasing as time went on. The vitality that pumped through his veins now were so powerful that it was ironically becoming a detriment to him. His organs were slowly crystallizing under this odd technique, but at the same time his heart was relentlessly pumping. That may sound like a good thing, but in reality, that meant that the newly formed crystals were being cracked under the pressure due to its lack of elasticity. With every pump, Dian felt as though his heart was coming closer and closer to shattering. Rhee's hands found their way to Dian's chest, and her eyes flashed with a bright blue as she swept her aurora through Dian's body. But what she saw was something that made her tremble. This has to be a will?
Right? Rhee didn't know what to think. Red crystals were growing and coating Dian's organs. No, more accurately, they were becoming Dian's organs. Coming to that conclusion, Rhee immediately tried circulating her celestial will within Dian, relying on her Elven Queen's Rain Constitution to boost it to the 5th level. Beads of sweat trickled down Rhee's forehead as Dian could only watch.
In reality, Rhee's first action was the same action Dian would have taken. Celestial will was an ultimate defense and had the ability to purify techniques and wills. Since Dian was being afflicted with what was likely a combination of the two, Celestial will should have helped.
Unfortunately, Dian's ability to use his own celestial will was cut off and he was slowly losing his control over his aurora. Thaddeus watched anxiously as Eli walked into the lobby area. Seeing Dian lying on the ground, worry and surprise colored Eli's features as he rushed forward. He didn't want to disturb Rhee since she was clearly pushing herself so hard, but he couldn't help but want to know what happened. He had just been with Dian. How did things end up like this?
Eli. Rhee's voice was strained, but she had something to ask. It didn't make sense for Dian to let his guard down so easily. It didn't even look like there had been a struggle. There were only 3 explanations.
Either the person at the door was someone that Dian knew and thus felt comfortable with, or someone was disguised as them at the very least, or this person was so far and away more powerful than Dian that caution didn't matter.
And the last possibility was that disappearing technique they used. Maybe Dian just hadn't been aware of her presence. Yes, Rhee? Eli's face had paled considerably. He was very much aware that the time between breaths Dian took were getting much too far apart. He wanted to ask if maybe Dian's demon generals, the white-haired powerhouses he had seen earlier that day, might be able to help. But the fact that Rhee hadn't thought of that likely meant that they wouldn't be of much help at all.
Are there any exceptionally beautiful women that Dian knows? Rhee's brows furrowed. At first Eli thought that was a ridiculous question to ask now considering the circumstances, until he finally pieced together that Rhee likely thought the person who attacked Dian was someone he knew.
But unfortunately, Eli hadn't seen the attacker. By the time he came out, Madeline was gone. Exceptionally beautiful?
I really can't tell with a descriptor like that. Rhee shook her head. No. This woman had beauty no one would ever forget. It's likely something many know her for. Rhee had heard of the 6 beauties of the universe. But, in reality, it was technically only 5. Dian had changed the name to 6 to add her, and it was likely no one would disagree. That said, Rhee had seen many of them already. She had seen Ulu, Ebony, and Saru. And, although she didn't know the name of the last girl, Ree was sure that she had seen her as well. If Diane was able to communicate effectively, he would have known that the fourth was a beauty from the Kami god clan, a Japanese goddess. I'm sorry, Ree. The only person I can think of is Madeline. But if it was Madeline, then I have no doubt that this was a person in disguise.
It doesn't help us much. Ree's hands trembled as frustration built up. Her celestial will wasn't getting anywhere, and it seemed her questions weren't helping either. If she had seen the four beauties, then the fifth would have been Madeline.
But Madeline didn't have purple hair and eyes from what Diane had told her. And Madeline also wore glasses, but this woman didn't. Why would they try and trick Diane with a representation of someone so far from what he knew Madeline as? Just who was she? Then, Diane's brows furrowed when he too realized Ree's celestial will wasn't having much of an effect. Or, more accurately, he tried to, but he was losing control of his muscles and the pain was building up to a point where even Diane was beginning to find it unbearable. The worst part was that the wound in his ribcage wasn't healing, and the only reason why blood wasn't spilling out and onto the floor was because Diane's blood was hardening too. Ree was beginning to panic. She couldn't think of a solution other than celestial will. Is mine just not strong enough? The glow of Ree's crown was beginning to dim. At least 10 minutes had passed since she began, and her stamina was beginning to tap out. I should go and find Madeline, right? Her celestial will is much more powerful. Ree looked at Diane to try and see if she could get an answer, but all she found were a pair of resolute eyes. The truth was that Diane was in unimaginable pain, but he had lost the ability to express it. He had thought of a solution, but he had to rely on Ree to figure it out. If she couldn't, it was likely that he'd die in a few weeks. Finding Madeline would have been a good solution if they could guarantee her getting here within the first minute of the technique's onset. But that was clearly impossible. Setting aside how long Ree would have taken to notice her celestial will wasn't having an effect, Diane wasn't even sure if Madeline was on this planet at all. His only option was to use his eyes to show Ree he hadn't lost hope. He had to show her that there was a way out, she just needed to take her time. There's a way, Ree asked softly. Diane couldn't blink or widen his eyes. At most, he could shift them a bit and change their focus. But even that ability would be gone soon. And maybe an even bigger issue that Diane hadn't thought of was that when he got rid of this crystallization, what about the gaping wound in his rib? That would likely not heal easily, judging by how difficult this technique was to deal with. Seeing Diane's continued gaze, Ree understood that Diane had thought of a way, and the fact that he was letting her know meant that it should be within her abilities to think of this too. All the while, Thaddeus and Eli stood off to the side. Thaddeus wasn't willing to re-enter the ring in case that girl was still around, and Eli felt too guilty to leave. After all, his family only needed rest now. Does it have to do with cleansing? Ree thought to herself. She couldn't rely on a gaze to answer complex questions, or else she may accidentally steer down the wrong path. What Ree did know was that she likely had time. Although Diane's organs were crystallizing, that would first have preservation characteristics before death. The main issue was Diane's vitality. It was constantly pushing against the crystals and threatening to shatter them completely. But the issue was that these crystals weren't a coating. They were Diane for all intents and purposes. Okay, what I do know is that this requires some form of cleansing. Although my celestial will wasn't powerful enough to stop the process, it did slow it down. Which means we're on the right path. I think I should find Madeline, but Diane doesn't know if she's back yet, or else he would have never asked Connery Sapientia whether or not she was. Ree actively activated her aurora, looking to speed up her thinking process before she reached for one of Diane's rings. Then, she gripped onto Diane's hand and melded her aurora into his fading aurora. By melding their souls, Ree gained access to a ring she hadn't had ownership of before, and thus took out a device she was familiar with, Diane's communication device. As expected, though, she came back disappointed. There hadn't been any messages from Madeline, which likely meant she wasn't even on this planet. That, or there was another reason. Either way, she wasn't reachable. Seeing that her plan to enlist Madeline's help had failed, Ree began racking her brain for more ideas. What cleanses? What cleanses? Maybe I'm thinking about it all wrong. Ree suddenly thought of something that might be promising. But the sheer amount of work that it would take was daunting. Was this really her best option? No, maybe it'll work if I get one of the demon generals with good soul talent to do it? Yes, maybe. With a faint light of hope, Rhode Island grasped onto Diane's rigid figure and instructed Thaddeus to stand guard after telling Eli it was okay to worry about his family. Then, she disappeared into the ring.
Off in another rented mansion, a meeting of the Planet Nyx geniuses was taking place. Or, more accurately, it was a reunion between a husband and wife. Ulu's beautiful figure was matted in sweat that glistened along her flawless dark skin. Moans of fiery passion struggled their way out of her full lips as she rode a large dark young man. Maybe large wasn't enough to describe this young man. He was only 2.5 meters tall, not too big for an expert of the martial realm, but he was broad. His chest was so thick and wide that Ulu's small hands seemed to lose themselves in his mound of muscle. A crisp slap resounded through the dark room as the young man gripped onto Ulu's plump ass. Ulu convulsed, her hips shaking wildly as she lost control of her movements. One could hardly understand how such a petite woman took the length and width of such a thick rod, and yet she did, leaving her only complaints to be voiced in moans. However, the young man didn't seem to be intent on letting her rest. Grabbing a handful of Ulu's long black hair, the young man pulled her head back before sitting up and lightly biting her collarbone. "Tell me, Ulu, why are you so reserved today?" The young man's voice was deep and resounding. Ulu felt as though her chest was resonating with her husband's voice to the point where her ample chest bounced in response. Ulu grinded back and forth on her husband's cock, taking her time in answering his question. The truth was that Ulu wasn't enjoying this sex at all. She had been faking everything since the beginning, and it was starting to weigh on her mentally. If she hadn't snuck in lubricant she forced her maids to buy from the alchemy guilds, she had no idea if she would have even been able to slide onto her husband's mass. Diane had taken away her ability to enjoy something she used to like very much, and the anger and feeling of helplessness was only making the experience all the more worse. Hearing her husband's question only made her all the more aware of this, hyper-aware. Even. She wanted nothing more than to tear Diane limb from limb. Her chest bubbled with fury. But, if Ulu told her husband what happened, Diane would without a doubt die. Saint soul or not, Diane wasn't a match for those of the top 10. In many cases, they were more than a decade or even two older than him, and they had access to experience and power he didn't. As much as Ulu wanted him dead, she couldn't allow it, not yet. Her husband was the power behind their kingdom and she was the brains. At least, that's how it would be when they were powerful enough to inherit their thrones. Ulu couldn't allow him to run wild just yet, even if it was for her. She also knew she couldn't involve the higher elders of the Nyx because they were dealing with something much more important. Something that had to do with why her husband had been late arriving to begin with. What Ulu needed now was Diane to herself. The problem was that, with the Sapientia in the way, it was likely that there were now two parties who understood how important he was. This made things more difficult but not impossible. It was simple really. All her husband had to do was fight and beat Diane without having the impulse to kill him. "It's nothing, King." Ulu slid off her husband's cock and bowed off to the edge of the best to place her head between his legs. "There's just something weighing on my mind." A large hand found its way to Ulu's head, grasping a clump of hair firmly to control her movements. "There's nothing to worry about, Ulu. The mission went well. I and the few others had to go for experience. We didn't even participate and were never in any real danger." Although Ulu's husband, Zabia, said this to soothe his wife, he was a bit angered by it too. He didn't like being treated like a child. Ulu bobbed her head up, gasping for air before she slid her tongue down his shaft. "That's not what I meant. I think I've found the demon sage. Unfortunately, others know of this too." "Demon sage? The pill, you mean?" "Our elders aren't in a place to deviate their attention like this. Pulling in such an expert just isn't possible right now," Zabia said after contemplating. One thing was clear, what they were doing was even more important than the prospect of having Diane on their side. "You'd be surprised to know that the demon sage is only 18 years old," Ulu said carefully. 18? How is that possible? His soul strength should have just reached the saint stage. But his energy cultivation is very far behind. He's an otherworldly talent. Zabia nodded. "I understand what you mean now. There aren't any soul techniques available,
even from our universe, that would be capable of allowing him to make full use of his strength, let alone this universe. Ulu's delicate hands gently played with Zabia's balls, making him lose his train of thought, meaning he's most likely comparable to a lower to mid-essence gathering expert. He's no match for you. Grunting, Zabia took a deep breath. So, what do you want me to do? Simple. During the tournament. It has to be before the end so as to temper suspicions. Beat him. Then, when he's most susceptible, use one of your slave seals on him. Zabia was surprised by this request. As a talent of Planet Nyx, he was of course afforded protection, even more than Ulu. This was because despite being around 28 years old, just like his wife, he was already prepared to step into the saint stage. In fact, the only reason he hadn't was because of this tournament. This seal wasn't on the level of what Ulu had used on Ri. To compare the two would be like expecting a mortal to fight against a transcendent expert. Ulu simply couldn't compare. Even though the world tournament follows a round-robin style in the end, how can we guarantee that he'll make it that far? Even if he does, what if he resigns? Zabia wondered. Don't forget, husband, he's cheated his way into the top 10, meaning he's already earned a spot in the final stage of the tournament. As for resigning, he's too arrogant to do such a thing. Just let him know that you're my husband and that will be enough. Ulu's delicate lips locked around Zabia's thick tip, relishing in the viscous liquid that poured down her throat. At least I can still enjoy this, she thought in satisfaction. In fact, she even imagined a small throb in her loins at the thought of Diane being beaten mercilessly into submission by her husband. Master, lend me some Dao stones. Madeline had a bright smile on her face. She was all too excited to see Diane. But first, she had to find out where he was. She couldn't very well fly around aimlessly looking for him. That would be a bit too ridiculous even for her. Esther's brows scrunched as though she was in deep thought. It was clear that she was distracted by something, and it was even more apparent by the fact she didn't even respond to Madeline's outrageous ask. Dao stones weren't something the Sapientia family had easy access to. In fact, if people knew Diane had a ring filled with them, there would be a race to steal them from him. Even Diane's Queen Fairy Pill had only sold for tens of Dao stones, and that was after an outrageous bidding war. Master! Madeline tapped on Esther's shoulder, trying to get her attention. Ah, Madeline tilted her head in confusion. She had never seen her master too flustered or distracted. What was going on? Dao stones. Do you have them? Madeline asked again. Dao stones. Esther looked at her disciple with some confusion. Madeline had all of a sudden come back with a complete makeover and a striking lack of glasses. To other clans, this may have been negligible, but there was a reason the Sapientia all had golden eyes and glasses. Their first-in-line genius suddenly breaking the mold was a bit odd. Don't be ridiculous, Esther said, snapping out of it. Who has Dao stones just to hand out like this? Plus, you'd only be asking to kill yourself if you tried using them. Madeline pouted. She couldn't very well tell her master why she needed them, or else that would come with an even more resounding no. Diane had said that he wouldn't make her wait long to be with him, but Madeline had forced herself to hold a semblance of realism. Could Diane really be ready to take her away now? Sighing, Madeline walked off to her room. She regretted not having Dao stones, but there was little she could do. When she had been with Amethyst, the Violet Phoenix had interestingly gone out of its way to shatter her glasses but left her spatial rings and necklace alone. After Madeline had finished absorbing the legacy, the gate had long since closed. So, she fell into a bit of despair. If she didn't go home, it would have been months before the gate opened and she saw Diane again. But Amethyst took pity on her and helped out. With the last bit of remaining soul she housed in this world, she used Madeline's remaining Dao stones to power a teleportation array out of the gate and onto planet Naiad. That said, that meant that now Madeline was out of stones and could only wait through the coming weeks to see Diane. Reaching her room, Madeline stepped into a space that she had called home for the better part of 2 years. After slipping off her qipao and sliding into bed, Madeline rested her head to look out at the full moon through the large window. See you soon.
At the centermost point of the Martial continent sat a castle of untold proportions that mixed in amongst mountains of grandeur. This place was a holy land of cultivation, the epicenter of natural energies and the home of the most prestigious clan on Earth, the Belmont clan. Their history was long, but not always glorious. In fact, for much of their existence, they were servants to more powerful experts. However, one of these experts rose them up and allowed them to become a royal god clan of epic proportions. A royal god clan that many were wary of. There was a reason why Xianxia was so curious about studying their burial tombs and historical tomes. The Belmont family was a clan shrouded in mystery even to this day. Their current king, Elwing's father, rarely appeared in public. In fact, much of the reason few put the supposed disappearance of the Elven king in their eyes is because the only man known to rival him, King Belmont, hadn't appeared in just as long. However, the difference was that while the elves had no clue as to King Acacia's whereabouts, the Belmonts knew that King Belmont was very much alive and well, and most importantly, that his ambition to raise the Belmont family to even higher levels had not been sated. So, when his first prince of this generation, Lionel Belmont, came back from a campaign to inform him that a legacy they had spent centuries guarding had been acquired, and by a woman no less, his excitement held no bounds. "Ha ha!" King Belmont's voice boomed as he flashed out of his cultivation room at the words of his son. "Lionel, haven't I told you to smile more? What's with this cold look you're giving your father?" Lionel showed no real reaction to King Belmont's over-the-top personality. He was very much used to it at this point. "It's not so simple, father." "And why is that?" King Belmont stretched his back. He looked no different than a man in his 20s. If it wasn't for his strength and aura, many would mistake him for Lionel's older brother as opposed to his father. He too, much like Lionel, had purple hair. And not to anyone's surprise, he too had melded his red and blue eyes together to a near-perfectly purple hue, even more so than Lionel. Only less practiced Belmonts had strikingly different eye colors like Elwing. Those who held the right amount of talent, or had enough time, would slowly fuse the colors to match their hair. However, no Belmont had managed to do so perfectly. One eye would always be more red, and the other would always be more blue. "She's a Sapientia." Lionel, interestingly enough, started with this as a main barrier. And, for something like this, it's worth allowing that Connery fool into our tombs. It's not as though he'll gain much from it anyway. He's not a fool, father. He simply works based on effective returns. It's quite a logical way to do things. King Belmont sighed. "This is why, despite your talent far surpassing your siblings, I haven't given you the title of official first prince yet." Lionel didn't seem too shaken by this. He knew his father would eventually cave in the end. Anyway, it wasn't as though he played favorites with his children. "That's only because you're too young. You have too many years left. Don't pretend as though it's because I have some character flaw. Listen to you, being so rude to your own father. I should bring in Big Red to help discipline you." King Belmont snorted. Even Lionel couldn't help but twitch at the nickname. Only King Belmont and King Acacia would dare call Ava's father, Head Sicarius, Big Red. "Tell me, Lionel, how do you think my power stacks up to the heads of the other royal god clans and King Acacia?" King Belmont's playful demeanor disappeared, replaced by the air of an expert as he turned his gaze toward his son. "You know that's something I have no scope or understanding for. So why do you ask?" Lionel didn't think much before responding. He found this question to be ridiculous. How was he, no matter how talented he was, supposed to tell the difference between experts who could crush him like an ant? If you had to make a guess, what would it be? Understanding his son, King Belmont was already prepared for this answer. "I'd say that you're weaker. Why else would you bide your time as you have? It might not be your fault, you also seem to be younger than them." King Belmont shook his head. "This is what I mean. You see people as simple equations, to be added and subtracted. To you, if I'm powerful enough, we should already be a king god clan. Why stay a royal god clan?" Lionel remained silent. His father was exactly right, that was exactly his thinking. His father rarely appeared in the public and spent all of his time cultivating. Why would he waste away his years like this? In the coming weeks, large changes will be taking place.
Maybe these things will help you put things into proper perspective. People will surprise you. Things you saw as simple won't be so simple at all. And maybe you might even begin to see through your own mistakes. Lionel's face showed no real change at his father's statements. Unlike most children, Lionel had never seen his father as an unmatched peak figure. In fact, Lionel rarely interacted even with his own mother. What his father was saying now just sounded like the excuses of a man who knew his power wasn't enough. Maybe if Lionel had paid more attention, he would know that yes, King Belmont felt his power was insufficient. But not for the reasons Lionel thought. Unlike Lionel, King Belmont was very much aware of the shifting tides on the other planets. It hadn't escaped his notice that of the 4 planets, 2 of them, both Planet Nyx and Planet Mino, were bringing along 3 clans that no one had ever heard of. For a mere 100 years to overhaul the god and royal god clan system of a planet? Especially when peak experts lived so long. It didn't make sense. What also didn't escape King Belmont's radar was the subtle movement of the Ragnar god clan to these changes. But, interestingly enough, there was one thing that even King Belmont hadn't calculated for. After all, even with his centuries of experience, how could he predict the importance of a mere 18-year-old boy? "I'll keep your words in mind, father," Lionel said faintly despite having already cast those words to the back of his mind. "But this matter isn't one we can ignore. As I've already said, the offer has been sent to Connery. The fact that you're still saying it isn't so simple makes me think that there's something you're hiding from me." Suddenly, King Belmont's childish side came out again. "Don't tell me." King Belmont grinned. "Are you too scared to speak with this Madeline girl? If you needed advice about women, why didn't you come to me sooner?" Lionel was at a loss for words. Why couldn't his father be serious? The truth was that the problem was Diane, but Lionel didn't know how his father would react to him trying to steal someone else's bride. But Lionel also knew, from his younger brother Elwing, that this Diane wasn't someone who'd go away simply because of the authority a royal god clan held. If he let his father announce a marriage, it would be likely that Diane would react violently. It wasn't an issue of dealing with Diane. After all, to Lionel, this Diane was a small character. The problem was how Madeline would react to Diane. Lionel wasn't a fan of the idea of the Belmont family being tainted as cuckolds. But, at the same time, this legacy was too important to let go. He had already been planning on wooing Madeline, but after months of being with her, that girl showed no sign of any interest. Lionel couldn't understand how he could possibly lose out to anyone. But logic dictated that he needed a new approach. If love wouldn't come first, it would have to come after marriage. Shaking his head and ignoring his father's pokes and prods, Lionel finally told his father the situation. For the sake of the Belmont, the king had to know everything about this situation. Surprisingly, King Belmont didn't respond as Lionel had assumed. Knowing his father, Lionel had thought that an adamant no was coming. King Belmont was a man who often placed emotion above logic, or so Lionel thought. And yet, he was contemplating this? King Belmont immediately noticed his son's surprise and sighed. "You've mistaken my decisions in the past as being overly emotional. The problem is that you have no perspective. If this was a girl you wanted to steal simply because she was powerful, I would stop you. In fact, the only reason I allowed you, as a prince, to campaign on another planet was because you didn't tell me about this Diane character beforehand. I would have never allowed you to even attempt it. You would have stained the name of the Belmont." A purple flame burned in King Belmont's eyes as he bore his gaze into his son. "What did you think? That somehow because you were from a royal god clan that she would drop everything for you? Have you no context? No understanding? Do you know what that girl has been through? Why would she choose power over someone who truly cared for her?" Lionel had never seen his father so angry at him. Even when he was rude and cold, King Belmont had never reacted this. Was what he had tried to do so bad? He couldn't help but be taken aback. "Let me tell you now, had you laid a finger on her against her consent, I would have killed you where you stand. You would have lost all right to be my son." King Belmont's words held no possible leeway. He meant what he said. Although Lionel's face still hadn't changed from its standard deadpan expression, his surprise couldn't be understated. He had expected his father to disagree with him, but not to this extent. King Belmont turned away, clearly struggling with a decision. He hadn't heard of this Dian before, but he had received a report just earlier today about a commotion caused by a 18-year-old boy, someone who many thought to be the number one ranked on the list, the Demon Sage. But that wasn't the only problem he was struggling with. He knew that his son, Lionel, had enough talent to compete even with Dian. There was a reason why Lionel could fight against high-level essence-gathering sons and daughters of the Weta King God clan despite having a drastically lower cultivation. Even if the reports about Dian were as true as their exaggerations, King Belmont was still confident in his son winning. The problem was Amethyst's legacy. No matter how moral King Belmont was, this faith seed was of unprecedented importance to their family and the martial world as a whole. To allow it to enter the family of someone else would be nothing less than a slap in the face of every Belmont to have ever lived and likely a death sentence to many. This wasn't a simple decision. Then he thought of something else. This Dian. Where did you say this boy is from? King Belmont snapped back to Lionel, surprising him. The mortal world. King Belmont took in a sharp breath. He had made a decision. Unless you can beat him, don't think of having me propose this marriage. With those last words, King Belmont flashed into his cultivation room, leaving Lionel alone in the mountain range. After spending so much time berating his son about not treating people as simple equations, King Belmont had almost let himself fall into the same trap. By every measurement, this Dian was too dangerous. He was too weak. He didn't have enough backing. And all of the compiled onto the fact that Madeline's virginity and lineage held untold importance to the rise of the Belmont and the salvaging of the martial world. King Belmont wasn't all good and all caring. He was a man who understood balance and nuance, while also understanding morality and the importance of ethics to a ruler. But because of that, he also understood that what was right and what was wrong was always painted in grays. Did the faith seed belong to Madeline? Yes, but there were lives on the line. Despite Amethyst's choice, King Belmont still couldn't believe that her powers would serve Madeline and Dian more than Madeline and Lionel. King Belmont knew and understood very well how the war Amethyst fought tied into the grander scheme. He knew very well how important the reintroduction of Amethyst's faith seed was to the current martial world. And he also understood that beyond the hopes of his ancestors, there were the hopes of the future resting on the decisions of the now. But he needed to see it. He wouldn't blindly believe that his son was the best option or that the Belmonts were the best option. If this Dian thought Madeline should selfishly be his, he would have to prove it. He would have to overcome the shackles placed on him and his people. And he would have to show the martial world that he belonged. No one would care about his disadvantage. No one would care about his youth. No one would listen to any excuses he had. If he wanted Madeline, King Belmont could only wish him good luck. That very same night, a planet even King Belmont had far from his thoughts was meeting, planet Naiad. This was a planet with the closest relations with Earth and were home to the Clite Royal God Clan, the Kami God Clan, and Endora God Clan. But what many still remembered was the fact that it used to house a completely different Royal God Clan, Delia's father's clan, the Paishaniva Royal God Clan. Unfortunately, that clan was now in rapid decline. They were not even powerful enough to gain representation for this world tournament. As such, they were replaced by the Endora God Clan. Have you located Paishaniva yet? A man with hair such a light shade of brown that it was nearly blonde spoke. Beside him, on a throne just a few centimeters lower, was a woman with beautiful olive skin. She had features that should have been warm and inviting, but there was something decidedly dead and cold about her eyes. Head Clite, unfortunately we haven't been able to. He's very good at hiding. We aren't sure if it was by design or not, but from our sources he was the head of a pitiful academy just 2 years ago named Focus Academy, I believe. However, it was disbanded. No one has seen him since then. It's likely that he disappeared knowing we would be coming to this planet for the tournament. And his daughter? The woman faintly trembled at these words but cut off her emotions immediately. Allowing them to shine through would only bring her more pain. I believe her name is Delia Paishaniva. I don't see her name on the rankings, but she is also much too young for the world tournament, or more accurately, too young to do well.
That said, although everyone who has cultivation between meridian formation and essence gathering participate, if Patieniva has hidden himself, I don't think he'd allow his daughter to participate. Head Clyde nodded.
His face remained cold, and he never once turned his gaze to the woman by his side. Only he and her knew that this daughter wasn't just Patieniva's. But how could the head of a royal god clan allow information to spread about his wife having a child with another man? All he could do was torture and kill them both. Then, when he was satisfied with the pain his supposed wife had suffered, he'd have her killed too. During the group stages, the members of Planet Naiad have only one goal: kill Delia Patieniva. Not too far away, in a familiar mansion, Thaddeus stood watch over a ring along with Eli, both nervously waiting. Inside the ring, though, maybe the most nervous person was Rhi. All of her ideas had failed, and she was only becoming more and more agitated. It had been a full day since Diane lost his ability to communicate, but his eyes were just as resolute. If it wasn't for how often Rhi melded her soul with Diane, she would have no idea how much pain he was in. However, there came a point where even though she wanted to share in Diane's pain, her brain couldn't function properly under so much stress. She had no choice but to pull away and try to calm herself. Previously, her idea had been to use the Florence family technique to absorb the crystals in Diane. That way, not only would they gain an understanding of just what the technique was, they'd also kill two birds with one stone by saving Diane. This would work because it was clear to Rhi that this technique was heavily will-based. And this will was clearly related to the red crystals she saw. However, the problem with that was that even the most soul-talented demon generals just weren't as talented as Diane. The only reason Rhi had been able to learn to use the Tree of Life and Death so quickly, despite being far less efficient in comparison to Diane, was because she had Acacia family blood running through her. The technique was quite literally tailor-made for her success. There was no one in existence who could learn a soul technique as fast as Diane without that kind of booster helping them. So, Rhi had been helplessly trying other things while she hoped one of the demon generals would soon learn the technique.
That said, she didn't hold out much hope. A technique on the level of the ancient elven techniques would be Devour. And for an accurate gauge of how difficult it was to learn soul techniques, Diane had once said it would take Rhi half a year to learn to use Devour if she put her everything into it. And that was just for the first act of the first stage. Rhi had relatively mediocre soul talent, so she had been hoping that a more talented demon general would be able to learn the Florence family technique much quicker than she could. But the problem was that she had vastly underestimated Diane. He did things that were seemingly impossible with such ease that even Rhi, who was around him all of the time, had forgotten how truly difficult it was. That was usually a great thing, but now it was the worst thing in the world. How many weeks or even months would it take to learn the Florence family technique? The start of the new year was less than 8 weeks away. Was that enough time? Would Diane even last that long? Could he deal with such pain for such an extended period of time? Rhi wanted to break down, but she was forcefully holding herself together. She had to figure it out. Was this the solution Diane wanted her to find? Or had he thought of something else? The truth was, Diane had thought of a solution much more efficient than this within minutes of his affliction. The problem was that he couldn't communicate it. He lamented over the fact that Little Black wasn't here, or else he'd be able to use their mental connection to convey enough for him to understand. But he obviously couldn't form something like that with Rhi. Could he? Diane could only sigh. He was frustrated, but he couldn't be mad at Rhi. She was trying her best. Even if a mental connection would work because of Rhi's half-beast side, how would he communicate something like that to her? She was his wife, he couldn't possibly treat her like a pet, right? Something felt decidedly wrong about that. Then again, he treated little Zaire like a little brother, so although it was functionally different, the sentiments were just as deep. Either way, it didn't matter, it was already too late to do such a thing. He could only hope for something else. Diane wanted to squirm, but he couldn't move. His mind had slowed down so far that it had taken him almost an hour to complete just that simple thought. If he let things get worse, he might not even be able to communicate with Rhi even if they formed a mental connection. Come on, Rhi, you can do it. The answer is right in front of you. It was early the next morning, and Rhi had of course not slept.
She was torn between checking the progress of the demon generals on their mastering the Florence family technique and staying by Diane's side to see if she could slow the progression of the technique and come up with some new ideas. Eventually, even Aladar and his younger sister Kyara came out. Ever since Diane had brought them into the ring, he had treated them well by providing Heaven's wine food, cultivation materials, and their own space for living. He hadn't asked anything of Aladar and let him be. Aladar had seen Diane's near cultivation deviation from a distance, but he had immediately realized there was nothing he could do, and therefore decided to stay back. Aladar didn't like wasted movements or illogical actions, and he felt his presence would have been illogical then. But this situation was a bit odd and he was quite interested in it. That said, he also didn't want to disrupt anything because he too didn't have a solution. Ethereal permeation was much too domineering to be used as a cure in a situation like this. He would only end up shattering Diane. This didn't mean that Aladar's intelligence lost out to Diane's, of course. For all intents and purposes, the differences in the intellect between Diane and Aladar was minor in terms of many things. Diane's perfect innate aurora might allow him to reach a conclusion quicker than Aladar, but when given time, there was no reason for Aladar to not be able to reach the same conclusion. However, the fact that Aladar hadn't come up with a solution even after a day had passed while Diane had come up with a solution long ago only meant one thing: Diane knew something Aladar didn't. And luckily for the situation at hand, Ri too figured this out. Sparing a glance at Aladar and a head rub for Kyara, Ri refocused her attention on Diane, who laid on the grass of the inner world. Ri was too scared to move him any more than they already had.
What do you think about this situation? I think that if he dies, I'd be free. Aladar's words caused a faint snorting sound to be heard from Diane before he instantly regretted it. He had such an urge to laugh at that instant that he accidentally made a sound. But that only greeted him with a wave of pain worse than before. Ri found this significantly less funny though, causing her to glare at the deadpan Aladar. Answer the question. If I knew, I would have told you. Your husband's curse on me binds me not only to not act against him, but to also do my best for him. I would have no choice but to tell you if I knew something, because if I didn't, even should that second stipulation not be there, I'd be indirectly causing his death. Which again would cause mine. Aladar explained slowly. Ri turned away, having expected an answer much like this. Do you think he has the solution? Ri felt a bit awkward talking about Diane as though he wasn't there, but there was no way to communicate with him. I think that since I don't, he's the only person who would. Aladar's answer was short and concise. It even held an odd and reserved praise for Diane that Ri found very interesting. But more accurately, because of the master-to-slave connection we have, I can feel much of his will.
Right now, he hasn't given up hope. But that hope isn't abstract. It's holding on to something real. That either means he's a fool who only has blind faith, or he already knows there's a solution. And if it's the latter, Ri nodded, that means it's something he knows that you don't.
Which also means I'm more likely to figure it out than you are. After Ri came to that conclusion, Aladar took his little sister's hand and left. He had the obligation to do his best for Diane, which in that situation meant letting Ri find this clue.
With his job done, he could leave the rest up to her. Big brother, are you really okay with being a slave? Kyara had been pouting about this ever since her brother had told her what happened. Aladar hadn't wanted to, but Kyara was too intelligent to not have picked it up on her own eventually. After all, Aladar had gone from being enemies with Diane to living in his spatial ring. It was a bit odd. Who would be okay with being a slave? Aladar responded in his usual fashion. Then why don't you break the seal? You're super good at that, aren't you? Aladar paused at this question. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about it, he had just never put it into action. For one, it was too dangerous. The act of removing the seal was technically going against Diane. And secondly, his little sister saw him as the greatest, but that simply wasn't the case this time. Aladar didn't fully understand how a teenage boy a few years younger than him had such a powerful soul. But it was undeniable. The truth he didn't want to admit was that even if he had thoughts of trying, there was a 0% chance he'd succeed. Aladar sighed, expressing the most emotion he had since he hugged his little sister that day. Right now, he's useful. He allows us to train and provides a certain level of safety the gates didn't have. If we were in the gates right now, as we usually are, we would be in constant danger. Logically speaking, this is the best move for us moving forward. As long as he doesn't touch you and his goal remains to conquer universes, I'll have everything I want. Your safety and the destruction of the Weta. Despite Aladar's words, Kyera still remained disappointed and saddened. She knew her brother only had those two goals in life, but sometimes she wanted him to live for himself. How could he possibly do something like that as a slave?
Ree laid on the grass by Diane, her head on his chest and her mind racing. The feeling Diane gave her was completely different now. There was nothing comfortable about his heartbeat, it wasn't steady. It was instead strained and sounded nothing like the calm and booming thump it usually was. Even worse, his flesh was too cool to the touch. It felt like lying on a flesh-covered metal table. Yet Ree continued to lay there, still finding her place here more inviting than any other place in the world. Something you know that Aladar doesn't. Ree said softly. Aladar had only left moments ago, in fact, not even 5 minutes had passed. Suddenly Ree thought of something that made her jump up. Diane chuckled inwardly at this reaction. It's about time. I'll have to punish you after I'm cured. However, by the time Diane had finished this thought, Ree had already flashed away with only a single goal in mind. Soon, Ree reached a special area of the spatial ring. Because this spatial world housed living beings, it wasn't always convenient to also use it to store inanimate objects like weapons. However, Diane preferred to have a single ring, only using others in special cases like with Ms. Everdene's burial. This meant that Diane had to leave a cornered-off area in the spatial world for all things he deemed important. Technically speaking, Diane only need focus on something or someone to bring it out of the ring. However, the problem would be where to find those things if he left them just anywhere. So, Diane had begun utilizing the Celestial Deersec's library to house these things so he could quickly send his mind to a particular location. Ignoring the pile of books and papers, Ree immediately headed for the furthest corner of the large library to find a diligently organized section of books and weapons. But her focus was on one in particular. A book that any elf would notice immediately, the Elven Tome. Ree trembled in anticipation. She knew this had to be the answer. The Elven Tome was known as the Ultimate Cleanser. This tome not only ranked manifestations, it was also responsible for cleansing the accumulated evil a true empath had to deal with. That said, although this latter function would have been enough for Ree to give it a try, it wasn't enough for her to feel as confident as she did. What truly gave Ree this confidence was another anecdote entirely. Back when the demon generals were still incapacitated, Diane had used a celestial array in combination with energy stones to facilitate their recovery. Ree remembered very clearly that Diane had once told her that the demon generals were under the influence of a technique that robbed them of their minds and their bodies. This technique, though, wasn't malicious. The demon sage wanted to extend the lives of his demon generals, and as such had no choice but to do this. That said, more than a year passed under this array, and yet the demon generals showed no sign of waking up. Although they had lost their demonic forms and looked like humans, the effects of the technique were very much still there. Diane didn't know it at the time, but on the pace that his celestial array was working on, it would have taken another decade, maybe more, to awaken the demon generals. However, something happened to change all of that. While Diane slept for 3 days and 3 nights after awakening his manifestation, the Elven Tome he had gained ownership of flashed in his sleep. The light swept through his spatial ring and immediately affected the demon generals, causing them to twitch and then later on awaken. In the end, it was because of this event that Diane was able to connect the Elven Tome to true empaths, thus coming to understand the cleansing role it played. Now, Ree was sure that the Elven Tome would come in handy. The only problem was how long it would take. There was no question that the Demon Sage's technique was more powerful. If it had to be ranked, it would without a doubt be a peak divinity technique, if not a legendary technique that surpassed that level. However, it wasn't malicious to begin with. The demon general had made it a point to allow his technique the possibility of being undone. After all, what would have been the point if one was never able to undo it? This meant that while the demon sage's technique was fully willing to work alongside Diane's celestial will, and the Elven Tome's cleansing, whatever this technique was would definitely not be so amiable. The second problem was something much more nuanced. Something Ree didn't pick up on because she didn't have enough knowledge of the original demon sage's technique. The Elven Tome wasn't an all-cleanser.
meaning it could only cleanse one specific thing, the soul. This was because, as the elven ancestors had said, the elven tome was among the 33 heavenly weapons and part of the 11 in the soul category along with the Aurora awakening steps. What Diane knew, that Ree didn't, was that his celestial will had been enough to cleanse the bodies of the demon generals. After all, they had already been in their human forms when Diane took them out of the legacy world. What the elven tome was needed for was not to cleanse their bodies, but to cleanse their souls. This was why they looked perfectly healthy but hadn't awakened. It was because they hadn't fully regained their minds yet. Knowing this, the problem was clear. This technique, although it was also affecting Diane's aurora and slowing down his thoughts, and thereby affecting his soul, it was also affecting Diane's body. Something the elven tome had no ability to cleanse. That meant that, effectively, only a portion of the problem would be solved.
If Diane's soul was saved, what would save his body?
Ree didn't have time to think through something like this. She had to trust that, even if something went wrong, Diane would have a solution. Seeing that Ree returned with the elven tome, Diane wanted to smile but, of course, couldn't.
He was slowly losing even his vision, but he could see a light at the end of the tunnel. As long as he freed his soul, he'd be able to communicate. Maybe not with his original body, but he could create a clone with the Florence family technique and communicate. Since that technique relied on his soul, with those shackles removed, he'd be free to do this. Ree froze when she reached Diane, a bit hesitant. Although she had been confident just moments ago, right now she was very much scared that this wasn't the solution. But seeing Diane's resolute gaze nearly crystallizing over, she knew she couldn't delay any longer. As soon as the tome touched Diane's chest, the effects were immediate. After but a moment of pain, Diane's thoughts began to reach their top speed. His aurora lit itself again from its dimming light and Diane could feel everything around him again. In less than 10 seconds, Diane's soul was completely cleansed of all signs of the technique. Ree, however, couldn't see this change. She saw somber flashing lights, but aside from that, she saw that Diane still couldn't move. The disappointment on her face was clear and she felt like screaming. Why was it that everything in the martial world seemed intent on destroying everything important to her? However, she only closed her eyes and focused. If this didn't work, something else would have to. What else could it? Suddenly, Ree's thoughts were interrupted by a pat on her head. Her eyes snapped open. Diane. Tears streamed down Ree's face as she found Diane's form right in front of her.
But when she noticed that there was another Diane lying on the ground with the tome still lying on his chest, she didn't know how to feel. This, Ree stuttered. Don't worry about it. I can't come out for long because I need my full focus on curing the rest of this.
In fact, every second I spend out here is another second the technique is violently reacting. As Ree had thought, the technique was a malicious one. When it felt its power being encroached on, it began to react violently. If Diane continued to diverge his soul power, the situation would only get worse much faster. Ree nodded, wiping her cheeks so she could listen to Diane's words. I need the elven tome to stay on me so that my soul doesn't relapse, so make sure that it stays there. Other than that, with my soul freed, I have access to my wills again. But celestial will didn't work. About that, I have another idea. Don't worry about it. I want you to focus and use these 7 to 8 weeks to cultivate. Don't miss the world tournament. I know it's important to you. I'll be fine.
With that much time, as long as you use that array room I made for you, your improvement should be insane. Last thing, about the person who attacked M. Diane's clone winced, shattering in space in an instant. Ree looked toward Diane's form worried. If his soul disappeared so abruptly, then the situation must be serious. She didn't even have time to think about what Diane had wanted to tell her about who attacked him. It seemed unimportant in the grand scheme of things. Despite Diane's words, Ree spent the rest of the day sitting beside Diane worriedly. She was doing everything she could to check for any minute changes. But even Diane's eyes had become completely glazed over with red crystals. However, on the morning of the third day, Ree found a faint ray of hope. Diane's heartbeat had finally gained a semblance of normalcy. Seeing that, Ree nodded. I'll go cultivate then, she thought silently. Then I'll make them pay. Father. Delia started, feeling a familiar presence in her hotel room. She had spent the past weeks locked in here, cultivating.
In fact, it had become a complete Iceland as she tried her best to understand just what the absolute path was. A familiar figure flashed into existence, middle-aged man with dark olive skin and a full beard and well-kept head of hair. Tears threatened to spill out of Delia's eyes, but there seemed to be a barrier between her and her emotions that had been growing in the past few days. The path of the Absolute was unforgiving and cruel, and it was beginning to encroach on Delia's personality more and more. Xianxia looked at his daughter silently. If one paid attention, his murky brown eyes held a faint pain in them, as though he knew exactly what his daughter was going through. "I didn't wish for this path for you," Xianxia said faintly. "I wanted nothing more than to avoid this. You shouldn't have to make the same decisions I did just for the sake of power or for some greater good. You should be allowed to grow up without such burdens. And yet, my mistakes have driven you to this end." Delia didn't know what her father was talking about. Did he know about the Absolute Path too? Was this the reason for the change Delia had seen in her father? But Xianxia didn't explain. "Is this the path you've chosen?" Delia nodded. Despite her confusion, she knew this was her path to power. She didn't know what her father had gone through, but this was her choice. "Very soon, you'll find out about things that will never allow you to look at me the same way again. But, for now, let me perform my last act as your father." Xianxia spoke faintly. A sudden aura coated the room before Delia and Xianxia disappeared in an instant. Although Delia didn't know it at the time, she would come to know one day in the distant future. That aura that coated the room was no normal aura. It was without a doubt the presence of a celestial expert. Just like that, 2 months flew by. Ri spent every day diligently cultivating by Diane. In fact, her progress was so frightening that the little attention Diane could spare in watching her was spent in surprise. Unfortunately, the eve of the tournament came and Diane still had not moved an inch. The good news was that the red crystals has receded drastically, no longer coating Diane's eyes and much of his organs. But Diane couldn't rest for even a single moment. The more of the technique he erased, the harder it seemed to fight. He hadn't slept in 2 months, instead spending every waking moment in endless amounts of pain and strife. He felt better about the situation, though, knowing that Ri was by his side. And he had benefited from this experience in ways only he knew. For now, should I really go? Ri looked at Diane, who had closed his eyes long ago. She knew that Diane wanted her to go to the World Tournament, and she also knew that her participation was highly important for the Elven Kingdom's prestige as well, but she was torn. Things like revenge and prestige could wait, but Diane only had one life. If something happened while Ri was gone, she wouldn't be able to forgive herself. That said, Ri knew she wasn't thinking rationally. There were 3,000 demon generals here, and 1,000 of them were saints. How could she protect Diane more than they could? But a lot of the time, love wasn't rational. However, before Ri could think of backing out, Diane's neck strained to nod and he grunted as loudly as he could. Seeing Diane struggle like this, tears threatened to spill out of Ri's eyes for what seemed like the millionth time. But she accepted it. Okay. Stop moving. I'll go. Although Ri didn't say it, there was something else she was worrying about. Diane and Connery Sapientia had scheduled a match for the closing of the first day of the World Tournament. But it was clear that whatever Diane was doing just wasn't enough to be ready by the end of tomorrow. How would Connery react when Diane doesn't show up? Ri clenched her small fist and sighed. There's nothing much we can do. Leaning forward, Ri planted a soft kiss of Diane's lips before going back to training. She wanted to be in optimal condition for tomorrow. A few faces floated in her mind. Those would be her target enemies and they would pay. The path of the Absolute is unforgiving. If you've stepped onto this path, there's little you'll have else in life. Friendship won't feel the same. Love won't feel the same. Family won't feel the same. Xianxia spoke faintly as he guided Delia again and again through a cultivation path. They both sat in a snowstorm of epic proportions, and yet Xianxia's voice seemed to easily cut through it. This was a mountain peak that few had ever been on. In fact, it was a mountain peak that wasn't found on Earth. Instead, it was found on an asteroid in a place known as the Ice Belt. This was a ring of asteroids found in the solar system that housed planet Naiad, the former home of the Xianxia royal god clan that had now been replaced by the Clight royal god clan. In the past, when their universe had reigned supreme over all others in this quadrant, the ice belt was known as the ultimate place to learn ice will. This wasn't just because of its environment. The ice belt was a house to a copious amount of ice abyssal cores, making it highly efficient to learn ice will here. However, over time, this had become a long-forgotten place. It wasn't until Patieniva rediscovered it and used it to propel himself toward becoming the expert he was today that it began to be used again. The truth was that, as a formerly highly noted universe, their home housed numerously inactive abyssal core sites. The problem was that since those places had once been restricted and kept secret by powerful clans, once those clans died out due to the wars, the smaller clans didn't have the necessary knowledge to find those sacred places. In fact, even if they had the location, very few would survive the harsh realities of it. If Patieniva wasn't there to shield Delia from not only much of the will given off by the ridiculous number of abyssal cores, but to also protect her from the harsh realities of space, she would have died. It was impossible to survive in space without the cultivation of a saint, or if you didn't have devices to protect yourself. In fact, Patieniva himself almost died the first time he came here despite having already been a saint. Back in Patieniva's younger years, he had always been curious. The Patieniva clan had a weird affinity. They held dual bloodlines for both nature wills and ice wills. These seemed completely opposing and ought to be found in one lineage. However, over time, Patieniva came to learn that while their nature wills were natural and stemmed from birth, their ice wills had a semblance of artificiality to them, which caused Patieniva to wonder. Why? Afterwards, he hypothesized that there must be a strong source of ice will nearby that was giving them this boost, and that since the Patieniva were amongst the oldest clans of planet Naiad, they showed the most drastic effects of this strong source of ice will. Unfortunately, Patieniva couldn't have been more right. But his path toward protecting his secret had led to the destruction of his clan, the separation of his family, and years of pain he could only blame himself for. And yet, he still did it. Because it wasn't just about protecting himself. That day, when he first stepped foot on the asteroid, he met the only woman he had ever loved other than Delia's mother. Unfortunately, she had already promised herself to another man, never giving Patieniva a chance. If it wasn't for her, Patieniva would have died without even knowing how it had happened. That day, he gained not only a fresh look on life, but also friends he would continue to protect to this day. That woman's name was Kawa Acacia, Ri's mother. Big sister Ri. Little Lila's long light pink hair flowed in the wind as she rushed up the mansion's pathway to jump into Ri's arms. Ri giggled at the little girl's antics. She knew immediately that Lila could tell how she was feeling and wanted to make her feel better. Your birthday is soon. Little Lila? What do you want? Ri happily picked up Lila in her arms. She had always treated Lila like her little sister, and since she had become Diane's wife, that relationship had only grown stronger. Zaire wrapped his small arms around Ri's waist after catching up, seemingly looking for some love too. Ri couldn't help but giggle again while rubbing his black hair, thankful she had such kind younger siblings. But big sister, we missed big brother Diane and Zaire's birthdays. We can't celebrate mine first. Little Lila pouted, clearly dissatisfied with how busy everyone had been. Ri looked a little saddened by this. It was likely that little Lila already understood that Diane was incapacitated, but that didn't excuse them missing Zaire's birthday. Uncle Acacia had come to pick them up weeks before because Diane had a feeling that things might get dangerous. And he had ended up being right. But that unfortunately meant they couldn't celebrate either Diane's or Zaire's birthdays, which were only a couple weeks apart. Okay, how about after the World Tournament? We have a big celebration for everyone's birthdays? Ri smiled, trying to negotiate. Luckily, little Lila wasn't picky, so she happily agreed. In fact, she was more excited about watching the World Tournament. She had been heavily influenced by Zaire, and since Zaire loved the idea of fighting tournaments so much, she too wanted to see how cool it was. If little Lila knew that Zaire's love of such things came from movies that Diane had watched with him while he was in beast form, who knows how she'd react. You've started to ignore you uncle, little girl. Uncle Acacia walked up, displaying a pouting face that shouldn't have been anywhere near the features of an expert as powerful as him. But his love for Ri was never something he had faked. Uncle, don't be like that. You ran away so fast last time. We saw you, we didn't even have a chance to ask you to stay for a bit. Ri glared at her uncle,
still trying to understand just what had him so flustered all those weeks ago. Uncle Acacia, however, completely avoided the topic, looking off into the distance and past Ree as the door of the mansion clicked open. Ree, a girl with sandy blonde hair and light brown eyes, opened the door. This was, of course, Venus. After so many weeks of recovery and her little brother's constant care, many of the Veridi family had fully recovered. Ah, Venus, this is my uncle. And these two are Lila and Zaire. Venus smiled politely, even slightly bowing. The truth was that she was still uncomfortable in this situation. She had awoken a few weeks ago, but it was odd for people in the martial world to be so nice. If it wasn't for Eli's pleading, the Veridi family likely would have found a way to leave and attempt to repay their debts in another way. But Ree definitely didn't mind. She had spent much of her time in the spatial ring along with Diane, and as such had left the house to the Veridi to do with what they pleased. With their freedom bought and the money Diane provided, they could essentially go their whole lives without another worry. However, because they had spent so long in slavery, their ability to trust had all but disappeared. Ree, understanding this, didn't push or prod. She allowed their family the space they wanted and only asked that they not leave too soon, or else they wouldn't have the demon generals to protect them. If the Ragnar God clan was malicious enough, there was always the chance of them being caught again and resold into slavery. I was just wondering if it would be possible to take me with you to the tournament, Venus asked shyly. Her voice was soft, and she had lost much of her assertive demeanor. After all, she had once been used to being called a genius, a top-ranked member of the big sections. But now, she didn't feel as though she had a right to be that person anymore. Ree knew that it would be dangerous taking Venus. After all, Diane couldn't show up today even though he was technically meant to fight for their freedom. Who knows if Connery would try and use that as an opportunity to take away Venus. But Ree decided to trust in the strength of the elves. She had been looking for a way to get Venus to step out of her shell recently, having seen how reserved she was. This was a good opportunity. Of course. Ree smiled. That's no problem at all. Seeing this and not truly understanding the situation, Uncle Acacia decided to remain silent. But when he noticed a striking lack of Diane, he couldn't help but ask, "Is Diane coming with us?" A sad smile appeared on Ree's features. "He's hurt right now. He'll heal up hopefully by the time he's called to the stage. He doesn't have to fight until the group stages are over, so he has quite a few days." Although the tournament was usually won by peak essence gathering experts, there were still awards for top-performing meridian formation experts as well as foundation stage experts. This was because the World Tournament only took place once every 100 years because of the difficulty in gathering all of the planets together. As such, it was best to allow as many talents as possible to shine through as opposed to only the ones lucky enough to be born at the optimal time. In the past, saints used to be a part of the World Tournament as well. But with the decline of the universe, it ceased making sense. After all, the World Tournament was meant to be a comparison of young talent so a universe could gain an understanding of its future leaders. This also helped with things like negotiations. There were even times where overwhelming young generation talents could decide whether a clan became a royal or even king god clan without warring at all. However, in the universe's current landscape, saint-level experts were already elders, having long lost the right to be called youths. So, the tournaments were held to essence-gathering experts. That said, because of the sheer number of experts that fell into these categories, the group stages took the longest amount of time. As such, it also left Diane with some good time to hopefully get better. But hearing that Diane was injured but getting better didn't make Uncle Acacia feel any better. Because if it was a normal injury, it was likely that Diane would have told him about it personally. The fact he hadn't meant that he couldn't, which wasn't a good sign. All right, Uncle Acacia smiled, choosing to let it go for now. Let's go. Your kingdom is waiting for you. After all, how can the elves show up without their little princess? That same morning, Madeline awoke. Or, more accurately, she opened her eyes from meditation. She had been too excited to sleep for at least the last week. Today, she thought happily. That morning, she took a particularly long time to get ready. For martial artists, cleanliness was almost always maintained at its peak as long as energy or body cultivation was present. But oftentimes, some experts, especially women, preferred to clean themselves the old-fashioned way. Madeline hadn't seen Diane in 2 years now, and with her new hair and eye color change, she was a bit apprehensive about how she'd be received. This was, of course, ridiculous to many people. After all, Madeline was among the greatest beauties in existence. To then still be worried about how she looked would make many call her crazy. But again, love wasn't always rational. Making sure to clean every inch of herself, Madeline's small hands glided across her flawless skin, down her long legs and even into her luscious and flowing dark purple hair. Madeline's hair was now such a dark shade of purple that it was nearly identical to its original brunette. But when the sun hit it just right, a shocking and radiant beauty would be clear to all. After reaching her room, Madeline diligently coated her skin with fragrant oils. She had gotten these from the Sapientia auction house on her trip away, and she was quite happy with the lavender smell. It also held a hint of strawberry that Madeline thought Diane would like. Then, she took out a dress she had only worn once. It was among the first things Diane had ever gifted her. It was a long white cheapao with a single leg slit. It was embroidered in a beautiful gold, but maybe most impressively, it was a transcendent level treasure. The dress resized itself to cling ever so closely to Madeline's perfect curves before she sat in front of her mirror to elegantly twist her hair in a perfect bun, held together by the hairpin Diane had also gifted her. Satisfied with her appearance, a brilliant smile spread across Madeline's soft lips before she headed to her door and stepped out. But before she could head in the direction of where her master was likely waiting, she found a man that often made her very uncomfortable to be around Connery Sapientia. Bowing slightly, Madeline greeted him. "Head Sapientia, good morning." Connery waved his hand. "There's no need to be so formal, Madeline. You're our first-in-line genius, the most likely to take my place. You should see me as you see your master, a parent. A father, if you will." Madeline smiled politely but didn't answer. It wasn't the first time Connery had said this, but she made it a point to not get too close with this man. She could tell what kind of person he was, and it wasn't the kind she liked. Diane helped people regardless of whether they'd be useful to him in the end, but Connery was the exact opposite. He would throw you away at a moment's notice and just as easily accept you back without an ounce of shame. Seeing Madeline's reservation, Connery didn't think much of it. He was pragmatic and didn't really care whether or not Madeline truly liked him. What he cared about was whether she was still a Sapientia and could be useful. As you know, Madeline, the Sapientia aren't known for their battle prowess, but that doesn't mean we're weak. Oftentimes we hold back for the sake of allowing our clan to be ubiquitous. Only in that way can we touch the most number of places and perform the most amount of research. I've read your papers on music, Will. They're quite profound and it's clear it's a love for you. You're the perfect representation of what a Sapientia should be. Connery lightly smiled. Many months ago, Madeline had been sending messages to Diane about his misinterpretation of music, Will. In fact, it was due to Madeline's help that Diane had won the debate against Zolterish, as he himself had admitted. The help that Madeline had provided was as a result of her poring through relevant literature and putting things to the test herself. As a member of the Sapientia family, it was of course her duty to contribute to research. So she often chose to do so with music, Will. In reality, if Madeline researched purity-type wills instead, her impact would have been tens if not hundreds of times of what it was with music will. After all, her affinity for purity was nearly unmatched. However, there were 2 reasons she had never done so. For one, she felt like there was a barrier between her and the Sapientia family. The idea of contributing her best just didn't sit well with her. It was easier on her conscience to study a will very few people could learn. The second reason was because music will was something she could use to connect with Diane. Many of their first talks had been about music will, so it held a special place in her heart. "Thank you," Madeline said lightly, accepting the compliment. "I came to wish you luck today, but to also remind you of what it is you're representing. I'm not asking you to win, after all, you're only 20. And, even if you were older, the Sapientia don't put much stock in such victories. I only want you to be mindful of the Sapientia image. Don't let your emotions get out of balance. And always remember to maintain the strictest sense of camaraderie. It's important that our family continue to be viewed as friendly and non-confrontational. You will be inheriting my position when you've matured, so you must remember this." With those final words, Connery disappeared, leaving Madeline alone in the corridor. Connery's words were true. The reason the Sapientia were allowed to permeate throughout the universes was because they were seen as completely non-confrontational. Although they too sent their young to the gates, they never took advantage to conquer entire universes. They only used negotiations to further spread their clan without any malicious intent. After enough years, this had become a fact for everyone, and it was the reason why, although the Sapientia were seen as among the most powerful clans in existence, they were also the weakest. That said, it was still important that the Sapientia maintained at least a semblance of strength.
So, the display of their first-in-line genius was also important. And yet, Connery's words seemed to have a double meaning. Don't embarrass me. Madeline stood in the corridor, clenching and relaxing her fists.
Her face held a calm sense of neutrality, something that she had learned to maintain over her years here, but her heart was in turmoil. Taking a deep breath, Madeline buried it. She decided to focus on the good of today.
Soon, Madeline entered a grand hall almost too large to describe in words. In typical Sapientia fashion, the round hall had its walls coated in endless amount of books and pillars. In the center, Madeline noticed a large amount of Sapientia youths waiting.
Some were older than her and some were young, but they all immediately showed signs of respect with her approach. Since the Sapientia were oftentimes not blood-related, the reaction to Madeline's beauty was even more apparent today than it usually was. It was clear that something was different about today, and only Eric and her master Esther picked up on it. That said, while Eric had become quite fond of Diane because he was so impressed by his tactics, Esther was a completely different story. But she chose to hold her tongue and emotions in for now. Well, that was until Eric's words nearly made her cough up blood. "Ah, Sister Madeline, you're dressed very nicely today. Diane will be very happy." Eric's usual scholarly self was very enthusiastic today. He wanted an opportunity to get close to Diane so that he could discuss the logistics of military tactics. If people knew that that was the reason someone wanted to get close to a first-in-line genius, they might assume them to be weird. That said, Madeline, knowing full well what Eric's personality was like, couldn't help but chuckle. He had definitely improved her mood. "You know my husband? Tell me about it," Madeline asked happily, wanting to take her mind off of things. Seeing their normally serious first-in-line genius hop with happiness, many of the surrounding youths didn't know what to think.
In fact, Esther nearly self-imploded when she heard Madeline refer to Diane as her husband. That said, Eric didn't seem fazed. Diane's military tactics are some of the most innovative things I've ever seen.
"Remember the Phantas God clan and their scaled elephants that you fought in your first campaign?" Madeline nodded happily, remembering back to how difficult it had been to deal with. Not only had they needed her music will, they needed to overrun them with sheer numbers. But Madeline, being a music will expert, was very much aware that Diane's music will wasn't suited to that tactic. So how had he done it?
Diane managed to find the scaled elephant's weakness to cold. Then he coordinated just 1,000 men to eliminate 10 prince elephants and 1 king elephant.
And that was on top of taking out 10,000 Phantas clan warriors, 10 vice commanders and a commander. And the best part?
All he did was throw a javelin. Eric got more and more animated as he explained. Eventually, the entire hall was listening to the recounting of Diane's feats. Madeline couldn't help but smile broadly at her husband's success in just his first campaign. But she wondered.
"He did much more than me during my first campaign, but I was ranked in the top 100 after my first. Why isn't he higher?" Although Madeline was now ranked in the top 30, after her first campaign, she had only been in the top 100. But even then, she had done much less than Diane. So why wasn't he ranked? Madeline had looked for Ree's name too, but although she had seen an Alexandria acacia, she hadn't found a Ree acacia. She wasn't sure whether that was Ree or not because Diane always referred to Ree as either that or Little Fouglace, which Madeline found adorable.
Madeline didn't know much about the elves, but what she did know was that many of them were on planet Naiad when she had gone. After all, that was a better place for peak essence gatherers to fight because the competition was tougher. And it was also the planet with the closest ties to Earth.
As such, there were plenty of elves on the list she didn't know by name. "Ah, you may not know this because you've been diligently cultivating for the past 2 months," Eric praised. But rumors say that Dian is actually the demon sage. Number 1, can you believe that? And I hear that he's also the one who created the Queen Fairy pill that our alchemy researchers have been studying for the past almost year now. At this point, even Madeline was stunned. She knew that Dian would make a name for himself, but to this extent?
She couldn't help but happily laugh. I should never doubt you, she thought. Then I'll take your word seriously. Don't make me wait long then. Away from the soon-to-be departing Xianxia, a conversation was taking place in the dark.
This place was where the Grand World Tournament would be taking place, the Arena City Central Stage. This arena boasted a capacity of 10 million and had an arena floor that was measured in kilometers as opposed to mere meters.
The sections of space were separated by both planet and clan, with more powerful clans being situated in VIP areas that often cut off the view of those on the highest reaches of the stands. As such, there were monitors anchored to the back of these VIP areas, but it was clear that this wasn't the ideal experience. That said, many didn't have strong enough cultivation to see so far away, so often monitors were their best option.
Aside from the stands, there was another set of VIP seating on the lowest floor level. This housed the members for both the cumulative rankings and the planet-only rankings.
As such, the cumulative rankers received better service and seats, while the lower-ranking planet-only rankers still received good treatment, but less so.
Although, there was one cumulative ranker spot that seemed to be quite a bit lacking. Ignoring this and past the VIP areas and into the basement of the Colosseum, two shadows were speaking. Just change the format a bit, trust me. What kind of ridiculous request is this?
Why do you want me to swap out everyone's names for numbers? Don't worry about the reason. All you have to do is say something along the lines of, in the interest of fairness, we'll be replacing our naming system with randomly assigned numbers via array plates.
I've already prepared them all. All you have to do is hand them out. What about King Belmont? Won't he be opposed to the change? What are you talking about? The Belmont family had no hand in organizing this. It was left to the Cavasitas. That's why it's taking place in Arena City and not the Belmont Holy Land. Just do as you're told, and you'll be rewarded. Be sure to never say names.
You can give the clans ways to track the numbers relevant to them, but don't allow them to share that information amongst themselves.
Just say it'll be grounds for instant disqualification or something like that. The second shadow took a deep breath before accepting the spatial ring filled with number plates. This person wanted them to change the whole structure of the tournament and completely remove names from the equation. It seemed like a harmless request, and on the surface it did seem to make things more fair. There would probably be less forfeits this way since most had information attached to names and not faces. But something about how adamant they were made everything fishy. Just what was their goal?
In the Xianxia Hall, whispers and animated talks about Eric's story spread along with rumors about just who this boy was to Madeline. It wasn't as though Madeline hadn't seen talented young men before, so they could hardly understand why she seemed to be so interested in this one in particular. However, Esther, Madeline's master, found all of this decidedly less funny, even to the point where she found the first opportunity just as everyone mounted large golden eagles to pull Madeline off to the side.
Is there a problem, Master? Madeline already knew what this was about, but she was in too good of a mood to let it bother her now. You fully understand what the problem is. You've gone from saying you like this boy to loving him to calling him your fiancé, and now your husband? Did you take my words seriously at all? Esther didn't seem happy. In fact, she rarely used her air of an expert to intimidate Madeline. But right now, saint energy was imperceptibly dripping from her. However, Madeline only smiled and continued to elegantly step onto the large bird.
I seem to remember you saying that after spending a few months with the prince I would change my mind? Not wanting the conversation to go further, Madeline found her way to the carriage strapped to the large feathered back and sat quietly, eagerly anticipating the coming days. Hearing Madeline's words, Esther was at a loss for her own. It was true she had said those things, and a large part of her actually believed it. But it was clear that she was wrong. Esther had no idea about this demon sage that Eric had mentioned, and she found it quite ridiculous that a child from the human world would ever be number one on their rankings. As such, she chose to focus on Eric's mention of these things as rumors, dismissing them entirely. Over the past few weeks, Esther's heart had been in turmoil.
Something was distracting her, and it was heavily weighing on her mind, even to the point where she hardly fulfilled her duties. She hadn't even guided Madeline's cultivation in all this time. All of this made her feel as though she let her personal issues get in the way of properly disciplining her disciple. So, she stepped forward to do what she thought was right. The reason why Esther had become Madeline's master in the first place was because she too loved the idea of music will. Although Esther herself wasn't very proficient in her hundreds of years of trying, she had finally managed to get her music will to the 3rd level. Because of her clear lack of talent for the will, Esther had focused her pursuits in other ways, trying to find any possible avenues for improving music will. During that time, she had stumbled on something, but unfortunately it had the direct opposite effect, instead, stifling one's voice. Taking out a small black pill, Esther entered the carriage she alone shared with Madeline. "Swallow this," she said sternly, not leaving any room for debate. Madeline, from her window seat, turned a calm gaze toward her supposed master's palm. "And it's a preventative measure." Esther continued to maintain her righteous air. If she had to play the villain, then she would play the villain. Esther couldn't tell Madeline what she knew unless she wanted to die. Any word spoken even remotely related to the subject resulted in years off of one's life, and that wasn't something Esther was willing to do. She would rather Madeline hate her as she forced her to listen than have Madeline drive down a path that would without a doubt result in death. "That doesn't answer my question." Madeline's brows furrowed, more and more off-put by this person she was supposed to be able to trust. Just what was she trying to do? Esther didn't answer, instead making a movement with her hand to lock Madeline in place with Saint energy. Because of the difference in their cultivation, as long as energy was properly focused, the ability of the weaker martial artist to control their own flow of energy is disrupted, thus causing a temporary paralysis. Madeline's gaze burned into her master as soon as she lost her ability to move. Up until now, through all of the things her master had said about the love of her life, Madeline had still forgiven it. It had seemed like Esther still wanted the best for Madeline and that she was at the very least still going to give them a chance should Diane prove himself enough. This was the only person in this terrible family that had ever stuck up for Madeline. When her talent was at its peak, and Connery wanted to use that to spread the influence of the Sapientia, it was Esther that had tried to protect her. When her talent was declining and she could no longer cultivate, it was Esther that tried to protect her. When she had been sent away, ostracized by a place that had once accepted her, a place that had once called her a genius, it was Esther that had protected her. So, despite her love for Diane, Madeline had forgiven her master again and again. When Esther said Diane was no good, she forgave. When Esther had said Diane would never match up to their best young geniuses, she forgave. When Esther had sent her away to another planet to essentially be pimped out to a prince, she forgave. But now? There was nothing but hatred in Madeline's eyes. She could only watch as the small black pill was forced between her delicate lips. Her complexion, once rosy and the picture of perfection slightly paled, her pink lips discoloring ever so slightly. One could barely tell the difference, but Madeline very much felt it. And the worst part? When Madeline finally felt the hold of Saint energy release, she couldn't speak. She couldn't express how angry she was, and she couldn't tell this so-called master of hers that she would never see her as a master again. If it wasn't for the fact that this trip might give her a chance to at least catch a glance at Diane, she would have fought with her everything to not be in the same carriage as this horrible woman. In the end, her eyes could only glisten with tears of rage and hatred. She suddenly realized she could no longer access her music will. The will she loved the most. The will that connected her with her love. It was gone. Madeline turned away, looking outside at what should have been a beautiful day to only see black and white. The Sapientia family would never be her family again. Madeline's master looked down at her disciple even as the golden eagle took off into the air. But in the end, she said nothing, choosing to sit and turn her attention elsewhere. Away from the Sapientia city and toward the Belmont Holy Land, a gathering of princes and princesses was taking place. King Belmont had many children and he treated them all well, not neglecting any one of them. Or, more accurately, maybe neglecting them all equally. That said, as the royal family and the technical hosts of this tournament, it was their obligation to be presentable even though only 2 of their own were participating today. the only Belmonts of this generation. Elwing and Lionel. Big Red.
You shouldn't be so angry, this is a grand event. King Belmont happily chatted with Head Sicarius, who seemed to be in a very bad mood. He was nothing like a king right now. He had an adorable little baby girl dressed in a purple dress that matched her hair, hanging from his cheek and shoulder as he walked along with everyone else toward their flying ship, something that looked a lot like a solid metal blimp. Louis, I've never been so angry. When did I raise such a useless son? Big Red's voice boomed. He wasn't a quiet man, but considering Arios, his elder brother Riley, and Ava were following directly behind them, he didn't need to yell so loudly for the person his anger was aimed toward to hear. Arios could only bitterly smile.
Weeks ago, Arios had already been allowed by Diane to come back and spend time with his family. After seeing how powerful he had become, Head Sicarius became more excited about that than the fact his son was alive. But when his father began eagerly asking him to take part in the world tournament and make the Sicarius name shine, Arios kept declining. And in the end, he finally told his father about Diane and how he was sworn to serve under him for the rest of his life. Hearing the name Diane, Big Red hadn't known how to feel. He had of course seen this child from afar before. At the time, he hadn't liked the influence he had had on his daughter, although that feeling was quite hypocritical considering how many wives he had. It was something he was quite proud of too, considering. In the human world, red hair was a recessive gene, but Sicarius liked to think his seed was so dominant that it didn't matter who his wife was. His child would always come out with flaming red hair. But not only had Arios come back with white hair, he had agreed to serve under someone. And even worse, he had reminded his own father, that he too served under someone, namely King Belmont. Ah, don't be like that. Your son finally came back. And better yet, look at how he's grown. He's already far more powerful than you were at his age, and you placed second at that world tournament, no?
Maybe that means your son would place first. King Belmont laughed happily as he took his first wife, Queen Belmont, both Elwing and Lionel's mother, by the hand to lead her up the stairs of the ship.
Seeing this intimate action, Ava and Arios' mother, Big Red's first wife, glared at her loud husband before turning away and grabbing onto her returning son's arm. Come, little Arios. Let mommy spoil you. I don't want you fighting in this stupid tournament. Arios could only chuckle. His mother had probably dealt with the most pain aside from Ava. He was happy to do her bidding even if his father was angry. In reality, this was the true reason he wasn't participating. He knew that in the future, he would be going off to do more dangerous things, so he wanted to give his mother some comfort for now. Seeing this, though, Ava pouted. Why don't you ever treat me so nicely, Mom? Ah, come here. Mistress Sicarius was a loving lady, even bringing along Riley with the three of them and completely ignoring Big Red, much to his disgruntlement. In the end, Big Red could only sigh and board the ship. Off on the distant ice belt, cold winds viciously blew, but they were far from the normal winds. After all, being on an asteroid in the middle of space, with only distance blackness and the faint round spheres of planets to look out to, there shouldn't have been an atmosphere to produce winds. But the ice belt had near limitless uniqueness. The winds were produced from kernels of pure ice will. With every bit of biting cold that Delia suffered, the stronger she felt she became. In the end, her constitution was being awakened more and more.
The Constitution Awakening Pill was but a catalyst. It was meant to be a blanket and artificial solution to awakening one's constitution. However, as Diane's grand teacher had made clear, array alchemy was not always around, and as such, neither were pill formulas.
In the time before Diane's grand teacher's first disciple and Diane's senior brother had broken into his peak and created array alchemy, this was the way to awaken a constitution. It required time, patience, and grueling amount of pain in addition to nature's favor. And that was exactly what Delia had now. She had spent the past 2 months weathering the storm of ice wills, and now her constitution had shaken off its shackles. Her hair was a striking and blinding white that seemed to glow with undertones of the lightest shades of blue. Her eyes were such a cold and solid blue that they seemed to pierce everything she looked at, as though she was looking through it as opposed to at it. She experienced cultivation breakthrough after cultivation breakthrough. In the end, She was almost unrecognizable as her beauty reached new heights with every barrier her constitution released. Seeing his daughter's transformation complete, Patieniva could only sigh, covering her in a barrier and allowing her skin to return to its normal healthy olive. But something had remained changed. Her hazel green eyes were decidedly colder, and the improvement in her beauty was permanent. "Remember," Patieniva whispered as he prepared to send Delia back to Earth. "Our family's namesake is something you should hold dear. The day you understand what it means is the day you'll have surpassed my understanding. You're a Patieniva." A leaf covered with snow. The stadium was no longer anything like it had been earlier that morning. The bustling of the fans, the loud shouts and laughter, the excited chattering, all permeated the air with a feeling of camaraderie and anticipation. This was a once-in-a-century event, and even though many martial artists lived far longer than that, there was no question that this was still a long time for many. Tens of millions of eager observers were in the stands. Only people from Earth were here, but the broadcast of the tournament was projected to every planet. After all, travel accommodations were already difficult. As such, this was the best solution. However, this time was among the best for the observers in terms of the first few days. This was because much of the fights during the first few days would be among no names with no real chance of ranking highly. These were people from lowly clans that hoped to raise themselves up and earn more resources for their royal god clans, or lone cultivators who hoped to earn their place in clans that accepted outsiders like the Cavasitas or the Sapientia. As a result, the first few days wouldn't be nearly as entertaining as the last few days. So watching and observing the large clans and high-ranked members walk in was the most fun. Yet, to the surprise of many, there were no name announcements as there had been in the past. People were left to make assumptions about how powerful people and clans were depending on their seating arrangement. Although some found this odd, it wasn't enough to complain about, especially since the powerful clans never paid attention to such things. In the end, only the commoners suffered. The 4 planets had arrived long before the clans of Earth. This made sense since they were being hosted. So, they were arranged first in 4 different corners of the arena, completely separated. However, even clans from the same planet were so far apart that they couldn't interact with each other. After all, their goal was to beat each other as well. The only reason they were arranged like this was for the benefit of the audience. This didn't change as clans of Earth began to arrive. The Cavasitas, the Ragnar, the Elven Kingdom, the Sapientia, the Pakal, the Niveus, and tens of miscellaneous clans arrived. These miscellaneous clans included smaller branch families of the god clans as well as academies as small or even larger than Focus Academy. They also housed sects like the Big Sect Alliance. While the God Clan level characters were housed in VIP areas in skyboxes, the miscellaneous sects and clans were only granted stand seats that were a bit closer to the action than observers. That said, there was one more allocation, and that was for the rank geniuses. The floor of the Colosseum was spread into groups of the youngest and brightest the planets had to offer. Ignoring the seating arrangement of their planets, the rank geniuses were left to mingle amongst each other. However, that didn't stop them from separating themselves into their clans and keeping amongst themselves. Although the top 10 would not fight today, the rest would. This was no time for making new friends. Everyone was focused on the task ahead. Rhi, however, wasn't in the best of moods despite how her best friend, Primrose, and her newfound friends, Mithrander, Celine, and Opal tried to console her. Unfortunately, it wasn't Diane's plight that caused her current ill feelings, although that likely made things worse. Just a few hours before, she had helped welcome their elven seniors. As Diane had noted, the Peak Essence Gathering Elves trained and campaigned on planet Naiad because the Earthgate was never taken seriously by the Weta universe. This allowed them the experience of fighting with opponents on their level without being completely outclassed. Unfortunately, though, this meant that many of them only heard second- and third-hand accounts about what had happened to the Elven Kingdom in their absence. As such, they didn't know what to believe and thought much of it was exaggerated. But, aside from downplaying Diane's deeds, they still continued to hold their prejudice for the Acacia family, and as such, still disrespected Rhi despite her role as their princess. Akash, Zaltarish, and many others adamantly defended Rhi, even describing her selfless deeds during her first campaign, but many of their so-called seniors remained calloused, even when reprimanded by the elders of their own families. Sometimes seeing was believing, and they had just not seen.
That said, there were only two who were strikingly opposed to Ri, and maybe much of their issue was that they both happened to be female.
The male elves had come around quite quickly, much to their ire. Ri didn't care that her beauty was awarding her privileges she hadn't had before. What she did care about was the fact that that's what it took to bring the elves together. It was pathetic. Clarice Grimbold and Fiore Norville.
Ri had added them to her list. She didn't want revenge from them, but what she did want was their enlightenment. And maybe, just maybe, her fists would be what it took. Ri's thoughts were interrupted by a sudden booming voice.
She hadn't even noticed when they had all found their way to their seats. But it seemed that every genius had arrived. She scanned the crowd looking for her targets, her eyes cold. Welcoming the protectors of our planet, the guards of the shadows, the flames of our passion, the sentinels of our royal god clan. The Sicarius, a senior with cultivation of at least the mid-saint level, flashed into the air, projecting out his voice with saint energy so wide and far that his words seemed to pierce everyone's soul. A large metal blimp appeared in the air as tongues of flames appeared to its side, carrying a family of red-haired devils to the foremost skybox. Everyone noticed the young man with white hair, but no one had time to comment on it before the senior continued. Now introducing the royals of all royals, the backbone of our earth, the holy land protectors of our ancestors, the Belmont clan of legends. This time there was nothing normal about the flames.
The heat was so profound and permeating that those of weaker cultivation shied away, feeling as though they'd be burnt to a crisp.
Fireworks of red and blue flames jetted out, curling in on each other and wrapping in the air before exploding in fires of violet as a deep-seated pressure coated the arena. King Belmont's childish appearance had completely disappeared. His face was stoic and calm. His purple hair waved wildly in the air as his every step seemed to trample the hearts of those watching. In the air behind him followed his queen closely, holding onto their royal baby and juxtaposed by the both of her sons. Then, tens of Belmonts appeared. Striking purple threatened to change the color of the blue sky. This was no longer a normal event, and this was most definitely not a normal family. This was the Belmont family, the royal god clan of Earth. The crowd cheered loudly. The Belmonts and the Sicarius were, in a lot of ways, their heroes. The other clans had come here by negotiation, and some were old enough to remember times where no one had ever heard of the Ragnar or the Pakel, or at the very least old enough to have elders who reminded them of this fact in their youth. But the Belmonts and Sicarius were examples of clans that used to be weaker that rose themselves up to the great heights they were at today. They were the hope of everyone there and the people they were the most loyal to. In fact, many had been in these very seats when they watched the epic final battle between Big Red and King Belmont all those years ago. That battle had lasted for days, and yet no one had left their seats. In the end, King Belmont won, pushing Big Red to second place.
But what made the battle so memorable wasn't the length or the entertainment. It was rather the sportsmanship they showed at the end. They were close friends even to this day.
At that time, Big Red had been a no-name from a backwater Sicarius clan near the edge of the continent, and King Belmont had been the first prince of the already established Belmonts. But they had come together anyway. This was why King Belmont was loved so dearly.
He was a king that truly placed what was important first. He didn't care about Big Red's background, he only cared about his character. After waiting patiently for the Belmonts and Sicarius to situate themselves, the elder turned his attention to the crowd as the blimp floated away. This elder was actually a true elder of a god clan. He was known as Elder Ercavicides, and one would be right to think he was at least a mid-level saint. This was because, in reality, he was a peak-level saint with faint hopes of becoming a celestial. But that hope was exactly that. Faint.
As you all know, the elder began, the World Tournament isn't just about making a powerful display. We're also here to entertain. If we weren't, you all wouldn't be here. The elder lightly chuckled to himself as the crowd quietened down. The privilege of planning this grand event has been passed on to us Cavicitas. With our rich history of arena and fight clubs in Arena City, you can bet that we have great things planned for the following weeks. Not only will we be providing food and side entertainment for all of you, we'll also be organizing evening events that give you all more opportunities to see your favorite warriors from afar. Cheering filled the stadium again. The booming voices really made it sound as though the entire planet was shaking. The impact of tens of millions in just one space was too great. Please, please, if you all get so excited about just that, I fear the planet might tear in half before events are through. This year we have grand competitors. The top 10 are more lethal than they have ever been, and the 5 beauties are unmatched through generations. In fact, between you and me, the elder leaned in as though he was speaking to someone privately. I hear there's the appearance of a 6th beauty to match them. The elder stopped himself from saying Ri's name, remembering the demands of the person who had paid him handsomely. Better yet, there have been the rise of unprecedented young geniuses. It's best to not solely focus your eyes on the top 10 to win the Essence Gathering Awards this year, or else you'll miss out on all the young talents who simply haven't had the time to participate in enough campaigns yet. In fact, this year we'll be adding a new rule to make sure you're all paying attention. The competitors will no longer be known by their names, they will from now on be referred to by their numbers. The elder spread his arms out, causing hundreds of thousands of array tracking plates to appear in the air before they set off to their designated person. In the end, every registered participant received a plate. There was only a single one left with the elder, but having expected this, he twirled it in his finger, a sinister smile playing on his face. With this new rule change, there will be less forfeits and more action. Not just that, but lower-tier clans have a higher chance of succeeding because more prepared clans won't be able to prepare for them in advance. This makes the matches much more fair and will make the entertainment just that much more great. The crowd didn't need much convincing, they erupted into cheers, nearly bringing the stadium down again before Elder Air continued. Unfortunately, though, as you all can see, there's just one plate that hasn't been accounted for. The elder continued to twirl it in his fingers, allowing the monitors to focus in on his hands. Ri froze at these words. This was planned. Anger began rising in her heart as she felt Primrose's hand slip into hers, trying to reassure her. At that same moment, Madeline sat in the VIP skybox. She was technically meant to be amongst the geniuses, but if she went down without the ability to speak, it would taint the image of the Sapientia, as her former master put it. As such, she was forced to stay here. But she knew the real reason. The real reason was so that she couldn't see Diane. But when she heard the words of the elder, a small pang of distress inconceivably hit her. Could it be? Unfortunately, the more the elder continued to speak, the more and more sure Madeline became that this missing person was in fact Diane. Because we are aware that the first few days of the tournament are slow, we had allowed for a challenge to be dealt. As you all may have realized, there's a newcomer by the name of the Demon Sage that topped the list in just one campaign. The elder paused, allowing for the cheers to erupt before he stopped them. Don't be so quick to cheer. We came to find out through the guild headquarters leader, the Honorable Connery Sapientia, that this demon sage was actually a genius array alchemist. Because he had some small affinity for formations, he was lucky enough to stumble upon a way to manipulate the tracking devices and push himself past more deserving warriors to the number 1 spot. Shock reigned through the arena before boos began to fly. This was the ultimate form of shamelessness. The crowd was easily riled up by the words of the elder. Of course, this perpetrator categorically denies ever taking such actions, but who are we meant to believe? A person willing to cheat the hard work of those around him? Or a man like Connery Sapientia? A man who was once and still is an orphan. A man who was forced to name his own self. A man who this very day stands before you all as the head of the Array Alchemy and Sapientia God clans of our universe. The crowd cheered, making their position clear. They chose with no hesitation. The elder laughed. Well, those who were present agree with you all too. So, in a last and desperate bid to cover his trail, this supposed demon sage challenged the Honorable Connery Sapientia to a match, claiming that should he lose, he would slave for the Sapientia for the rest of his life. And should he win, he would prove that he should be believed above the Honorable Sapientia. Laughter rang through the crowd. Beat the head of the guild headquarters? What kind of ridiculous notion was that? They saw the demon sages act as pitiful. Ri balled her fists, causing Primrose to wince in pain as she felt her small hand being crushed. They completely ignored the Verity. And how Diane didn't cheat. Damn it. But the elder chuckled. As you can see, he didn't come. He cowered, hiding himself away and running like the cheater he is. Copious boos rang out from the crowd. Not only had this demon sage lied and cheated, he was a coward. And, worst yet, without him here, the entertainment that had been planned was ruined. They would have loved to see this demon sage lose. In the other planet section, Ebony was chuckling to herself along with Ode. Even still, Ulu was chuckling as well. Although Diane not being here didn't bode well, it wasn't as though he left the planet. If worst came to worst, she could just wait for their elders to finish the important mission they had, then use their sole expertise to track him down. That said, we did prepare at least a small punishment for him. Pointing toward the VIP area kept exclusively for members of the top 10. The elder focused on the area reserved for number 1. The Demon Sage. The area was in complete shambles. Where there were meant to be luxurious couches, houses broken wooden benches. Where there was meant to be top-of-the-line food housed moldy and cockroach-infested breads and cheeses. And finally, where the sign that was meant to read Demon Sage hung, it was spray-painted over with the words, The Cowardly Demon. As a finishing touch, the Cavasitas had hired an artist to paint Diane's likeness before blowing it up to be a large 15 by 15 meter poster, then used it as the floor of a farm animal pen they housed in the very same area. The projection of Diane's face was sent through the universe even as fresh cow and pig manure fell from unsightly places and onto it. Diane had wanted to have his name known throughout the universes. Well, he had gotten his wish. Hearing the words of the elder, Arios stood violently. If his mother hadn't been a martial expert in her own right, it would have been likely that she would have been hurt. A demonic aura imperceptibly dripped from Arios. He was pissed. This wasn't just about destroying Diane's legacy, the Demon Sage's name was being dragged through the mud. Not only had Diane saved Arios' life, but even before that the Demon Sage had become like a father to Arios. To see what was transpiring now made Arios' vision go red. If the other demon generals had been present, there would no doubt be hell to pay. But before Arios could move, he felt a firm grip on his shoulder, causing him to turn around and find his father beside him. Off to the side, Lionel took note of this reaction and King Belmont watched silently. Although he was king, what was happening now was out of his control. In addition to that, this entire event was meant to be a test for Diane. Although it had clearly gotten out of hand, this was the martial world. The truth behind what Diane was facing was far beyond this. If he couldn't even manage to show up, then he had already lost. I'm participating. Arios' eyes burned with rage. His father's touch was doing nothing to calm him. In fact, he knew very well how his father would react had it been him in this position, and it wouldn't have been anywhere near as calm. However, what Arios didn't know was that Big Red was privy to the same information that King Belmont was. Big Red hadn't been mad that Arios was a subordinate, but rather about who he was a subordinate to. He had just gotten his son back, and now he could very well lose him again because of this Diane character. There are some things men have to fight for on their own. If he can't handle this without you, then is he really worth following at all? Arios slapped his father's hand away. In all his years of living, he had never disrespected his father. But right now, he was out of line. What do you know? What do any of you know? Arios' voice trembled. This isn't just about Diane. And even if it was, all everyone wants to do is put him in a box. You haven't seen the things I've seen. He has nothing left to prove to anyone. You think he takes any of your so-called tests seriously? He doesn't put even the heavens in his eyes. While you're all looking down on him as though he's some sort of guinea pig to test and poke at, he's already climbed past you. The people of this universe had no idea what Diane had accomplished already, but how could the demon generals not know? They had spent years campaigning under a half-step transcendent god amongst men. How could they not know what an epistemic tower was? And yet, Diane had conquered it alone. And after he finished with that, he took an army of no more than 100 demon generals and crushed a king god clan with numbers surpassing 100,000. And the most impressive part? The demon generals hadn't had to lift a single finger. Now they wanted to test Diane more? Test him for what? Arios flashed out of the skybox, unwilling to watch this farce anymore. He needed to go and find out what happened to Diane, and he couldn't do that here. Ava glared at her father, clearly disappointed in how he had tried to handle the situation. It was no secret to anyone that Big Red's motto was for men to pull themselves up under their own power. But that philosophy of his had not only nearly lost him a son this time, it had lost him many others in the past. On top of that, He was still peddling such a useless philosophy even when the situation clearly didn't warrant it. Diane?
A cheater?
Ava had never heard anything so ridiculous. It was clear that all Big Red wanted was for his son to no longer follow Diane, and Arios had immediately picked up on that and lost his temper even further. Big Red could only sigh. He knew very well what he meant, which means he had no excuses to make on the topic and could only accept the glares of his wife and daughter. Riley, however, remained quiet. He was Arios' elder brother and thus wanted to protect him. But his little brother had surpassed him in power. Now, the best he could do was give advice. But it was clear that Arios wouldn't listen. He respected Diane too much. This situation was only getting more and more complicated. King Belmont continued to sit silently on a throne beside his wife and sons.
He couldn't help but feel that Arios' words were aimed at himself and Lionel. King Belmont had known Arios from a very young age and because of that had a good understanding of his character.
For him to so adamantly defend Diane and even reprimand his own father and by extension him, as a king, just what had this Diane done that was so impressive? What had Arios experienced?
Away from the primary skybox, Ree and Madeline weren't faring any better than Arios. Ree was leaking out void will and her hair had very noticeably darkened. Her eyes had formed into blue-silver slits and her canines lengthened.
The bestial aura that leaked from Ree had caught the attention of Saru Shruti yet again. Because Saru understood why Ree was angry, she had time to even further study just what Ree's lineage was. She's no normal kitsune, Saru thought to herself.
I may have to inform Master about this. Madeline, however, couldn't speak. In fact, because her music will was locked, she felt weaker than usual. But that didn't stop faint flickers of purple flames to light in her eyes and hair. The heat that spread through the Sapientia skybox even caught Connery Sapientia's attention.
Madeline, stop. Esther tried to whisper to her disciple, but she was completely ignored. If Madeline wasn't being locked down by Saint Energy, it was likely that she would have already left the skybox to find out what had happened to Diane. All of this nonsense she was hearing? She didn't even entertain it. It had been a long time since Madeline felt this level of anger. In fact, it hadn't been since Diane's death that she had. She was the type of person who took being wronged much easier than seeing her loved ones being wronged. Esther tried increasing her Saint Energy output to stop Madeline's ability to use her wills, but she immediately felt as though her very cultivation was being burnt away. What is this? Esther had no choice but to move away from Madeline, leaving her alone in the corner of the skybox.
Connery Sapientia, however, found this very interesting. Purple flames. No wonder. Madeline couldn't speak, but she needed to vent. Camaraderie? Being amiable? The image of the Sapientia?
She threw it all out of her mind. You don't care about our image, so why should I? Primrose could only sigh. She, Mithrander, Celine and Opal remained near Ree, but they were hard-pressed to comfort her. It seemed like Ree was very much prepared to throttle whatever enemy she saw first.
They were angry too. Diane was the savior of their kingdom and their prince consort. This was no less than a slap to the face of the elves as well. That, however, didn't stop other elves from using this as an I told you so moment. Clarice's red hair bobbed, her face an odd mix of sneering anger.
Clearly our so-called princess needs to do a better job of choosing her men. Imagine selling yourself off to a little boy who'll do nothing more than stain our race. It must be that mixed blood of hers. At first I thought she was half human, which is bad enough. But, come to find out she's half beast?
No wonder. Fiora chimed in. Ree's gaze snapped to the two elven girls that were supposedly her seniors. Her eyes were so dark and piercing that it silenced even them. But before Ree could do anything else, the elder continued his ridiculous preamble. Cowards aside,
we still have room for a lot of fun. And I promise you that this cheater is being searched for as we speak. Once he's caught, we'll hang him up for all to see his pathetic existence. Cheers erupted through the stands. Tens of millions of voices united as though they had one will. Unfortunately, this was how mob mentality worked.
Crowds like this didn't feel the need to think for themselves, and those that did
were few and far between. They were all too easily spoon-fed lies by powerful experts like Air Cavasitas. Away from the Sapientia higher seating arrangements, Sapientia branch families were a few tiers below. Here, Madeline's mother, father, and brothers sat. Honey, isn't that?
Madeline's mother, Alice Sapientia, didn't know how to feel about seeing Diane in a situation like this. The truth was that a small piece of her heart disliked Diane for never having approached them. In martial world etiquette, it shouldn't be up to seniors to admit their mistakes. In fact, it should be youths who took responsibility whether they were at fault or not. And yet, Diane had never done such a thing, even to the point where he ignored their existence entirely. Alice knew that this was because Diane detested them. The only reason he hadn't treated them like the Cami family was for Madeline's sake. Diane's words of forgiveness to Oliver told her that much. But that didn't mean she liked it. That said, Diane was still the person that their daughter had chosen. After the events of the Cami wedding, Madeline didn't even contact them for the entire following week. It was clear that Madeline had made her choice and was making her hate of their decision known. Although Alice had told Madeline that she had nothing to do with the decision to go after Diane, that was only to give Madeline someone in her corner and hopefully make her feel better. But the truth was that Alice was very much part of that decision, a secret she kept between her and her husband. However, it was clear that Madeline hadn't taken her words very seriously. After all, why should they, as the parents of a first-in-line genius, be seated amongst the other branch families as opposed to with the main clan? Family head Sapientia nodded at his wife's question, looking toward Oliver and his soon-to-be daughter-in-law Jessica. After seeing that Madeline really had no intention of using her status to help her family, Ali Sapientia decided to focus on raising up his family himself. That was why he had arranged this marriage between Oliver and Jessica, hoping to use the big sex to improve their standing. You two have to perform well today. At least the top 60%. Ali changed the subject, instead telling his son and daughter-in-law what he expected. Top 60% was only a mediocre grade. This wasn't anything big, especially since Ali meant top 60% of Meridian formation experts and not overall. But that didn't stop Oliver and Jessica from paling under the pressure. Seeing their reaction, Ali Sapientia could only sigh and turn his attention away, looking off into the distance and toward the skybox he assumed Madeline was in. Won't you ever forgive your father? It's clear I was right this time, no? Away from the arena, Arios was blazing his way through the skies, still angry. Because of Diane's communication arrays, the demon generals still had the means of locating each other within a reasonable range. So, Arios was flying around in set patterns trying to see if he could pick up the communication signal of one of these arrays. He didn't think there was a high chance of this, though. This was because if the demon generals were all in Diane's spatial ring as they usually were, the communication would definitely be cut off. A distance through dimensions couldn't even be measured with normal logic. The barren city only served to make Arios angrier. There were no people here because everyone was watching that bullshit tournament. Suddenly Arios froze, snapping his head in a seemingly random direction. Yes, in what seemed like an instant, Arios had made his way to a large mansion and stormed up the long pathway. But before he could make his way to the door, a massive pressure engulfed him. Arios started, trying to leap backward to avoid the attack, but it was futile. In an instant, his legs were dangling in the skies as a strong hold gripped his neck. Arios? A low rumbling voice asked in confusion. A shallow cough escaped Arios' throat as he struggled to breathe. Hey, Thaddeus. You mind putting me down? Ah, right. Thaddeus' robust laughter erupted as he set Arios down and led him into the house. Arios immediately asked what happened, and after getting the information he needed, he could only sigh. Their leader was too smart and talented for this to be a normal occurrence. This person had some ulterior motive. Thaddeus had been told to protect the ring by Re, but unfortunately they hadn't had a protector for Diane before then. This was a lesson to learn from. All right, Thaddeus. You can stay here and protect the outside then. I guess since Mistress Re isn't here we can't enter the ring. Thaddeus nodded. All they could do was wait. However, just as Arios was about to settle down and wait, he felt a mind pulling him into the ring, and much to Thaddeus' confusion, he disappeared. Back in the stadium, the elders stood in the sky at the apex of everything, basking in the cheers of the crowd. As you all know, usually the top 10 don't make an appearance until final stages of the tournament. This is a right they've spent the last sometimes almost decade of their life working for.
But, as you all know, there's someone who was unfortunately bumped down to the 11th spot because of the selfishness of others. Booze rained down again. Air was finding it easier and easier to control the mood of the crowd. But we Cavasitas always work in the interest of fairness. So, this year that privilege will be extended to 11. Now, are you all ready for the festivities to begin? The elder smiled to himself before turning his gaze toward the participants. More than 100,000 of you have come today. I trust that you all have better character than the coward we've spoke of, and I wish you all the best of luck. However, only 1,000 can advance to the main event. Our goal is to not only find the strongest of the youths, but to also give a chance to those of the meridian formation and foundational stages so that they can shine as well.
So, since you're all much too young to know how we've structured the tournament in the past, allow me to explain. The tournament has 3 rankings. 1 foundation stage ranking, 1 meridian formation ranking, and 1 overall ranking. The first portion of our tournament will be to decide who has earned a right to fight for a spot on the overall rankings. 10 spots are gone since we've done away with our sham of a first-place contestant, so you all have 990 spots to contend for. After today, those 990 spots will be decided on. However, tomorrow and the day after will be for those of you that unfortunately didn't make the cut. That's okay. Some of you are just too young. It's not your fault that the tournament wasn't scheduled at your optimal time. However, there are also some of you that are so talented that even with meridian formation cultivation, you still have the ability to compete with those in the essence gathering level. As such, today is your opportunity to prove that you can. Take note of the number plates you've been given. Your guilds, clans, and sects have each been given information about what number you are. However, this information must not be shared amongst you with the penalty of disqualification. Foundation stage experts have no part in today's event and will thus be set aside. Meridian formation experts and essence gathering experts, be ready. The first stage is among the most dangerous and will put you in the most dire of situations. The Battle Royale. Everyone immediately understood. There was no point in foundation stage experts taking a part in the first day Battle Royales because they were too weak. So, it was held to meridian formation and essence gathering warriors. There were about 100,000 participants total with about 20,000 essence gathering experts, 30,000 meridian formation experts, and 50,000 foundation stage experts. There were of course many more experts that fell into these cultivation levels across the planets, but this was why there were quotas. Sects and clans were forced to send their best because they were limited in entries. That said, God-level clans had no entry limits. This left the question, though, of how those without backing could join the tournament. The answer was that these rights were bought, costing about 10,000 profound stones. This amount wasn't a lot to a person like Diane or the bigger sects, but to someone on their own or from a very small clan, this amount was more than enough to live off of for an entire lifetime and even feed a few other people for that length of time too. That aside, the tournament was set up simply, but quite unfairly despite the claims of the elder. Because it was a battle royale, no matter how randomly you set of the groups, those who came from clans with more quotas would obviously have a higher chance of being grouped together. As a result, this meant that they also had a higher chance of banding together to pass. Of the 50,000 available to participate, there would be 1,000 groups of 50 in the first round. This first round would allow 10 from each group to move on, thus leaving 40,000 eliminated and 10,000 remaining. Then they would proceed to a second round of battle royales, this time with all new groups. There would be 500 groups of 20, while allowing 5 to continue onwards. This would eliminate 3/4 of the remaining participants to leave 2,500 remaining participants. Afterwards, there would be a final round of battle royales with 100 groups of 25. This round would leave only 2. These 2 would then gain special privileges in the final stages of the tournament. This, however, left 790 more participants to choose. As such, the remaining 2,300 contestants would fight it out in a grand battle containing them all until just 790 were left. By the end of the day, there would only be 1,000 left. Then, those 1,000 would be allowed a few days' rest as the rankings of the meridian formation and foundation stage experts were decided. Quite simply put, this was the grandest tournament in existence.
Very soon, blood would paint the ground and war cries of victory and defeat would fill the air. New legends would bloom and old ones would wither and fall away. It could be said that fighting on this stage was the greatest honor one could hope for in the martial world, to bask in the admiration of billions and have your name penned onto the annals of history. Everyone had just one question on their minds: who would be the best?